Chapter 221. 1. While talking about sacrificing herself for the kingdom, Ja Soo-young smiled brightly. As I looked at her smiling face, I suddenly recalled the memories of the trauma. Right? Beyond the fact that I was simply Kim Gongja, young master of the Infernal Heavens Asterisk, and the moon of the Ivantia family, I remembered the scenes that I'd witnessed when I fell into the trauma. Asterisk. Infernal Heavens. Ma-chun. Not demonic cult. Ma-gur. I've pretty much witnessed the Tower Master's life. The moment Ja Soo-young rose to noble ranks. When she first became a baron, she instantly pushed the capital city into a whirlpool of political strife by marrying a relative of the same sex. In every memory, Viscount Ja Soo-young is smiling, and in all of the scenes I saw, Viscount Ja Soo-jun was smiling happily. Even though my ability was to see trauma. That's not all. I even knew that Ja Soo-young would eventually gain the title of Duke. Even the things that happened next, I'd already seen them before. So why? Why did I see even Ja Soo-young's happy moments? Why did I see the moments after this? No way. Now that I knew about Ja Soo-young's power, I realized a possibility. It was a possibility that was almost improbable. So much so that it would be hard for an ordinary person to even think about it. However, as someone who had performed 4,000 days of regression, it was a conclusion that I could easily reach. The Tower Master's entire life is a trauma, regardless of how happily she smiled. From the time she was born until now, there was no time that wasn't trauma. Upon realizing this, I unwittingly opened my mouth. For how long? Viscount Ja Soo-young turned to look at me. I told her, "For how long will you enforce the Golden Ruler?"
Viscount Ja Soo-young smiled.
"Forever. Until there are no more victimized subjects?" "Yes, not just the subjects. Didn't this one tell the advisor?" "No, Mr. Gongja." Viscount Ja Soo-young leaned close to me and whispered into my ear. "This one will go beyond this kingdom and cover the entire world." I'm sorry, but I took a peek into Mr. Gongja's memories. Mr. Gongja is looking at this one's memories, so it seems like a fair trade. As I expected, Viscount Ja Soo-young had the power to see someone else's past. There was no way she wouldn't look into the past of an irregular person like me who suddenly appeared. "You are the young master of the Infernal Heavens. You lead a very interesting group, Mr. Gongja. Well, you're bound to have such relationships when you're like that." The Viscount looked at me as if she was looking at a cherished junior. "I know you want to stop this one. You do not want to watch someone be in pain. However, Mr. Gongja, please stick to your duties." "Duties? You are the one who sides with the powerless more than anyone else. Someone has to take the lead in enforcing the Golden Rule, to replace the cries of the weak. Isn't that your duty?" Do not try to stop me. This is a warning." Viscount Ja Soo-young touched my ear. "This one has a bad habit of inadvertently destroying the lovely children she sees." "Mr. Gongja, you don't think you're the first person to try to stop this one, do you? Do you know how many tears His Majesty, who is sitting on that throne, shed? If this one were to collect the tears of all of my lovers, we wouldn't need to worry about a drought next year." That was probably not a lie. The warning given to me was not a bluff either, because God always gave warnings before she destroyed humans. The Tower Master had already warned me once by trying to stop me from viewing her trauma. "You!" And just like that time, I opened my mouth despite that warning. "Does doing this make you happy?" "Yes." Small nails gently scratched my ear. "Can't you feel it? This one is overjoyed. This one possesses my lover's happiness and unhappiness. One of this one's smiles is enough to make those children happy, and one of this one's glances is enough to make them unhappy. How could it not be enjoyable? Even if you continue to be tortured in the future? Even if I continue to be tortured in the future? Why, do you accept even pain as happiness?"
Viscount Ja Soo-young smiled.
"Pain hurts. However, there's an even sweeter reward in front of me." "What is that?" "The tears this one's lovers will shed. As they watch this one suffer, their hearts will collapse and their visages will crumble. It's a sight so sweet that I want to keep looking at it. You love your lovers. To put your loved ones in pain it is wrong. But all of the children that this one loves are those who have killed or ruined others. Then isn't it natural for such children to suffer? I told you before, Mr. Gongja. You are not the first and you will not be the last to try and stop this one. This one made this moment to bring harm to this one. Made? Yes. Indulging in misfortune is something of a hobby. It's like a taste for seeing the beauty in broken people. This one's appearance and eloquence is enough to capture them. Talent, achievements that no one can deny, and skills that no one can protest against. This one tried to achieve it and did it. Shall I prove it to you? At that moment, there was a commotion in the middle of the assembly. The disturbance has ended. It was a large noble with horns on his head. The noble's voice was as loud as his size, and when he shouted, the amniotic fluid shook. The rebellions have been suppressed. The panic has ended. Now we just have to clean up the mess. There is no need for such extreme laws. I used Baron Gu Wunha's information spell to read the noble's personal details. Plus, Pa San Wu Po Shan Niu. Identity, noble. Margrave. Relationship, Viscount's political rival. Danger rating, white. Remarks, head of the Cao Count family. In the past, he was involved in the kidnapping of another family's young Mississippi. He aided and abetted the kidnapping, resulting in the destruction of a fief. Bordered in the northeast by the Bear Count, famous for its mining industry. All of the mining slaves that flee from the neighboring territory Bear are captured and returned to the Bear Count. Neutral. Can kill. Plus, it wasn't just Count Pa San Wu. That's ridiculous.
No.
A noble who seemed to be about the same age as Viscount Jia Suyung muttered despairingly. The noble went through the document in his hands before flipping it through its pages one by one, then two by two, then three by three, before finally grabbing the entire document. Members of the Viscount's faction did know you about this. Those behind Viscount Jia Suyung did not answer. Then the noble clenched his teeth. Regardless of the reason, for a girl with age similar to mine. No, even if it isn't a girl. The logic behind it doesn't matter. I hate this bill. I just hate it. I also read that noble's personal information. Plus,
Sun Yohai.
Identity, noble. Marquis. Relationship, none. Danger rating, white. Remarks, head of the Crab Marquis family. When he was young, he wandered off to sea with a strong sense of adventure, but he met a marine dragon and was cursed. He lost his memory and his ego. Due to his immaturity, the Marquis used his family crest and lodged with a dragon country, which eroded the foundation of the Marquis power. Contrary to his external appearance, the age of his ego is 13 years or younger. Unaware of the fact that rebels had been gathering in his own territory, the Marquis had inadvertently been a great help in the East Sea Rebellion. Neutral. Can kill. Plus, afterward, many nobles opened their mouths. And each time I read their information, I found this same thing. None. Not a single one. None of them are without sin. Not even one. Those records had been written by the original owner of this body. The person known as Baron Gu Wunha. In this entire assembly, not even one person. Marquis Bek Seoltu murdered a child. Viscount Sun Hyuksin was a cannibal. Viscount De Haran slaughtered civilians. Count Pa Sanwu ruined a fief. Marquis Sun Johei failed to stop a rebellion. Baron He Myongseum, the apathetic duke, the Sun King, some were ignorant, some were incompetent, some just didn't care. Hundreds of nobles with thousands of excuses for hundreds of circumstances. But the commonalities were clear. Among them, there was not a single person who hadn't sinned before. Everyone. That was why Viscount Jia Suyung was so relaxed. Everyone has been too relaxed over the past 1,000 years, especially in the past 600 years, and even more so in the past 60 years. None of them had saved more people than Viscount Jia Suyung. What did you do when tens of thousands of subrace slaves were dying in the bear counts or mines? Did you not know? Did you not have the power to interfere? Were you not ready? Perhaps that's the reason. However, hundreds of years are far too long for such an excuse to work. None of these people were more competent than Viscount Jia Suyong. The disturbances have ended? The rebellions have ended. Do you think the disturbances have ended because the conspicuous enemies are gone? Do you think they're really gone? Everyone. They are not gone, they are just holding themselves back. Those who were whipped in the back will never forget the pain they suffered. That was right. The families with dead loved ones will never forget the temperature of the soil around their grave. That was why in a different world, a being known as the heavenly demon bowed. Those who were forced to avoid carriages on the road would not forget that humiliation. The mother would never forget her son, who was conscripted but never returned, when she lay in bed. On a winter day when there is nothing to eat, people would never forget the pain in their mouths from chewing bark. That was why a being known as the heavenly demon bowed. That was why a being known as the heavenly demon bowed. That was why a being known as the heavenly demon bowed. Did they just disappear? Is it all in the past now? Are their grudges old and don't need to be resolved? Or are they too boring to be worth hearing? They couldn't be. They can't be. And that was why they bowed down. They're not joking. This world was no different, no world was different. Someone had to bow. So it was in this world. An untouched stone in Baron Shin Wheelsuk's territory rolled over on its own. The people murmured, saying that it was a bad sign when the rocks in the territory began to wander on their own. And young Miss Bexioltu killed a commoner child with a whip. Every night, the water in the great river boiled for no reason. Frogs jumped out from the waterways, buried their heads in the ground and died. In the royal capital, lightning struck 26 times in a single day. The fortune teller at the North Gate said, "It's a bad omen because 26 is the number 13 doubled." And Viscount de Haran slaughtered civilians. The fortune teller was considered a criminal because he recklessly foretold the fortune of the nation. The royal guards pulled the fortune teller aside and beat him up. On the same day, the rainy season had not yet arrived, but the river overflowed, blocking all of the roads leading to the royal capital. And the Sun King didn't come out of the palace. You all, the people in power, need to take responsibility for the past. There were several bad harvests. The epidemics never stopped. Time was like a rotten spine, with pus accumulated in every vertebra. The bodies of the dead floated endlessly in the overflowing river. All of this was intended or neglected by someone, so you will have to choose someone to be condemned by everyone. And in the center of this crumbling world, in the 12th month, a pillar in the shape of a girl who would try to support it was born. Everyone will pick this one. The amniotic fluid was silent. After a long time, Marquis Sun Johei opened his mouth with a shaking voice. "This, I hate it." Viscount Jia Suyong nodded. "Yes, that's right," and said, "What other results do you think were prepared?" 2. The original owner of this body must have searched desperately. Even one person would be fine. Baron Gu Wonha loved Viscount Jia Suyong. I didn't know why and I couldn't see the reason, but I could feel the weight of the Baron's love in the words she'd written. Even if it's only one, there has to be someone among the rulers of this damned kingdom that's innocent. That's why the Baron began to record. Using magic, she examined each and every one of the nobles and wrote down the things they'd done. After taking over her body, I also looked at each of the nobles one by one and read their information. But the records left by Gu Wonha remained the same. A murderer, a butcher, a rebel, someone who suppressed rebellions, a slave buyer, a slave seller, those who made mistakes due to ignorance, those who made mistakes due to incompetence. The information recorded by Baron Gu Wonha was no different than a criminal disclosure. Of the hundreds of feet soaked in the amniotic fluid, there was not a single one that was not covered in the blood of others. So Baron Gu Wonha gave up. She could not stop her master. Perhaps the reason why I gained control of her body at this time. The moment this thought appeared in my mind, I moved. Ha! Viscount Ja Soo-young tilted her head to the side. Her purple eyes reflected me, who was standing in front of her. Did I not warn you, Mr. Gongja? Trauma, I said. This made Viscount Ja Soo-young tilt her head even more. Ha! Viscount, I've seen your trauma. I know. Aren't you still looking at it? It's not just this moment. The moment you became a baron, the moment you married your wife. I've seen almost every part of your life.
Igravat biskun ya suujung esa urist.
If you were truly happy, I would not have been able to see those scenes. Ha! Viscount Ja Soo-young looked at me in confusion. Maybe it was only recently that this one started feeling a bit happier, since you've already seen all of the hardships and adversity in this one's life. That means that today will be the start of true happiness. It's not. Her smile hadn't changed since that day. I even saw when you eventually became a duke. Her smile hadn't changed since then. Today, and after today, you will continue to experience trauma. That is a strange thing to say, Death King. Viscount Ja Soo-young called me by my title, which I had never told her. She wasn't lying about viewing my past. Are you saying that this one has always been unhappy and was only pretending to be happy? I am a bit offended. If this one had been telling such a lie from the start, there is no way my lovers wouldn't notice, right? The god that never regresses. I got a bit closer to Viscount Ja Soo-young. The reason your entire life is a trauma is simple. It's natural, because you can look at another person's past at any time, anywhere. You saw the Marquis past, you saw the Viscount's past, and you even saw my past without my knowledge. In other words, there isn't a single moment when you're not seeing someone die. That couldn't not be painful. So your life is basically scarred by hundreds of millions of traumas. Closer. However, it's strange. You only recently got the Gold Dragon's eyes and Ice River Dragon's breath. This means that it hasn't been that long since you started looking at other people's pasts. And yet, you were experiencing pain all your life. I had also seen the days before Viscount Ja Soo-young had the dragons. Even then, she suffered from the pain of reading other people's pasts. How? In those days, Viscount Ja Soo-young shouldn't have had the power of the dragons. So how could she receive the pain of others? There was only one possibility. The god that never regresses. That is a ridiculous lie. You are the god that regresses. I looked at the young noble. You returned to the past with the powers of the dragons. So from birth, you were able to see the traumas of others. When she'd confronted the apathetic duke, Viscount Ja Soo-young was able to understand the duke's life in an instant, as if she'd known from the beginning. When she met the Sun King, Viscount Ja Soo-young had already known about the king's life, as if she knew from the beginning. You are constantly repeating your life. You regress, return to live the same life. Every time you live by saying what you know to say and doing what you know to do. You constantly watch people suffer as you repeat this life continuously. That's why your entire life is a trauma. Viscount Ja Soo-young was silent. So I asked her, Tower Master, how many times have you lived your own life? Viscount Ja Soo-young was no longer smiling. Have you ever counted? She was expressionless. Without me realizing, time in the meeting hall had drawn to a standstill. Both Marquis Sun Jo-hae, who had lowered his head and began to cry angrily, and the Sun King, who sat unmoving upon his throne, froze. Mr. Gongja. In this time after the clock froze, Viscount Ja Soo-young opened her mouth. Have you even counted the grains of sand as they float at the bottom of a river? The sands of the Yellow River. This one's answer is simple. There was no expression on Viscount Ja Soo-young's face, as if she had been born expressionless, as if it was her original face. Her purple eyes shined indifferently at the world, and her lips did not smirk, sneer, or smile. Eternally. At that moment, the surrounding scene shattered. Chapter 222. 3. The world shattered like a mirror. Crack, crack. Slowly, little by little, the scene of the meeting hall crumpled. The amniotic fluid under my feet cracked. Marquis Bexil too, who had been shivering beside me, cracked. The nobles all cracked. Crack, 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 crack. The world peeled away from the broken mirror. Through the cracks, scenes other than the scene of the meeting hall could be seen. Marquis Bexil too wielding the whip. Viscount de Haran burning the village. The world shattered into hundreds of pieces, and screams leaked out of every crack. You're right, Mr. Gongja. Kaleidoscope. This was Jia Suyung's world. Your deduction is correct. Splash. Viscount Jia Suyung walked in the center of the assembly with amniotic splashing around her feet. With every step she took, the world shattered even more. And in this broken scene, the scenes of other places could be seen. This life isn't this one's first life. I sucked in a breath of air. How many times has it been? I don't know. No, I know. But I'm not sure if I can give Mr. Gongja the answer you're looking for. You are worried that this one will collapse from exhaustion after repeating like billions of times, aren't you? That's right. Raviel was strong. Even if Raviel was imprisoned for 10 days that were repeated forever, her heart wouldn't rot easily. But what if, instead of 10 days, someone repeated their entire life? Forever? What would happen to that person's heart? What kind of stench would come from them? This one was originally given one skill. After a while, Viscount Jia Suyung reached the center of the meeting hall. Even the throne that had cracked like glass. The throne's armrest had cracked, and in that crack, the scene of Viscount Sun Hyuksin eating people. One of the throne's legs had cracked too, and the scene of an unknown person dying could be seen there. Many dragons live and have lived in this world. Jia Suyung sat down, the throne with a cracked armrest and cracked leg. She rested her arm on the scene of people killing people and placed her leg over the scene of people being killed. There are people who made special contracts with dragons. The Dragon Guard, Dragon Knights. They go by many different names in each region, but they all have one thing in common. These people's descendants inherit the dragon bloodline. Dragon bloodline? Yes, you can think of it as a minor copy of the dragon's power. Jia Suyung ran her hand over the armrest. For example, let's say there was a dragon who had the ability to create a vast library that contained all the information in the universe. That is the dragon's power. On the other hand, the power of the dragon bloodline, at best, would be the ability to enter that library and borrow a book from time to time. Viscount Jia Suyung was expressionless. Her lips, which were no longer smiling, opened. The relationship between a dragon emperor and dragon knight can be compared to a god and their devotee. So those who have the dragon bloodline could be considered apostles. I paused. By apostle. Among the apostles that Mr. Gongja knows is the Lady of Golden Silk. The image of a young miss who cursed the world while wielding a large hammer came to mind. The Lady of Golden Silk's ability. Her body could not be damaged by physical attacks. This one's ability is perfect recollection. Viscount Jia Suyung spoke. This one remembers everything I've seen, heard, or felt. Not only do I remember them, I also have the ability to rewatch my memories as if they were lucid dreams. Have you ever seen a similar power, Mr. Gongja? I had, from a very close distance. I thought of the face of a certain part-timer who greeted customers with a smile at a cafe. Someone who had once been the owner of a great library that collected all of the records in the universe. The librarian of all things. Hamustra, the pond of accumulating memories. Viscount Jia Suyung said the librarian's true name. This one inherited Hamustra's power. A long time ago, an apostle who worshipped Hamustra as his god came to this kingdom. Although the apostle was eventually repelled, he left a descendant before he died. If we were to trace this one's family tree, we will eventually reach that apostle. It is thanks to that, Viscount Jia Suyung continued. This is possible. It was at this moment that Viscount Jia Suyung lifted her finger. Crack, crack. The mirror that covered the world shattered once more. Broken shards fell and collided with other falling shards. When two shards collided, They suddenly shined brightly and transformed into beautiful white butterflies. The two shards became the butterfly's wings. When the world shattered, millions of shards fell, becoming hundreds of thousands of butterflies that fluttered around together. Crack, 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 crack. Like petals in the wind, white butterflies filled this world. "Come here, Mr. Gongja," Viscount Ja Suyung beckoned. I took a deep breath before walking toward the throne of mirrors. TL. The mirror faction finally makes sense. Flap. White butterflies fluttered around me. One of them passed just in front of my nose. A voice escaped from the butterfly's wings. "The Count was killed in action, young miss." The butterfly was made of two shards. Each silvery wing had its own scene. The person reflected on one of this butterfly's wings was Count Aruho. TL, my brain exploded here. This was the first time there were any gender indicators for the Count since her introduction in Chapter 216. I even reread those chapters to be sure, and of course, she's female. TT. The young Count's lips twitched slightly. What about first brother? There has been no word. He led a death squad out to retrieve the Count's remains, but there has been no word from them yet. I don't dare to say it, but perhaps... Young Mississippi. Cannot be helped. Young Miss is also a member of the Tiger Count family. Misfortune comes to everyone, but the tiger bites those misfortunes, chews them up, then spits them back out at the world that dared to challenge it. I don't know anything about politics. I'm not ready. Humans aren't ready when they're born, and they aren't ready when they die. Life isn't about being ready. It's about being able to endure. Young Miss, rise to Countdom. The butterfly fluttered off gently into the kaleidoscope of butterflies. On the wings of one of the butterflies, Marquis Bexioltu held back tears. There was also the scene of Viscount Sun Hyuksin gritting her teeth. Holding back anger, Viscount de Haran murmured. During the rebellion, those scumbags did nothing. But when they enter the council, they are all great admirals and generals. Damn, should I kill those bastards? Hundreds of butterflies, each carrying sounds of their own, fluttered in the air. As you can see, Viscount Ja Suyung spoke to me as I reached the throne. All the past events that this one experienced are recorded here. Originally, this one only remembered my own life, but after I got the Gold Dragon's eyes and Ice River Dragon's breath, I became able to store the lives of others. This is the world where all of this one's memories are recorded. Including you, only 2 people have been here. You should feel honored, Mr. Gongja. Was I invited to the Viscount's consciousness? Yes, that's right. Viscount Ja Suyung spread out her palm. According to you all, you are taking a peek at this one's skills. A golden card formed above it. Among the skills possessed by the Tower Master, this was the last card. Plus, Manseeing, Wansung, rank, EX. Effect. This was an ability that was originally at the level of perfect recollection, but it has blossomed after overlapping with several skills to become a higher level skill. It is a glass garden where the people, objects, and events you have experienced are recorded. You can replay any number of memories stored here as you please. That's not all. Plus, Puduk. Something landed on the back of my hand. It was the butterfly I saw earlier. Ayak. A red scene was being reflected on the surface of the glass wings. It was a scene I was fairly familiar with by now. Marquis Bexioltu swinging the whip. It was just... the face of the child groaning under the whip was different. UK, Hook. Ayak. It was Ja Suyung's face. Much younger than now. For a moment, I forgot how to breathe. Viscount. What the hell is this? If the person Marquis Bexioltu had run into that day was this one instead of the peasant child. Whoosh! The thick whip dug into a young Ja Suyung. The snow was stained with her blood. It's a scene that follows that assumption. This one is fully aware of the cause and effect of the past. If it was someone else, if something else had happened, even the if scenarios can be reconstructed. Why would you reconstruct if scenarios? In order to know. A scream rang out. How painful it was for the child who died by the Marquis hand. In the scene on the glass wing, Ja Soo-young fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. People don't want to be easily understood. They don't like to feel sick, they don't like to feel pain, and they don't like it when someone says, "I understand." Naturally, they are all strangers to each other. Whoosh! The small back twitched. Upon being whipped, Ja Soo-young grabbed a handful of snow, as if she was desperately grasping onto her fading life. This one will stand in front of the people in this kingdom who have suffered, and I will say, I know how painful it was. The snow in her hand melted with her body temperature. It dripped down. As the snow dripped, it landed in the growing pool of blood. The transparent water gradually mixed in with the bright red liquid. The pain they suffered, the pain they endured. Only by knowing them will this one be able to tell them without lying. I know how much you suffered. This one will now experience the same amount of pain. The golden rule. Yes, that's right. Only this one can understand those who were sacrificed or marginalized by the kingdom. Resentment that can't be solved anywhere or by anyone, the people can take it out on this one. Do you see? This one isn't just comforting them out of sympathy. It's not just words. Viscount Ja Soo-young spoke. This one really understands. With clear eyes. I truly understand them. With this one ascending to dukedom, no one in this kingdom will be left out. Of course, that doesn't mean misfortune will stop. Someone will suffer. But now, the kingdom can understand their suffering through this one. Accept it. Release it. Confused, I looked around once again. Spare us. Please, General. Spare us. It was hell. Ayak. Ugh hook. Ah. In the glass garden, Viscount Ja Soo-young bled and screamed on behalf of the others. Even in the pillars that supported the garden. Even in the archways supporting its domed roof. Even in the countless windows that lined the walls. Even in the hundreds of thousands of butterflies that fluttered around the pillars, beneath the dome and beside the walls. Everywhere you looked, Ja Soo-young was bleeding. My name is Baek Seol-tu, young miss of the Marquis family. It wasn't just that. This subject is a commoner. It is my honor. On one glass wing, young Miss Baek Seol-tu came to apologize to Ja Soo-young. In this if scenario, Ja Soo-young didn't die. Ja Soo-young was stronger than the original commoner child. Healthier. Although her body had been damaged by the whip, she didn't die. This one's name is Ja Soo-young.
Ja Soo-young.
That's a strange name. Young miss. In that world, Baek Seol-tu and Ja Soo-young became closer. Ja Soo-young, who had been born as a commoner, was smart and capable enough to fill in young Miss Baek Seol-tu's lacking knowledge. Thanks to Ja Soo-young's private tutoring, Baek Seol-tu was able to neatly complete her grandfather's homework. I was praised by grandfather for the first time. What should I do? I'm so happy. What should I do? My mouth won't stop smiling? Congratulations, young miss. Yeah, it was all thanks to Ja Soo-young. Young Miss Baek Seol-tu grabbed Ja Soo-young's hands and jumped around. There was none of the egotism and prejudice of nobles who claimed that they shouldn't breathe the same air. A small coincidence made a big difference. A small change created a meeting. A small encounter created a human. I will live for you. Viscount Sun Hyuk-sin, who had met Ja Soo-young much earlier, smiled brightly. 0. No, she wasn't a viscount. Sun Hyuk-sin had thrown off her nobility. Then, she entered the counterintelligence division with Ja Soo-young. The two of them became close colleagues who caught the criminals in the kingdom one by one. You have to avoid massacring the civilians, General. Why? Ja Soo-young pouted slightly at Viscount de Haran. Isn't faster to kill them? You can't do it just because it's fast. The cleanup afterward will be much faster. This place isn't that large, but the land will be returned to the royal territory anyway. The general needs to create subjects for the kingdom, not enemies. Countless shards, countless butterflies, the countless worlds where Ja Soo-young bled, screamed and died were displayed on the left wing of the butterflies. And on the other side were scenes of better possibilities. Scenes with no murderers or victims. This is what was shown on the butterflies' right wings. The countless butterflies in her world represented countless lives and deaths. Because this one wasn't there. Glass and butterflies, blood and screams, life and death. Because this one was too late. Because this one wasn't born yet. That's why all of the tragedies in this world happened. Underneath the white butterflies, God clasped her hands together as if she was praying to something. If this one had been by everyone's side, they would have had a better ending. They would have lived better lives. It's this one's fault for not always being by everyone's sides. Therefore, this one will suffer as much as they have suffered. For eternity. I finished reading the engraving on the card. Plus, Manseeing, Wansung, rank, EX. Effect. This was an ability that was originally at the level of perfect recollection, but it has blossomed after overlapping with several skills to become a higher level skill. It is a glass garden where the people, objects, and events you have experienced are recorded. You can replay any number of memories stored here as you please. That's not all. Through cause and effect, you know how past events transpired. The more accurately your grasp of the causes and effects are, the more accurately you can construct if scenarios. You can simulate the world. However, this skill can only be activated after you have acquired Gold Dragon's Eye and Ice River Dragon's Breath. Plus, it was the ability to create hell. Mr. Gongja, the Lord of Manseeing, opened her mouth. You asked how many times this one has repeated this life. But it would be meaningless regardless of how many times my answer is. Because this one isn't just repeating my own life. The subjects of this kingdom, all of those who have lived and died during the time of this kingdom. This one lives all of their lives forever. That's why. The reason Viscount Ja Suyung's entire life is a trauma. The reason I saw her entire life unlike the others. The entire time, I was speechless. Are you always replaying these scenes in your head? Even while sitting in the meeting? Yes. Even while smiling in front of your lovers? Yes.
Viscount Ja Suyung site.
Sorry. Tuck. An expression from Viscount Ja Suyung's expressionless face. Sorry. I'm sorry you were born late. I'm sorry I couldn't live with you. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. Sorry. The butterflies flying around the garden seemed to say that word at the same time. The happy if scenarios disappeared. The silver wings only showed reality. Marquis Baek Seoltu whipping the young commoner. Viscount Sun Hyuk-sin consuming human flesh. And Viscount Dae Haran burning the innocent villagers. Sorry. The young god was saying sorry to everyone. She was apologizing for all the death, all the disasters, and all the devastation the kingdom had suffered until now. To those who died to other people. Those who killed other people. About everything. I'm sorry, everyone. It was the only breath left in her heart. Viscount. Unable to take it any longer, I took a step forward. I'm sorry, Mr. Gongja. Viscount Ja Suyung grabbed my left hand. Because this one was not with Mr. Gongja. Something warm seemed to pass from her hand to mine. When I looked down, I saw a white butterfly with its wings folded. That's why Mr. Gongja was killed by Yu Suha. For a moment, my breathing stopped. That's why Mr. Gongja had no choice but to kill Yu Suha. Flap. The butterfly slowly unfolded its wings. And the world reflected on those wings became visible. Chapter 223. 1. Looking back. Viscount Ja Suyung had clearly warned me. Do not try to stop this one. This is a warning. Just before I opened the Viscount's lock. She already knew I had the lock in my hand. If the Viscount was more ruthless, she would have made the key impossible to use. She wouldn't have answered the questions I asked. Nor would she have responded to my piercing interrogation. Viscount Ja Suyung could have done that. She didn't. She just calmly warned me. The lock I would open would lead to a secret room, and the one that would be hurt there would be none other than me. This one has a bad habit of inadvertently destroying the lovely children. I opened the lock, and received what God warned me about. 2. Mr. Yusuha. A familiar bar. A dim atmosphere. There were many expensive bars on the tower's first floor. They were fully fledged bars, decorated like those in the outside world and filled with a lot of high-end liquors imported from the outside world, which were then sold for jaw-dropped prices. It was a rip-off. However, there were customers everywhere who were willing to accept it in order to scratch that sweet itch. No matter how expensive it was, customers still lined up to buy it. After all, their hometowns were places they could never return to. The outside world. The illusion that you were living a normal life and had stopped by a normal bar on the outside for a while was worth a few pieces of gold. Mr. Yusuha. Ang? The bar that Yusuha was currently waking up in was a beer bar. It had the nickname Hope. Even in the vast Babylon, it was the only bar that used Korean-style hops. There was a large refrigerator placed in the store, which was filled with familiar brands of beer. There were beer cans that had the brand characters in blue on a silver background as if to show that they were cheap. There were also beer cans with rustic gold borders and gold on its face as if to display their luxury star. And so on. Asterisk. Probably Height and Cloud beers. Funnily enough, none of the brands had any Korean on their labels. It was all in English. Ah, what is it? For Yusuha, those beer cans were proof of his hometown. The country he'd fled for his life from, and the country whose characters he loudly complained about. In other words, he did not love the characters of his hometown. In fact, everything from there did not know love. The citizens hated the citizens. The people hated the people. The parents hated the children they gave birth to, and the children hated the parents that birthed them. Those people, who hated each other, gathered together to create buildings called schools. They hated it there. Why are you waking me up? Why? The only doctrine Yusuha had learned in that country was how to hate people. He was born from people who hated each other and raised by people who hated each other. What else could he learn? Math? Language? Those were as useless as morals. Essentially, the only thing Yusuha learned was hatred. How many of the parents who conceived and birthed them could say out loud, "I like humans"? How many parents could say they loved humans without telling lies? It wasn't just the parents. It was the same for the teachers. Over the span of 12 years separated into 6 years, 3 years, and 3 years, countless teachers had occupied Yusuha's time. He had to inhale the breaths of those people into his lungs. Yusuha really wanted to ask them, "Do you really like humans?" They probably didn't. However, it was easy to anticipate the answer to the reverse question. Do you hate humans? Then, his parents would be the first to raise their hands. Yes. Then, the parents standing behind his classmate would raise their hands. Yes. Finally, after all the parents and students raised their hands, the teachers standing at the table would nod. Of course, I hate humans too. That's why. Kiss me ass. Mr. Yusuha, you're completely drunk. Someone tapped his shoulder. It was a small hand. This isn't a classroom, Mr. Yusuha. Can you see this one? What is it? Where is this? Right. Actually, this is a school. Yes. It is Mr. Yusuha's high school classroom. Does this school have B? There is no school in the world that serves beer for lunch. Tuck. Someone put 2 cans of beer on the table. The drunken man flinched slightly. Then, with drunken eyes, he looked at the 2 cans in front of his nose and sniffed. Abubu? It's beer. It is the Korean beer that Mr. Yusuha always says you would die without. In my opinion, if I had to pick the worst beer in the world, it would be the beer in this place, but people from island nations usually love food from their hometown, so there probably are a few people who think Korean beer is the best. Now, go ahead. Whoa! What? Yusuha grabbed the beer can with trembling hands. It must have been cold since it just came out of the freezer, but Yusuha didn't care. He quickly opened the can and shoved the beer down his throat. Paha! Are you all right? Phew. Well, that's good. Good. It's good. Where is this place? There are 2 possibilities. Tell me. Our manager. In the first possibility, Mr. Yusuha skipped school. Then you went all the way to Samcheongdong with your friends on a scooter. You don't like soju, so you suggested beer instead. You entered a bar that didn't look too bad. And you drank there until you became shit-faced. 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 Shit-fast. Yusuha waved his can of beer as if he'd become a savage warrior from ancient times. The beer in the can seemed to overwhelm the liquid in his body, and Yusuha gladly accepted the holy water bestowed by Dionysus onto his head. Yusuha didn't care, the bar owner didn't care, and the one talking to Yusuha didn't care. In the second possibility, Mr. Yusuha is no longer in high school. This isn't a bar in Samcheongdong, or even in Korea at all. Mr. Yusuha has already become an S-rank hunter who rushed to a bar without thinking and drank until you became shit-faced. Which scenario do you like more? Mr. Yusuha. Now, what's the weather outside like? Currently, the weather on the Korean peninsula is, in short, the rainy season. It rained yesterday, and it rained twice today. Water has already begun to flood the neighborhood, and if you try to walk through the street, you will receive -1, -1, damage over time. Did I bring an umbrella? You didn't. This one also didn't. Damn. Then let's go with the second possibility. Yusuha emptied one more can and turned around. Boss.
Cough.
Bill here. Please calculate the cost first so you can do it properly. The girl snatched Yusuha's wallet. There were a lot of bills from the Bank of Korea folded in the wallet. After counting the bills, the girl asked, "How much did it come up to, boss?" Big brother ate a lot. After counting the side dishes, it is 60,000 won. Oh my god. The girl turned to stare at Yusuha. Did you really eat that much?
Sorry.
I think I'm gonna throw up. You want to spit the alcohol back out after swallowing it? Why? Do you think you'll get a discount? You ordered 11 cans of beer and 5 side dishes on your own. Then did that all fit in your belly? Guh, gup, hup, high up, cub, uwek, queek, crazy. The girl's expression became rotten. I'll clean that up, boss. No, it's fine. That's all part of the service. Anyways, I'll take the 60,000 won. The girl took out the Korean bills from the wallet and handed it over. Then the illusion of the bar unraveled. -1 gold coin for a 100,000 won bill. The price has risen slightly these days. It's not easy to bring in Korean money. The bar owner whispered. 0. Chinese money or Japanese money can be brought in easily, but Korean money doesn't serve any purpose in the Tower of Babel apart from being a collector's item. Give me 2 more gold coins. I'll give you plenty of money. That way, when the customer spends a lot, they will pay in Korean money and receive Korean money. Agu, as expected of Mr. Yusuha's manager. You're so smart and you take good care of our store. The bar owner bowed his head to the girl over and over. That's right. The bars in the Tower of Babel were magic. This place was Korea. It only accepted Korean money and only gave back Korean money. Thus, the customers could taste the beers common in Korean bars, local beers, Belgian beers, and Chinese bottled beers. They could also enjoy boneless chicken, seasoned chicken, and delicate pizza, all cooked by the chef. Recently, military provocations in the Korean Strait have intensified. Even the news that was played in the bar was news from the outside world, Korean news. It was a strange sight. There was very little Korean alcohol on the menu of this Korean-style beer bar. The brand names on all the Korean alcohol brands were in English. The side dishes were chicken and pizza, neither of which were foods from Korea. The bill in this beer bar was paid in Korean won. But that was only in the front. Behind the scenes, the exchange value of gold to Korean money was calculated, and they ensured that they wouldn't run out of the casino chips called Korean money. There were sounds of cheers while hitting beer mugs together. The people shouting were not Korean. None of them. All of those who abandoned their countries and escaped to the tower, for whatever reason, were stripped of their nationalities. In this place without countries, the customers shouted patriotism for a certain country, and in this place without countries, the customers argued furiously about politics, sometimes even to the point of fighting. Mr. Yusuha, the city of the displaced. Are you sober now? Well, roughly. Normally aura is enough to get rid of the hangover. But I can't do that today for some reason. I feel like I'm gonna go crazy from drinking. It's because you promised this one. A girl's voice spoke calmly. You wouldn't use aura today. What? Hey, bitch. When did I make such a promise? I can't remember. On the way back from attacking the stage this time, you made a bet with this one about whether the Black Dragon Master would lead her assassins to attack or not. Mr. Yasuha bet that she would attack. This one bet that she wouldn't attack. Yasuha furrowed his eyebrows. I remember. Damn. Black Dragon Master. You dog. Hey Suyong. Did you know? If you look at bastard asterisk closely, it's like a real pup. Wow. Is the dog's head and front paws? Is the body and hind legs? Is the ass and tail? Look. Bastard. Wow. I'm a genius. Isn't a bastard really a bastard? Asterisk. The direct translation is closer to child of a dog. That's right. Bastard Yasuha is really bastard Yasuha. Yuum? Although you've regained your senses to a certain extent, it still makes this one's heart uneasy. Mr. Yasuha, you didn't forget about the interview tomorrow, did you? Tomorrow, interview? Yes. The girl, a hunter in the form of Ja Suyong, answered briefly. It's an interview to hire a new manager. Grab. Yasuha grabbed Ja Suyong's small shoulders. I don't need a new manager. It hurts. Hey, Suyong, are you upset with me? Tell me if you're upset. No matter what you say, Appa will listen to it. Is your salary too low? Should I pour in cash until salt water flows from my mouth? Is someone bothering you? Which bastard, which bastard? Huh? I'll cut off those bastards' limbs and throw them into a hunting ground on the second floor. Huh? Suyong, I'm a generous man. Tell me. This one. MHM. Well, what is it? I'll listen to anything. It's hard to do things because this one doesn't have strength. I'm short, so it's hard to hold the steering wheel. I have back and neck pain every time I let Mr. Yasuha sit at the back as I drive. We need to bring in a new manager. A star-grade hunter like Mr. Yasuha needs more manpower. Can't I just carry the burden? Does Mr. Yasuha intend to drive himself? Yes. Would that be okay? You don't have to give me that form. I'm sorry. I can't. This Appa can accept anything else except that form. If you don't hire a new manager, this one will die of overwork. Pick one, or I'll retire. Well, why are you suddenly considering retirement, Deputy Ja Suyong? When did the title deputy get added? Just now. It's my guild. I'm the boss and I'm the king. You are Deputy Ja Suyong from now on. Ha! Ja Suyong sighed. In that case, I'll go to the manager interview tomorrow as scheduled. You have to do that too? Huh? Naturally. I have to select a manager for Yu Suha. When he returned, a colorful banner was already hanging from the guild building. Recruiting a manager for the world ranking number 1, S-rank hunter, the tyrant of the Tower of Babel, Hunter Yu Suha. Chapter 224. 3. Recruiting a manager for the world ranking number 1, S-rank hunter, the tyrant of the Tower of Babel, Hunter Yu Suha. Yu Suha frowned as he looked at the banner. Suyong. Yes. Deputy Suyong. Please speak. Does this fit the purpose of this event? Is something wrong with it? Ja Suyong's expression was calm. I specifically prepared this in consideration for the highlight of the century, Yu Suha. Reporters will also come on time tomorrow, and I have even planned a special article to be written about whoever is selected to be Yu Suha's aide. For the next 2 weeks, Mr. Yu Suha's face will decorate the main page of the portal site. That's really good. Congratulations. Where the hell did such a good manager pop out from? Beach. Suyong. This Uncle Asterisk loves you very much. Did you know? TL. Seeing the word gives me PTSD TT. It's hot. I can't breathe. You're dirty. Please stay away from me. Please don't breathe when you're close to me. Hey, how am I dirty? How good do you expect a person who did a triple axel vomit 3 times to smell? Damn, I should have taken a shower. So do you not like the contents of the banner? No, it's not that I don't like that. Wait a minute. Yu Suha went into the guild warehouse and returned with a can of paint. Osha. Bracing himself against the wall, he gently rubbed a brush on the flowing banner. As his brush strokes continued, The original content on the banner was completely covered by new wording. Good. It's complete. Awesome. Recruiting a manager for the world ranking #1, S-rank hunter, the tyrant of the Tower of Babel, Hunter Yusuha, and a servant 4-star. Asterisk. This was left blank in the raw, but I'm assuming it would be Ja Soo-young. For a moment, Ja Soo-young didn't know what to say. Mr. Yusuha. MHM. Guild leader Yusuha. What is it? You completely changed the content of the banner. I told you, you are the deputy. You should have a subordinate. Yusuha spoke confidently, as if he was reciting a natural truth of the world. Where is that bright-eyed rookie who came from nowhere? Who came and became the manager that supported me for a long time? Huh? Social life isn't that easy, Deputy Ja Soo-young. Indeed, our guild is undoubtedly superior. I will forever be the all-powerful guild leader. Ja Soo-young, you were the second to join, so you deserve to look down on any others. It doesn't matter whether their title is manager or whatever, just pick a servant. That is strong. And can drive. Anyway, just pick a decent bastard. Understood. Good. Then Oh, you weak. That day, the interview was held on the spot where Yusuha vomited for the 4th time. Of course, Ja Soo-young mopped it up so that the 100 gold guild tiles could show their worth. Twinkle. What motivated you to apply for this job? Ja Soo-young sat in the interviewer's seat and looked at the applicants. The faces of the applicants shined like the tiles she'd just wiped. I'm a hunter from East Asia just like Flame Emperor Nim. East Asia can do it too. If the conditions are the same in the tower, East Asia has the advantage. I'm here to prove that. Boring. Huh? Ja Soo-young shook her head. Our guild leader hates his homeland. He also hates countries around his homeland. He also hates the earth where the countries are gathered, and he also hates the universe that the earth exists in. Huh? And I think he'd hate you too. Next. Failed. What motivated you to apply? I've always deeply admired Flame Emperor Nim. What do you think about human attraction? Firstly, I feel entranced while looking at the well-sculpted statue of Apollo. This one has heard the metaphor about the statue of Apollo so much that even the word gives me a seizure. Well, fine. This isn't an interview about poetic sensibility. Keep talking. Above all else, a beautiful heart that cares for and bullshit is contagious. Fail. To be honest, I applied because I want to sleep with Flame Emperor Nim. Is that so? Yes, that's right. 0. Here, please sign these documents. What documents? By chance, are they acceptance documents?
No.
It's a confidentiality agreement. It's a document made by the top 6 hunters with their skills. If you mention what you hear here outside, roughly 13 holes will appear in your body, and your life will be like, oh, is that a way out? I'm leaving. And run away. Will you sign it? I'll sign it. Will you really sign it? Yes, I'll really sign it. Then I'll tell you.
I'm listening.
Mr. Yusuha is a eunuch. Huh? As in impo. He's impotent. Should this one use not only nouns but also verbs and adjectives to explain? Would you understand then? No. That is, remember the 13 holes. For reference, the 13 holes in question does not include your eye holes, nose holes, ear holes, navel hole, pee hole, and poop hole. There will be 13 holes apart from them. Aren't you curious about your body's potential to gain new holes? I won't speak even if I die. Next. Fail.
So,
A scruffy man sat down for an interview. Even one time, I want to breathe the same air highest person in this world. Ja Soo-young looked at the man. Why do you think like that? More than my life here, more than my life right now. Different? I'm not really sure, but I think it might be different. No, it would be. It has to be. I don't have any talent and my skill is weird. I can't go up to the top. I wouldn't be able to. But I might be able to help someone go up there. No. The man got up from his chair and bowed. No matter what, I want to help. Please allow me to be there too. I'll do anything, even chores. The salary that I'm fine as long as it's enough for me to not die from starvation. Please, I beg you. The girl looked down at the man. Ja Soo-young looked at Kim Gongja. What do you think about the Flame Emperor's personality?
Kim Gongja blinked.
Please speak honestly. Be really honest. This one must grasp each applicant's mindset as accurately as possible. If you lie here, you might get accepted right away, but you will be kicked out after a day or two. Let's save each other's time. It's a bit. A bit? His personality is bad. Ja Soo-young frowned for the first time since the interviews started. In what way? First off, Flame Emperor Nim, says he doesn't like being called Flame Emperor Nim. But he doesn't mean that, right? He's just trying to look cool. Because people scream, "You're amazing, you're the best Flame Emperor Nim."
Flame Emperor Nim.
And then, when he brushes it aside saying, "Who gave me that awful nickname? It looks cool." Brushes it aside? I hate my title. With that one phrase, he makes all the people praising him into his subordinates. The fans think it's cool and like it. It's a perfect virtuous cycle. No, isn't it a vicious cycle? Ja Soo-young rested her chin on her clasped fingers. This was also the first time she'd taken such a posture since the interviews started. Interesting. Huh? I understand what you think. Mr. Kim Gongja, can you still work for Mr. Yu Suha? Ah yes. Mr. Yu Suha is a much worse person than you think. If you join our guild and act with us, you will be seeing that side of Mr. Yu Suha whether you like it or not. Depending on the incident, depending on the outcome, and depending on the response, you could be killed to keep your silence. I will ask again. Do you still want to work for Mr. Yu Suha? Kim Gongja thought for a long time. He thought for a long time and then opened his mouth. I'm here to work under Mr. Yu Suha. However, I'm not here to work for Mr. Yu Suha. If Mr. Yu Suha is worse than I thought, then I really don't know. Perhaps I'll try to stop him. Nevertheless, I will give him at least one chance to regain my trust. I have a strong tendency to do that. That's why. I'm sorry, but I cannot give a definite answer to the interviewer's question. More interesting. Ja Soo-young tilted her head to the side. Why should I choose you as manager? Because. The man looked up at the girl. Kim Gongja looked at Ja Soo-young. The interviewer is probably the same as me. You aren't working for the Flame Emperor, you're working under the Flame Emperor. Since you took over as manager, you never dressed up the Flame Emperor's personality in a nice way. You never influenced public opinion. You didn't even hire a part-timer. That's why.
I'm listening.
You are looking for someone who will be your comrade, not your servant.
Ja Soo-young smiled.
Pass. And what? F rank? Soo-young, I'm pretty sure I asked you last night to find a strong servant. Why did you bring this garbage? The garbage can is right over there. Throw it away. For your information, the collection day is Wednesday. Today is Monday. How would I know that? Just wait for 2 days, Mr. Yu Suha. Bully him for 2 days. Then make a decision. No, I made a decision. You seem to be around the same age as me. Yu Suha turned to Kim Gongja with a terrifying expression. If you are still F rank at that age, then it's a clear estimate of your life. You are trash. You probably work part-time or something. Go for walks in the hunting grounds on the second floor and get some food for the day from the items you picked up. Lock yourself in the corner of a room chatting on the internet all day. Wow, shit. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it.
Hey, Ja Soo-young.
You want me to look at this bastard for 2 days? Isn't it the role of a manager to take care of my eye health? Quackhack. Damn, what was that? Tangerine juice. Why the hell would you throw tangerine juice into my eyes? It is said that tangerines are good for your eyes. Mr. Yu Suha. This bitch. I heard that ginseng is good for your body. So how about I open your skull and fill it with ginseng? Hey, these days when I say Soo-young, come here, why do you take your time to come?
You wanna die?
Do you think I won't kill you? Yes. Damn. Then. Still, it's pretty fun to pull this bastard. Huff, 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 huff. Ugh. Huff, Look at the way he's crawling after only walking up to the 31st floor. What's wrong with him? It's really fun to watch. Huh? Did you purposefully pick this trash in order to give me a funny present? Yes. As expected, I picked a good manager. Deputy Ja Soo-young.
No, Vice President Ya Soo-jung.
I'm going to add vice president to our Soo-young too. I'll dig up some aramantalium and make a nameplate for you. Vice President Ja Soo-young. President Soo-young Star. How does that sound? Both of them are SJ. Soo-young was born to be president. Huff, 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 hup, huf. Mr. Gongja is dying. Let him die. That would also be a blessing. That's right. May you be blessed asterisk, Mr. Gongja. Many blessings asterisk, part-timer. Damn. And time passed. And time passed. Everyone, have faith in the sacred tower. Ring, ring. A gentleman wearing short-sleeved clothes walked around the square ring a handbell. Why is the tower called the Tower of Babel? Do any of you know why? The reason is simple. Because every human in this place can communicate with each other. It is a miracle cast down by God. God once destroyed the Tower of God. But after thousands of years, He has mercifully granted humanity the opportunity to ascend to heaven once more. We should all be thankful for God's mercy. That day, Kim Gongja was in the guild. Yu Suha had created the Yu Suha Guild. His vanity could be seen in the fact that the 3 characters of the guild's name were the same as his own. There were only 4 names written on the register. Yo Soa,
Ya So-yun.
Kim Gongja, and a pet slime. Despite having only 4 members, the location of the office building was amazing. Babylon, the city on the 1st floor of the Tower of Babel. The central square intersection was commonly referred to as the prime real estate in Dongcheon City. They used a 3-story office building that was built there as the guild building. It was a waste of money, but one person's waste was another person's happiness. Kim Gongja sat elegantly on the guild terrace which overlooked the square drinking a white mocha frappuccino 20 quadra shot Java chip, half and half chocolate drizzle that he'd ordered through a delivery app. What kind of bullshit is that? What do you mean? It's a pseudo-religion. As expected, Ja Soo-young, who also sat on the terrace, answered shortly. She was drinking carrot juice with a straw while doing work on her laptop. Don't listen to those people, Mr. Kim Gongja. They snatch up prey by making them curious about their bullshit. Then they boil them one by one. Heh. The things they say that don't make sense are all bait. They make use of battles of wit. You'll walk in thinking, since I'm smart, I can refute their nonsense. Get trapped, brainwashed, and one day, you'll find yourself spreading the word of God in the middle of the square. Do those people use such sophisticated strategies? Really? Mr. Kim Gongja, religion sprouts from people's guilt. Pseudo-religions build their nests in human arrogance. Hey! Suddenly, Yu Suha walked up and looked over the terrace. There are still jokes like that in Babylon. I saw those guys a lot outside. Was it in Myeongdong? Hey part-timer, have you ever been to Myeongdong?
No.
It looks kind of like hell. Anyways, it's amazing. There are a lot of pseudos in 10,000 Temple. What will they think of someone propagating their religion in the square like that? Sure enough, before Yu Suha could even finish speaking, the sound of a whistle resounded across the square. Beep beep, beep beep beep, and 10,000 Temple members in white uniforms ran out. You can't do that here. It's against the rules. Oh, I would like to ask what you all are doing here. The tower is the holiest miracle in millennia. Brothers, everyone is standing in the middle of a miracle, and yet we're still not grateful. No, this gentleman, really? Repent. Everyone, look back on your prejudice and arrogance. The tower is not a hunting ground or a playground. Everyone, we are all brothers experiencing the miracle of God together. Be humble. God is giving you a second chance. What are you doing? Hurry up and piss off. The 10,000 Temple members dragged the evangelist away. Even while being dragged away, the evangelist was still reverent. With a face full of confidence, he shouted, "Repent! Everyone, you still have time to repent." Ahem. After a while, the commotion subsided. That's suspicious. Ja Soo-young murmured. Huh? They're too intelligent. While answering Kim Gongja's question, Ja Soo-young tapped away at her laptop. Usually, the pseudo-missionaries are full of hostility. They have a clear enemy in the world, and that is the birth of sin, so they believe it is their duty to fight it. However, this evangelist was a bit different. What do you mean? He didn't display any hostility. Tap, tap, tap. Ja Soo-young looked down at her laptop expressionlessly. He only displayed the attitude of being genuinely concerned about everyone and trying to convince them. This is a stance that religious groups of any size can take. They don't have to assume that there is an enemy, and instead have the confidence deep in their core that they are right. Ja Soo-young tapped the keyboard. Indeed, that person entered today. There were multiple pictures of the man on the laptop screen. It was the man who had been ringing the handbell in the square just a moment ago. The hell? Yu Soo-ha, who was watching the two of them from behind, was surprised. President Soo-young. No, Deputy Soo-young. What are you doing? I searched the identity of the man who was just taken away by the 10,000 temple. I know. I also have a pair of eyes. The question is, which server did you steal it from? Huh? Soo-young. I'm not saying this because I'm scared, but you know how troublesome it is to touch the civil militia, don't you? Don't worry. Ja Soo-young closed the laptop. Then she went to the desk drawer and pulled out another one. Regardless of how exaggerated Mr. Yu Soo-ha's impression of hacking is, this one didn't break into any servers, nor did I touch the civil militia. Huh? Then how did you steal that guy's information? I simply looked at the legitimate ID information stored in the entry management office. Ja Soo-young opened the second laptop and accessed a certain place. The basic personal information of those who enter the tower from the outside is stored in the entry management office for a while until they are officially registered as residents. At least 1 hour. At most 1 week. Once their resident registration is complete, that data will all be destroyed and transferred to the Civil Militia's Management Office. Kim Gongja's expression wasn't so good. This was because it felt like this was information from a world that he didn't know. That data is easily accessible? Yes, relatively. You just need an entry management office ID. Where did you get that ID? Office workers are humans too, Mr. Kim Gongja. There are many ways to persuade humans. Kim Gongja got a glimpse of this guild's darkness. Of course, since the security is poor, the information isn't that great. At best, it would only contain very basic information, such as the country and the outside world they are from, the school they went to, and so on. However, Ja Soo-young continued. That basic information sometimes contains their SNS ID. A blue screen appeared on the laptop. Ja Soo-young nodded. There is. Ja Soo-young showed her colleagues the screen. On it was the picture of a familiar man on the profile of an SNS account. Plus, following 26. Followers 5. 313046. Plus, Kim Gongja's eyes widened. At 5 million people? Isn't that a lot? It's quite a lot. He's the vice president of an organization known as the Three Tower Society. Let me do a little search. Ja Soo-young's eyes became serious. This organization has been active since 7 years ago. It is one of the internet religions that has grown popular recently. Internet religion? They are religions which do not make branches in any particular country. Instead, they use SNS accounts or video site accounts as their branches. They do their evangelism through the internet. For example, when the religious leader uploads a specific video, the members of the religion attract as many viewers and subscribers as possible. This is what they call evangelism. Ja Soo-young even found the group's official video account. Look, this is a video of a service. It seems the active believers in this regard are limited to the religious leader and vice-religious leader. Like this, Ja Soo-young played a video. It looked like a live broadcast in which a well-dressed gentleman was showing the scene of a disaster in a country. Many similar videos were uploaded. Earthquake relief. This is how your donations are used. Top 10 examples of evangelism. Meeting and talking to a Tibetan monk. Going to see if the Himalayas are really melting. Is the tower proof of divinity? And so on. Their accounts can't be banned because they mix in a lot of volunteering videos. It's also not like they make radical arguments in their videos. When the religious leader or vice-religious leader uploads a video, it will quickly spread across SNS, which will then develop radical arguments on their own. Mr. Kim Gongja, you asked if pseudo-organizations utilize such sophisticated strategies, right? Yes, that's right. Not all of them, but some do. Kim Gongja had an ominous feeling.
Similarly, Yo Soa frowned.
So? This self-proclaimed star religious leader with over 5 million followers chose to abandon the glory and honor of the outside world and crawl into the tower? The vice-religious leader, to be precise.
Yasoyung corrected.
And here is his reason for entering the tower. Tap. Ja Soo-jun pressed the enter key. From now on, I will jump into the tower. Brothers. A video started playing on the laptop. The man speaking in the video was the vice-religious leader. As you all know, tomorrow is the day the Tower of Babel collapsed in the ancient past. Tomorrow, God will decide whether to destroy the Tower of Babel again, just like he did thousands of years ago. In order to ask God for mercy, and to prove that there is still hope for humanity, I will personally go into the tower and raise the awareness of the inhabitants of that corrupt tower. The vice-religious leader spoke reverently. I will probably be arrested. I might die. However, if my evangelism succeeds, I will prevent the collapse of the tower, and if I fail my evangelism and die, God will know that there is at least one believer on this earth who sacrificed himself for humanity. If I live, then I live for humanity, and if I die for humanity. This is my way of worshiping God. The vice-religious leader made a triangle with his hands. That seemed to be their symbol. Everyone. We have watched the atrocities of the tower for too long. We waited for them to repent and purify themselves. But with the collapse of the second Tower of Babel around the corner, we can no longer just watch and wait. If my sacrifice is confirmed, everyone should immediately enter the tower as well. Kim Gongja opened his mouth. Do not fear death. What we need to fear isn't the death of each individual, but the tragedy of mankind betraying God's mercy once again. Everyone, we need to stop this tragedy with our bodies and blood. We will cleanse the tower by eliminating as many of the corrupted as possible. I will go first. Even if I die. Everyone. 0. Then the video stopped. Yusuha had reached out and stopped the video. Are they psychos? The television in the guild office was broadcasting Korean baseball. He's out. The anchor shouted. Next to the television sat Yusuha's baseball cap. This is a declaration of war. Kim Gongja murmured. Something big might happen. Mr. Yusuha, you have to go to the 10,000 temple right now and tell them. Yusuha reacted indifferently. It's fine. Things like this have happened once or twice before. Crazy people have been crawling into the tower since a long time ago. If you want to go on your own. Kim Gongja and Ja Soo-jung did just that. The two of them ran out of the guild office. The 10,000 temple also knew how to waste money. They built a temple in a place with high land prices, and the two were able to meet the lord of the 10,000 temple easily by using the name Yusuha's secretary. Good day, Miss Secretary. And the newly elected part-timer too. How may I help you? It's been a while, Lord of the 10,000 temple. I'm sorry to bring this up right after meeting you, but I have something to tell you right away. Oh. The heretic questioner's hands were dirty, as if he'd stopped what he was doing and come over in a hurry. To be precise, the heretic questioner's left hand was covered in red liquid. The heretic questioner smiled while wiping his hand with a handkerchief. What's the hurry? Didn't you just drag a believer of a pseudo-religion from the square? Yes. He was arrested according to the rules. That believer, is he still in good health? He was intact. The heretic questioner smiled brightly. Until about 40 seconds ago. Ms. Secretary asked to meet, saying it was urgent, so I quickly took care of the work I was doing. You don't need to worry. Everything was done according to the proper procedure. Did you kill him? Yes. The heretic questioner was very vivacious. He didn't give an excuse or an explanation. There wasn't any mention of the other party being stubborn or that he had no choice. It wasn't clear who started speaking. But before they could continue, there was a sound from somewhere. Oh, Mr. Part-Timer. It seems you have a call. Kim Gongja bowed his head. As he said, the smartphone in his pocket was vibrating. Kim Gongja had followed the video account and SNS account that Ja Soo-young had found, and he'd received a notification. Getting an ominous feeling as he expected, Kim Gongja took out his smartphone. A new video has been uploaded. Ja Soo-young also took out her smartphone. While the heretic questioner watched on with a tilted head, the new video was played. Brothers. The person who appeared in the video had an unfamiliar face. It was not the vice religious leader, but another member of the religion. The young man spoke grimly. The vice religious leader was just dragged away by the hands of the heretics. As expected, they are hopeless. The vice religious leader didn't resist, not even a single punch. He only continued to preach out of concern for them till the very end. The young man's face was unfamiliar, but the background of the video was very familiar. Kim Gongja furrowed his brow. That place, isn't it Babylon Square? That's right. This isn't good. This is really not good. Ja Soo-young muttered. The young man in the video continued. Now I will begin the promised purification. Brothers, I love you. The young man tucked his hand into his coat. I love you. I love humans, humanity. I love God. Please love everyone too. Please do not betray God's love. I love you. Then the video cut off. There was no need to wonder why it cut off. A huge roar was heard through the walls of the temple. It came from the direction of the square. There was a moment of silence. I understand. The heretic questioner chuckled. It seems I made a stupid mistake. Immediately after, a siren blared. Chapter 226. Boom! The next explosion occurred a bit closer, causing the entire building to shake. The guild priests of the 10,000 temple used their aura together to create a shield. Inside the shield, the heretic questioner, Kim Gongja and Ja Soo-young struggled to remain standing. As expected, the products of America are impressive. Despite the terrorism, the heretic questioner's expression was still bright. It's a good thing this facility wasn't destroyed. I'm grateful, Mr. Heretic Questioner. Ja Soo-young brushed dust off of her face. She was as calm as usual. However, this situation won't just end here. The number of followers in the organization that planned this terrorism is above 5 million. The number of explosions could increase. Did you say they have 5 million followers? How many of them are believers, and how many of them would be willing to take action? Faith is an abstract concept, but death is real. Nevertheless, even if it's 1 in 1,000. No, even if only 1 in 10,000 takes action, that's still 500 people. 500 explosions. Yes, the man in charge of the tower's religion fixed his cap. And 500 is a number we can afford. It would be nice if we could have identified the terrorists and wiped them out in advance. But it's already too late. So, since I'm the one who made the mistake, I will take charge of the cleanup. Ja Soo-young hesitated for a moment. For her, this was unusual. The cleanup. Of course, I will kill all of the suspicious individuals. It might be difficult to reduce 5 million to 250,000, but it wouldn't be hard to reduce 500 to 250, again to 125, and again to less than 50. The Black Dragon Master will declare martial law again. It's been 7 years. We had peace for a long time. Kim Gongja was at a loss for words. The walls shook again. That was also a bomb. How? Kim Gongja spoke without realizing it. How can you say something like that? The heretic questioner turned to look at Kim Gongja. As he asked this, Kim Gongja looked at those eyes that could be described as innocent. Reptilian eyes could also be called innocent. The heretic questioner was smiling with the innocence of a beast. Why can't I say it? Thinking, Speaking and acting in this manner leads to quicker and clearer conclusions. So why shouldn't I talk like this? Is it because it offends Mr. Part-Timer? That's not the problem. No, that is the problem. Someone has to do it anyway. If it's something that needs to be done anyway, it would be better to do it without the unnecessary rhetoric. It is the virtue of a politician to carry about the mood of the public, but we all agreed to leave that to the Black Dragon Master a long time ago. Kim Gongja grit his teeth. A small hand rested on his shoulder as he was about to shout. It was Ja Soo-young. Mr. Gongja. Don't try to change him. There is no time now. Instead, it would be better to use him. Although it's surprising, the person in front of Mr. Gongja now is someone who can be persuaded. After hearing those words, Kim Gongja thought hard. We need to reduce the number of bombing victims as much as possible. However, we can't just sacrifice innocent people because they appear suspicious. What can I do? How can I persuade the heretic questioner and use him? Suddenly, Kim Gongja realized something. It's the 10,000 temple. The heretic questioner paused. Huh? It's the 10,000 temple. Kim Gongja spoke urgently. You're the ones that captured the vice-religious leader. He died. But he didn't just die in the 10,000 temple, you killed him personally. Until a short while ago, the heretic questioner's left hand had been covered in blood. The heretic question tilted his head to the side. Yes, that's right. But how did the young man who streamed the video from the square find out that the vice-religious leader was dead so quickly? He couldn't have used clairvoyance, nor could he have looked into the 10,000 temple's torture chamber. Kim Gongja saw the heretic questioner's eyes shake. That means a traitor within the 10,000 temple relayed the information about the vice-religious leader's death to his comrades. The heretic questioner tried to make a cross sign. It was unclear if he intended to increase the power of the shield, or if he was trying to kill the aides present or the 10,000 temple's officers. It remained unknown, because with the roar of an explosion, the world seemed to flip upside down. It became upright again before flipping over once again. Before he knew what was happening, Kim Gongja found himself lying on the ground, except for the feeling of something covering his back. Something very warm. Kim Gongja couldn't feel anything. It also felt like he could hear the cries of cicadas inside his ears. Then, through his broken hearing, he heard someone mutter. There was an unnecessarily quick-witted bastard here. Kim Gongja didn't know who it was, but he knew it was not the voice of the heretic questioner, and definitely not the voice of Ja Soo-young. In that case, it could only be one of the 10,000 temple priests that had been there. The footsteps of the owner of the voice could be heard as they walked somewhere. It's a pity. We could have used you for a long time. Who were they talking to? All you had to do was act like a doll and move like a doll. 10,000 temple master. However, we can't do anything with a broken doll, except throw it away. Fortunately, today's a big day, so this loss shouldn't be too bad, and Kim Gongja forever lost the chance to see the traitor's face. There was a flash, then a scream. Then, the man who had been reveling in the success of his betrayal could no longer make a sound. Although he'd been able to betray his boss hadn't fully trusted him. No, the traitor had failed to realize the fact that his boss had never fully trusted anyone in the first place. Ah! A small hand patted Kim Gongja's cheek. Are you all right? Are you alive? Ugh, damn. Well, seeing as the first thing you did was swear, I guess you really are the Flame Emperor's subordinate. What is your name? Kim Gongja. If you can swear and say your name, then you are at least half alive. Can you open your eyes, Mr. Kim Gongja? Kim Gongja opened his eyes. Through his red-tinted vision, he saw the heretic questioner was smiling at him. Kim Gongja realized that his red vision wasn't just because he himself was bleeding. Good. That's a relief. At least there is one person who knows what's going on left. The heretic questioner was also covered in blood. There was also the stench of blood on his breath. 10,000 temple, master. Yes. What about manager Ja Soo-young? Kim Gongja opened his mouth with difficulty. What about Ja Soo-young? The heretic questioner just said, At least there is one person left. Kim Gongja hoped that was just an error in his arithmetic. Now is not the time to care about others. The heretic questioner coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was excessively bright blood. It wasn't just blood. There were also bits of flesh mixed in with it. Treatment. Kim Gongja finally spoke. The heretic questioner raised one hand to stop him. 0. There's no need. It wouldn't be in time. I can't survive. If you don't try, I don't need to try to know. Rather, it's more efficient to just do what I can now. The heretic questioner coughed up some more blood.
Blood splattered on Kim Gongja's cheek.
Almost subconsciously, Kim Gongja got to his feet. He was reminded of when he went to the amusement park with the director when he was much younger, and the way the world spun when he came off of the roller coaster. When he got up, the thing clinging to his back slipped down and fell to the ground, but he refused to pay any attention to it. Kim Gongja was finally able to get a proper look at the heretic questioner. He had been sitting in front of Kim Gongja. However, Kim Gongja wasn't sure whether he could call this posture sitting. The heretic questioner, who had been torn in half at the waist, opened his mouth. As Mr. Kim Gongja implied, I believe this terrorist attack was more prepared than I expected. It was my mistake. Don't talk about that, now, your body. It's the opposite. I have to talk about this now that I'm in this state. The blood and cough. So this is what it looks like when America's proud products explode inside. It must look like this in the other places too, 10,000 Temple Master, don't talk, those people. Instead of bringing the others here, the heretic questioner pulled something out of his pocket. 2 things. A small doll, and a hand mirror with a black dragon around the border. The heretic questioner smiled at Kim Gongja, who accepted it subconsciously. The first one is called an idol. It represents my proxy. For the time being, the 10,000 temple is now yours.
Kim Gongja frotse.
Why me? As I said before, Mr. Kim Gongja is the only one here who can move. Kim Gongja grit his teeth. He didn't turn around or look back. The heretic questioner continued. However, to be honest, I don't know if this symbol has any meaning. I don't know if the system I created will continue to work after my death. Nevertheless, it's better than nothing. For now, it's the second item that's the most important. This mirror. A mirror. It's called the Black Dragon Mirror. It is used to communicate with the other guild leaders. They are emergency tools given to us by the Black Dragon Master. Tell them you're my proxy. The heretic questioner stopped speaking. Kim Gongja waited for him to continue. Took him a while to realize it wouldn't come. Kim Gongja opened his mouth. 10,000 Temple Master? There was no answer. There would no longer be any answer. 10,000 Temple Master. Life carried on mercilessly and disappeared without warning. Kim Gongja stood quietly in the ruined room, looking down at the 2 relics in his hands. It wasn't too long after. Determination spread across his face. I have to move. But how? And where? He was an unknown E-rank hunter. But fortunately, the heretic questioner wasn't the only one who died. And Kim Gongja wasn't the only survivor. People were moving around desperately. And as a result of that, he could hear their voices. Damn it! A sound came from the mirror in his hand. Children. Are you alive, children? Answer me if you are. Kim Gongja knew the owner of the voice. There was probably no one in the tower who didn't know. Black Dragon Guild Master? Huh? What the? Who are you? Kim Gongja took a deep breath. Then he briefly explained the situation. For a moment, there was silence on the other side of the mirror. Then the voice spoke. Right? Well, I guess that child is no longer living. You believe me? MHM. I received a skill from the Crusader in the past. It roughly... shit. The Black Dragon Master murmured for a while. Her voice wasn't just thick with saliva, it was thick with blood. Are you injured? A bit. It's been a while since I was stabbed by an assassin, the second-ranked hunter. A being who held the greatest authority in the tower both in name and in reality. Kim Gongja was still able to reason his composure despite hearing that such a figure had almost been assassinated. Perhaps his reason had just been paralyzed by the series of major incidents. No other voices sounded apart from the voices of Kim Gongja and the Black Dragon Master. Even after Kim Gongja had taken a while to explain the entire situation, no one joined the communication. The Black Dragon Master quietly said what this implied. This is a major hit, perhaps the second largest since the tower was built. Well, there were a lot of grudges. Cough. The guys who tried to kill me were the chief and deputy chief of the American Foreign Affairs Office. I thought it was just another power play, but damn. Those CIA bastards, they are even using fake bastards with us now? Where are you, Black Dragon Master? I'll come see you. A laugh joined the coughing. What could you do after coming here? You're not Miss Secretary or your master. This was something that Kim Gongja knew better than anyone else. But I can't stay still either. You're young. There was a hint of sorrow in the Black Dragon Master's voice, and a very brief sigh, but the sorrow soon gave way to cold calculation. However, you have no power. I don't need that. Before Kim Gongja could react, the Black Dragon Master continued. Usually, in situations like this, the guild leaders would hold a meeting to decide a leader. But in this situation, Black Dragon Master, I will take command. The Black Dragon Master took a deep breath. From this moment onward, the owner of the city said. Her voice didn't just flow out of the Black Dragon mirror. Instead, it flowed through the already ruined Babylon Square, the streets, the slums. Her voice flowed from the streetlights installed on every street and the speakers that were attached to them. I declare martial law. I am the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, the Black Dragon Master. I will say it again. I hereby declare martial law as of this time. The sound of blood flowing could be heard between the Black Dragon Master's words. Currently, the outside world has mobilized an unknown number of enemies and caused several explosions in the tower. I have lost contact with the other guild leaders. The casualties might be anywhere from the thousands to the tens of thousands. The sound of a cough. Anyway, the tower hasn't belonged to anyone since it was built. There were those who killed people while claiming that the tower belonged to God. There were those who killed people while claiming the tower belonged to the Federation Asterisk. And there are those who killed people while claiming that the tower belonged to the underground. Asterisk. This could be Federation, Hapjunguk, or it could be a mistake and should instead be the United States, Mihapjunguk. There have been enough errors in the ROS that I can't be sure. The fact that the person in authority who was issuing the orders was bleeding could be clearly heard in the crumbling Babylon Square. However, decades later, we can bluntly say that this tower is ours. It is our territory. We are the tower's humans. The sky in the tower is our airspace. The rivers in the tower are our waterways. The land in the tower is our land. And we call those who invade our sky, water, and land our enemies. The Black Dragon Master swallowed her saliva. Perhaps she was swallowing blood. Carrying that bloody scent, the Black Dragon Master's cry burst through the speakers. This is war. The sound echoed simultaneously through all the streets where the speakers were installed. This is war. It echoed even from the back of a mother, who was cradling her child beneath a speaker. In this situation where the security of the tower has been compromised, the Black Dragon declares martial law and declares that we will win this war as quickly as possible. And I promise, I will grant revenge without mercy to the enemies who dared to rock the tower. Chapter 227. For, as soon as the martial law was imposed, hunters poured into the streets of Babylon. Kill them all. The hunters all wore black uniforms. The Black Dragon Guild. Instead of the recon team and attack team, it was the conflict resolution team and assassination team that lined up in the square. These were all hunters in the tower, but they weren't hunters who trained to climb the tower. Anyone who fails to present their resident ID will be killed without hesitation. Anyone who was issued a resident ID less than a week ago will also be killed. The guild leader was attacked. This is war. Exterminate the rebels. Bang! Bang! Gunshots rang out throughout the square. In the Tower of Babel, the production and storage of firearms was strictly controlled. The private production of guns was a crime punishable by death. However, the large guilds were an exception, so they were always ready to use guns in their wars. You crazy black dragons! What are you doing? The civil militia was also one of them. They drew their guns and aimed them at the Black Dragon suppression team. Get out of the way! We must carry out our guild leader's orders. You mean killing people at random? It is a necessary measure to protect the tower. Your civil militia's vice-guild leader was also attacked and killed. The vice-guild leader still wouldn't want this. Move! The civil militia didn't step aside, and the Black Dragons didn't try to persuade them anymore. As the two guilds faced off, the large guilds who also lost their leaders joined in. In this situation where friend or foe could not be easily distinguished, they bit at each other like hungry dogs. It was this hell that Kim Gongja discovered when he left the ruined 10,000 temple building. Kim Gongja wiped his face. Person died. People died. More people were dying. Shit. There was no hesitation in the movements of the people aiming at each other. Every time a gun fired, people were injured, killed. Life was lost so easily. Kim Gongja couldn't understand. These were the guilds that supported the tower. He'd heard rumors that the big guilds didn't get along. He didn't know what had happened in the past, but he heard from time to time that old feelings had accumulated among the guild leaders. However, he hadn't expected it to be this bad. They will kill each other if there is an opportunity. The top hunters were all so-called heroes who wrote their own legends. Why hadn't these heroes been able to resolve their feelings over the years? Why was there not even one person to mediate between them? Kim Gongja hadn't been able to understand, but now he understood that it was useless to imagine, in the case of a mediator. He felt like his insides would explode. The dam that had been blocking the middle of his heart collapsed. Just at that moment, the corpse of Jia Suyong, which had been tied to his back, fell. UHT. Kim Gongja unconsciously looked at the corpse. Deputy. Jia Suyong's body had been torn apart. Her left leg, left arm, left torso, and even the left side of her face. In the face of death, no human could accept it, but Jia Suyong's lips were shut tight. Only her purple eyes, which had lost their light, looked up at the sky like jewels. Silence. When he lowered his head again, this time he saw the body of the heretic questioner. Kim Gongja grit his teeth as he looked at the final appearance of the man who had intended to do something at the last minute.
No.
Right, first. Do what needed to be done. Right? Do what he could. What can I do? He looked at everything that he had on his person. Idol. It was an item that would allow him to act as the representative of 10,000 Temple, but the 10,000 Temple had collapsed. Even if he were to meet the priests of 10,000 Temple outside, he wasn't sure if they'd obey the idol. Black Dragon Mirror. It seemed to be a means to directly communicate with the leaders of the large guilds, including the Black Dragon Master. However, it had been silent since the Black Dragon Master's declaration of war. Himself. He was just an E-rank hunter at best. He didn't have any power. Power? He knew someone who had such power. Kim Gongja turned his head. Babylon, the first floor of the Tower of Babel. There was a 3-story office building built in the central square of this large city, which boasted the highest land prices. Regardless of how much mana had been used, it was relatively unharmed despite the explosion in the square. The face of a man who was probably also fine came to his mind. Yo Soa Guild. Kim Gongja ran there. 5. Damn. Who do you think I am? Some kind of dog? Yusuha said. He was filled with irritation because his nap had been interrupted. Kim Gongja's heart stirred again. The death of Jia Suyong. The death of the heretic questioner. The deaths of many others. He said he'd help. He wanted to help. But the Black Dragon Master had flatly refused. You're young. However, you have no power. I don't need that. If he was like Yusuha. If he was as powerful as the Flame Emperor. Kim Gongja grit his teeth. It was a waste of time to dwell in self-pity. He managed to squeeze out. It's an emergency, President Yusuha. Martial law was declared. I know that. However, I also have the ability to not give a shit. Gongja, Why are you running around like a beggar instead of doing work for the guild? What about Suyong? Vice President Ja Suyong? Here,
Kim Gongya lai dia Soyunes korpse down.
the heretic questioner's corpse as well. Yusuha was silent. When Yusuha's eyes were calm, Kim Gongja had a hard time guessing what that calmness meant. Right after we went to the 10,000 temple, there was a traitor in the 10,000 temple. They set off a bomb. The heretic questioner died. And Big Sister Suyong, why are you all right? Big Sister Suyong covered me with her body. Puke. Kim Gongja fell to his knees. Yusuha had kicked his shin. Enduring the pain, he lifted his head to find Yusuha looking down at his subordinate with the calm expression still on his face. Bastard man. Big Sister Suyong? Since when did the two of you get so close? Hey, Mr. Gongja. Suyong is much younger than you. She just appears older because of her manner of speech and attitude. But she's much younger than you. Now what? No, enough of that. So what? Did Suyong give you a will? Please do your best to fix this situation or something like that. Huh? Did she say something about needing to save people? Secretary Suyong would have wished for that. Of course she would. That's the only reason I'm still taking care of trash like you. Kim Gongja couldn't bear to look up at Yusuha. He had lost Ja Suyong because he had no power. On the other hand, Ja Suyong had power. She had the power to save the life of another human, even at the cost of her own life. He didn't know if it was because of her innate reflexes, or because she just happened to notice the presence of the culprit before Kim Gongja. But the result was simple. Kim Gongja hadn't been able to do it, Ja Suyong had. Kim Gongja couldn't bear to look at Yusuha because he was angry and resentful, because it was unfair and disgusting, because he was sad and pathetic. He kept his gaze on the air. Thanks to that, he was able to see something. In any case, bitch, I know what kind of personality you have, so we'll get along well. It's a flash of light, very fast. Watch out!
Kim Gongya interrupta Yusuha.
At the same time, a blue spear flew through the air. Chua! The aura wrapped around the spear was powerful. The Flame Emperor called upon his aura to protect his body in an instant, but it seemed that he missed the timing. The curtains of fire made by the Flame Emperor were torn apart by the spear of blue flames. This was seen by Kim Gongja, who was the closest to the Flame Emperor. Then, with his feet on the ground, he stretched his knees, arched his back and reached out, striking the spear of blue flames. Blue aura swirled within the spear of blue flames. When the human fist approached the storm of aura, it shredded it like a blender. Aak! With a scream, Kim Gongja, who lost his arm, fell to his knees again. A few pieces of bleached flesh fell to the ground with soft tap-tap sounds. The things that seemed to also fall to the ground like snow should have been Kim Gongja's bones. Damn it! You avoided it. A hunter landed from the sky. After a brief glance at the kneeling Kim Gongja, Yusuha looked at the hunter. Who are you? I am the Saintess. Yusuha looked at the profusely bleeding Kim Gongja. Then he looked back at the hunter who identified herself as the Saintess. Bullshit. Damn. What kind of bullshit Saintess almost cracks a person in half? The tower gave me that title. The tower has a bad naming sense. So, why did Ms. Saintess come here? The Saintess took a deep breath. Then she shouted as if she had been waiting to say those words for a long time. Yo Soa! You killed my only grandfather. The Saintess boasted brilliant blonde hair. He'd never seen such a blonde before. And even if he did know a blonde, there weren't any in the age range for this hunter to call grandfather. I can't tell since there are more than 1 or 2 people who lost their grandparents because of me. Who was your grandfather? Marcus Callenbury. The eyes of the hunter who called herself the Saintess were blazing. Yusuha's eyebrows rose slightly at that. The Sword Saint? That's right. That is my grandfather's name. Wow. It's been a while since I heard that name. So you're his granddaughter? Well, that guy was an aristocrat, so I guess he could have a granddaughter like this. You devil. Right? I'm kind of like that. Speaking of devils. Yu Suha glanced at his subordinate's corpse, and at his subordinate who was becoming a corpse. Is the smell of burning dog coming from outside your fault? The saintess clenched her fists. She wanted to tell him about the wealth of the Kallenbury family, about the power that came with that wealth, about the fools who worshipped the tower as a mystical phenomenon, about how she'd manipulated and controlled them, and she wanted to tell him how easy it was to predict and use the 10,000 temple because anyone could be persuaded as long as certain rules were followed, about how she knew the leader of the Black Dragon Guild hated the outside world but still wanted to have a relationship with it, about how she had stabbed the opening and pried it open, but she didn't. With the tower burning behind her, the saintess said only these words: "My grandfather was killed by you in this tower. So I will kill you and I will kill this tower." Yu Suha gave a slight smile. "In that case, it's your grandfather's fault. Did you know I was killed by that old man without even knowing anything?" He saw the number of kills in his eyes and freaked out. Phew. So in fact, the killer wasn't me, it was that aristocrat. Bullshit. What is bullshit is everything you did until now. Blood can't be fooled. The granddaughter of a killer is a killer. You, Flame Emperor, are the killer. No, it's no use talking about it. Go to hell. Blonde hair fluttering, the saintess rushed in. Ha! Yu Suha looked down at a few white spots that had landed on his palm. Yu Suha wasn't sure if it was dust from a collapsed building or if it was from Kim Gongja's bone fragments from when he was cut. However, "I feel dirty." He felt dirty. When something happened that Yu Suha didn't know about, it made him feel dirty. "I don't need to waste time here, so I'm just gonna kill you." The blue aura exploded and the red aura swept. Moments later, a scream could be heard through the smoke of red and blue. "Kayak, right? Now I remember. Your eyes look alike." Yu Suha closed his eyes, then opened them. As soon as he looks at a person, he has the eyes of a trash killer. Is that sucky look hereditary? Huh? Did your grandfather teach you to unconditionally kill people you decide are killers in a family class or something like that? This world teaches you how to hate people, teaches you how to look down on people, teaches you how to kill people. It's a great school. What is strange is that after teaching you that, it expects you to love each other, cherish each other, and just grow up well. Within the smoke, Yu Suha's words mixed with the ear-piercing screams. "I never quite understood. And I can't understand even more while looking in your eyes." Yu Suha. He was currently looking at the hunter who had become charcoal. He bent over and looked her in the eyes. How can a person like that, right? The last remaining part was burned as well. The hunter, who had proclaimed her grandfather's revenge and spent years desperately preparing for it, died just like that. Yu Suha slowly straightened his back. "Gosh,
I'm tired."
After stretching his back a few times, he looked around at the scene. This is a mess. The exterior of the residence was burning. The ruins that were caught in his eyes looked like a large ruined city. Screams and gunfire could be heard on occasion in this world filled with ashes and smoke. It's really a mess. Don't you think so, part-timer? Yu Suha looked down at Kim Gongja. Because he'd lost an arm and was bleeding too much, Kim Gongja's consciousness was fading. Yu Suha also didn't ask for Kim Gongja's gaze. "I don't know," Yu Suha murmured. "Both you and Ja Suyong. I don't know how people can be like that." Yu Suha looked up at the sky for a moment. "Well, I guess it's because they're such idiots that they're working for me. President, it's fine. Don't talk anymore." Kim Gongja's weak murmur was stopped by Yu Suhan's hand, in an annoyed tone, but more importantly, a familiar tone. "You just don't worry about anything. This big brother will take care of everything." In the hazy mist of consciousness that came with the excessive blood loss, Kim Gongja murmured blankly, "How? I have my ways. Flame Emperor." Yu Suha made the shape of a gun with his hand. Then he wrapped red aura around his hand, creating a spherical bullet. "You wouldn't know even if I told you." "Huh? My skill is a bit dog-like." Pak! A bullet of flame pierced Yu Suha's brain. Kim Gongja looked in amazement at Yu Suha, who had taken his own life. Until the very end, Kim Gongja wouldn't understand the meaning of his death. You have died. However, I knew. You are regressing to 24 hours ago. The world shattered. And like that, I opened my eyes. Chapter 228. 1. Slowly looked around. Home run. Home run. It's a home run. Ah, the ball went over the fence. The Yu Suha Guild. On the second-floor terrace of a building in the heart of Babylon, the sound of a Korean baseball broadcast quietly flowed. Like the cries of crickets in the summer, the voices of the commentators were more like a distant sound in the background than a conversation between people. Ah! Yu Suha was sitting on a sofa. He was scratching his head back and forth. The part Yu Suha was scratching was where his head had been pierced a moment ago. Baseball is boring as hell. Guys, I'm going out to grab a drink. Yawning, Yu Suha got up from the sofa. I don't want to drink with anyone, so don't follow me. I might be staying overnight, so don't call me. I'll call if you call. Just remember that. Don't drink too much, Mr. Yu Suha. Tap tap, tap tap. Beside me, Ja Soo-young tapped away at her laptop keyboard. The early summer winds blowing across Babylon Square swept through Ja Soo-young's hair. Unless Mr. Yu Suha wants this one to make a pilgrimage to Babylon in order to find you again. Okay. Yu Suha didn't even give us a glance. Instead, he just turned his back and waved his hand. Soon, Yu Suha disappeared down the stairs. I couldn't help but inquire.
Manadia Yasoyung.
Yes, Mr. Kim Gongja. Viscount Ja Soo-young. Yes, advisor. Tower master. Yes, Death King. 3 names and 3 understandings were exchanged. Is this a possibility that you're showing me? That's right. Passers-by crowded the square below the terrace. It was the future, 11 years before my world's present. Or my present was 11 years ago. The past. It was a world built under the assumption, if Ja Soo-young existed. Then this world. I looked at Ja Soo-young. The world I created is far more peaceful than this world. What the heck is this? It's a complete mess. The Black Dragon Master, Anastasia, is still alone and lonely. The heretic questioner, Bambolina, hasn't changed either. He's still in a broken state without even realizing he's broken. However, I fixed the guild leader's relationship. In my world, the Sword Saint had cast aside his arrogance and prejudice. The Black Dragon Master considered the Crusader her friend again. The Crusader had put off the distrust from the past purge. The heretic questioner had acknowledged his shortcomings and lowered his head to me. They could now talk to each other, they acknowledged each other. Nothing has changed in this world. The guild leaders are still locked into their seats of power, and the tower is still a mess. They're just being swayed by the outside world. However, Ja Soo-young shook her head. Her purple eyes met mine directly. You killed Mr. Yu Suha. The wind blew. You didn't change Mr. Yu Suha. Ring. The wind chimes tied by the terrace window rang out. That? Was it because Mr. Yu Suha was such a wicked man that he couldn't be converted? The sound of the baseball game broadcast was carried by the wind. Mr. Yu Suha is a villain among villains and a psychopath among psychopaths, so I had no choice but to kill him. It wasn't my fault or my incompetence that forced me to kill him. But look, Mr. Kim Gongja. The early summer wind blew against the wind chimes and set the background. In this world, Mr. Yu Suha works with other people. The Flame Emperor. When Ja Soo-young died and I died, he carried out a regression. In exchange for killing himself, he returned 24 hours. And just now, with the excuse of going for a drink, he disappeared. The person responsible for the bombing. The traitor who infiltrated the 10,000 temple. The assassins who stabbed the Black Dragon Master in the back. And above all, the saintess that attacked him. Mr. Yu Suha is currently moving to eliminate them. Ja Soo-young turned to look at the square with an expressionless face. More evil than you, less positive than you, less responsible than you, less willing to change the world than you, and with less of an impact on the world than you. He's a much worse person than Mr. Kim Gongja. The square. In the middle of the space crowded with passers-by. A certain hunter's black hair fluttered. And yet, he still became a person who would move for someone else. Mr. Yu Suha could have become such a person. When you killed Yu Suha, or to use Mr. Kim Gongja's terminology, when you hunted Yu Suha, that Yu Suha wasn't the same as the Flame Emperor who killed Mr. Kim Gongja. He was nothing more than a young F-rank hunter who might have become the Flame Emperor. In a way, he might have even become the Flame Emperor in this world. I shut my eyes tightly. The sound of my teeth grinding could be heard. I gave him a chance to. I didn't want to kill that guy. I put on an act. I didn't just kill him suddenly. I gave him a chance. I wondered if he'd feel pity for an injured person, and if he would offer to help instead of trying to hurt the injured person. Such a hard test, like a god playing with a human. The Tower Master spoke calmly. It was hard for me too. If he just quietly healed me, if he hadn't tried to kill me, is it really that special? The Tower Master looked at me. Is, in a situation where there are no witnesses, a person who is in a tight spot kills an injured person and takes their property, really something that could only be done by an unforgivable and unredeemable? Anyone? Is it a test that anyone could pass? Silence. Mr. Yu Suha disappeared without any news. The disappearance of a low-ranked hunter is a common occurrence. Mr. Kim Gongja knows what that means. Don't you? Since you were a low-ranked hunter too. What percentage of people would have been able to pass Mr. Kim Gongja's test? The scent of early summer was potent. The air was sticky and the air was humid. The air didn't feel like the air someone would breathe in. Instead, it felt like the breath that someone had breathed out. The oxygen entering my lungs was already heavy with the traces of summer. Right? And with it was also breath that was dyed purple. Mr. Yu Suha didn't help you. He didn't save you at the hunting ground and even attempted to hurt you. He tried to kill you. However, what about Ms. Preta? Ja Suyong murmured. What about the Devil King of Fall Rain? Ms. Preta tried to kill you. She actually killed you. You were slain dozens, hundreds of times by Ms. Preta's sword. The continent was once drenched in blood and destroyed by the Devil King of Fall Rain. And yet, Mr. Kim Gongja allowed the Devil King to live another life. I gave Preta a life. What about the Lady of Golden Silk? What about the Constellation Killer? What about the Heretic Questioner? What about the Black Dragon Master? What about the Sword Saint? There is not a single one among them that isn't a murderer, and not a single one of them has killed less humans than Mr. Yu Suha. The Death King changed all of those people. However, except for Mr. Yu Suha, only that guy, because Death King, you are bound to never know. Only that bastard. When you were killed by the Devil King, you got a glimpse of the Devil King's past. How the doppelganger had become the Saintess. How the Saintess became the witch. How the witch became the devil kind. You saw the reasons why she became evil. In a dark alley. When the Constellation Killer killed you, you got a glimpse of Kim Yul's past. The rooftop in glow of the setting sun. The sunset on the playground. You saw the broken cell phone and the text message that would be forgotten. In the past, not very long ago, I idolized the #1 ranked hunter. A hunter I witnessed killing someone in an alley. You heard about the Sword Saint's story. You heard the Black Dragon Master's story. You knew about the people who killed you and the people around you. You knew why they did it. That's why you didn't abandon them. That hunter then killed me. The only one whose past is still unknown to you is Mr. Yu Suha. Dog-like bastard. You will never be able to glimpse Mr. Yu Suha's trauma. You didn't have to kill me. And you don't want to see it. Why? You could have explained. You could have told me what happened. You don't want to know. I admired you so much. Why the hell did you do that to me, you bastard? Mr. Gongja. How could you treat me like that? You felt betrayed by Mr. Yu Suha. I closed my eyes and my vision went dark. Ja Suyong's voice drifted over quietly. That's why you hate Mr. Yu Suha. Silence passed. The broadcast of Korean baseball stopped. The wind was cut off. The wind chimes by the window stopped moving. Time passed. The light of the setting sun shined on the crowded square. The light of the setting sun had no nationality, and the people in the light had no nationality. It's not. I murmured. That's not it. I shook my head. Several times. He would have become a monster. He was already a monster anyway. My voice leaked out as if I had a fever. Regardless of where he was born, where he grew up, or what he experienced, he would have become a monster. I had no choice but to kill him. I had to kill him. I couldn't not kill him. It wasn't for me. It wasn't because of my mood. It wasn't because I couldn't tolerate him. It was for the tower. For the world. I couldn't let that guy exist. That bastard. Idolized him. You were weak. At that time, Mr. Gongja was weak. My heart pounded. It would have been different if this one was there. My heart pounded loudly. Mr. Kim Gongja couldn't forgive Mr. Yu Suha at all. You couldn't tolerate him. Mr. Yu Suha must have a past and circumstances, but you were incapable of acknowledging it and you didn't want to know. The simple. Mr. Kim Gongja was very weak back then. The owner of the tower spoke. You were weak. Did that make you angry? You felt inferior to and betrayed by Mr. Yu Suha. You were angry because of your own murder. Because of the feeling of helplessness that no one could change. Because of the anxiety that you would never be considered anything by others regardless of how you cherished and admired them. Because of that sense of absolute worthlessness. I didn't know when I'd be abandoned. So you had to make yourself meaningful to others. Right? I am not powerless. I am different from Yu Suha. You had to be different. Neither the people you chased after nor your subordinates nor your comrades are as evil as Yu Suha. It couldn't be. No. Rescuing the children from the burning mansion. No. Unlike Mr. Yu Suha, who chose to kill the Sword Saint, Mr. Gongja chose not to kill the Sword Saint. Instead of abandoning people, you chose to save them. You accepted the heretic questioner as a subordinate, and the Black Dragon Master as a friend. Mr. Kim Yul's pain, Mr. Director's regret. No. The Heavenly Demon's devotion, and Duke Ivancha's love. The things Mr. Kim Gongja did since your return was all because you didn't want to be abandoned. Because you didn't want to be weak again. To prove that you are different from Mr. Yu Suha. And that others are also different from Mr. Yu Suha. No. No. That wasn't right. I glared at Ja Soo-young. Don't you dare. Don't you dare say that. Why not? The tower master spread her arms. The hem of her clothes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. Yu Suha. That guy isn't the meaning of my life. I was weak. I was weak. I couldn't be a psychopath, and no matter how successful I was, I couldn't turn a blind eye to children burning in a mansion. There were definitely days when I told myself, I shouldn't be like Yu Suha. I have already gotten over Yu Suha. But not anymore. Yu Suha's impact on my life is so insignificant that I can easily look at him and laugh.
I met Bei Haurayong.
I met Master. I met Raviel. I met the director. In my life. Such beautiful people. Those who have meaning. Those whom I've chosen to keep by my side. Is up to me to decide. I'm the one who will decide the people who are my reason for living, only me. I am only strong for them. Not because of Yu Suha. 0. I no longer live with an inferiority complex towards Yu Suha, fear being betrayed by others, or feel anxious because of others. I won't let them be my reasons for living anymore. I am stronger than I was before. Ja Soo-young looked at me. Are you saying that Mr. Yu Suha is no longer your reason? Yes. I answered confidently. I don't even think of that bastard once in a day. I'm over him. But you still hate Mr. Yu Suha. Damn. He still has a lot of meaning in Mr. Kim Gongja's life. Because you will never forgive him. No, it's not just that you'll never forgive him. You continue to think of him as the most vicious psychopath in the world, so that you never forgive him. Fine. I brought something up. Thank you for proving to me that even a bastard like you Suha can change. Now I'm going to prove that bastard doesn't mean anything to me. Dog-like bastard. Viscount Ja Soo-young.
Isterte her.
Are you trying to show off in front of me that you changed you Suha and you are the only one who can change him? Yes. I will hate you Suha forever. And that will never change. So that makes me weak. So you want me to admit that I am weaker than you and that you are the only one who can change all the misery in the world. Right? Yes. You can stop. I got up. I won't give contempt and hatred to that guy named Yusuha anymore. With my back to the sunset, I looked down at Ja Soo-young. That guy in my life no longer has any meaning. No, I wouldn't let him have it. I had gotten sick of hating that bastard. I have become stronger. I took out a skill card. The first skill I'd gotten. My starting point. Plus, I want to become just like you. Rank, S+. Effect. Activates automatically upon death. After being killed by an enemy, copy one of their skills and make it your own. Skills cannot be copied from targets who have killed you before. The copied skill is randomly selected. However, you die. Plus, I will change you Suha. I stared at the Lord of Mansing. I changed Preta, who destroyed a continent. I changed the Old Man Sword Saint, Black Dragon Master, and Heretic Questioner too. You Suha. Do you think I can't change that disgraceful son of a dog? Yes. I don't need your if world. My voice was hot as if I'd swallowed fire. Preta, Old Man Callenbury, Anastasia, Bambolina, Raviel. I changed them all. I made them the happiest. There's no need for an if scenario that assumes you existed. The reality with me in it is their best scenario. You can't make my master as happy as I did. Your redemption was unneeded. You can't make Raviel as happy as I do. There was no reason for you to tinker with our weaknesses. Because I wasn't weak anymore. We don't need your wealth. And you, I declared. You can't change that bastard Yusuha like me. Yusuha, who drinks soju in this world, won't even share it with you. I'm not going to just change that bastard. I'm going to make him happier, better, because I'm more capable than you. Because I'm strong. Aha. After hearing my declaration of war, Ja Soo-young laughed. She laughed for a while. She laughed a lot. Can you prove that? Anyone can build a heaven with words. I can because I'm a bastard who has never been much of a talker. Right? I see. Then, can I take this as you challenging me, Mr. Gongja? It's a duel. This one always welcomes a duel. The god with the face of an 18-year-old hummed happily. He who duels is a warrior. Warriors are the only humans capable of bearing their own lives. This one loves all humans, admires the beauty of blood, and takes pleasure in defeating all challengers. This one is strong. I'm strong too. This one is the strongest in existence. The expressionless girl was having fun. This one melted the heart of the Sun King, who had imprisoned himself for 60 years. This one devoted myself to the apathetic Duke, who had been rotting for 1,000 years. This one thawed the time of the Dragon Emperor, which had been frozen for 7,000 years. Not to mention, all of that was just the beginning. The Tower Master tilted her head to the side. This one built the tower, so that the unhappy, the unfortunate, the weak, the evil, the murderers, the slaughterers, the cannibals, all of the weak and evil, would be able to live again. This one's heart is infinite, and this one's life is infinite, so this one can soothe the wounds of all the children in the world who have been torn. How dare Mr. Kim Gongja ask this one for a duel, when even you could only finally breathe after entering the tower this one built. Then, I said, try to make Raviel happier than me, since your life proves your strength. My life also proved my strength. Try to make my master smile brighter than I can. The people who stood with me proved me. Try. Aha. Ja Soo-young laughed. Good. Her laughter grew in the glow of the setting sun. Very good. Those purple eyes twinkled. the early summer air mixed with the purple scent. So? How? It had the scent of a poisonous flower. How what? The scent drifted to me. How the hell do you plan to change Mr. Yasuha more than this one? Huh? Do you have the means? Do you have a method? The scent of purple stroked my cheek. This one has the mansing. This one's talent, the risk of this one's life, and this one's mansing ability. I built it. I completed it. Do you have a means? A method? Mr. Kim Gongja. The kingdom's courtesan whispered in my ear. With the voice that had bewitched countless nobles, royals, and even dragons. Sweetly. You already killed Mr. Yasuha. Ah. Do you intend to return to the past before you killed Yasuha? You already went back 4,000 days. It wouldn't be impossible to go back a few hundred more times. However, Mr. Kim Gongja's relationships with the Black Dragon Master, Sword Saint, Heavenly Demon, Constellation Killer, and many others would be lost, wouldn't they? You would give up your other relationships to change Yasuha, right? It really must be that the human called Yasuha means nothing, Mr. Kim Gongja. Isn't that right? How meaningless must he be to still have more meaning than the last few hundred days? Dog-like. My head was hot. The heat had risen from my heart. Unable to hold back the heat, I spat out. Reward. Ha! Ja Suyung tilted her head to the side. Did you say reward? Give me my reward. I hadn't pulled out the card for nothing. You still have to give me something. I flipped the card over. The description of the card was written there. Plus, activates automatically upon death. After being killed by an enemy, copy one of their skills and make it your own. Plus, the rules you made, the tower you built. That means it was rightfully obtained. The dagger I kept from the tower. Based on this, I demand to be rewarded. Heh.
Yasoyung smiled brightly.
Do you intend to take a skill from this one and be stronger than this one? Yes. By chance? Are you trying to take mansing? That's too bad. That skill is only meaningful when combined with different skills. If you had Gold Dragon's Eye and Ice River Dragon's Breath, you could maybe play a little trick, but how about this? Ja Suyung hummed. Mr. Gongja can only take one more skill, right? Her happiness was growing. If you take one of this one's skills, let alone becoming stronger, would you be able to change Yasuha? To become a munchkin like this one, you would need a lot of preparation, Mr. Gongja. Are you scared? I couldn't let God alone feel pleasure. Aha! You don't want to give it to me, because you're scared. If you're worried, just go ahead and admit defeat. Because of the penalty from my skill, I had to watch your whole life. Can I only get a penalty and no reward? This is something worth knowing about the tower's management. That's a cute provocation. Really.
Yasoyung smiled widdily.
And it's a provocation I can't ignore. Her fingers danced in the air. Fine. Death King. You can take anything. The tower's voice rang out. Skill condition satisfied. The Lord of Manseng's skills are being randomly copied.
Tak.
Ja Suyung snapped her fingers. Take a piece of the life this one walked and prove your words. Death King. Advisor. Mr. Kim Gongja. Flip. Gold cards lined up in the air. The skill cards are being created. After the sun set, night fell on the terrace. The dark night sky. The Tower Master's golds shined like north stars. Madness to insanity. 3 Music's King's Road. The one loved by Dice. King's Tutor. Guardian of the Subrace. Gold Dragon's Gaze. Earth-Bone Dragon's Skull. Ice Rive Dragon's Breath. Mansing. The stars shined one after the other. They were all connected to form the constellation known as the Tower Master. This was the Tower Master's life and the tower itself. I reached out for the stars in the night sky, and I held a golden light in my hand. Chapter 229. Please select a skill card. However, I had no choice but to stop my hand. This was because as I stretched out my hand, fingers much smaller than my own got entangled with my fingers. You can't do that, Mr. Gongja. Ha! It wouldn't be interesting. Ja Soo-young let out a breath. Are you really going to show off such an uncool image after provoking this one so much? For a moment my back tingled. Her fingers intertwined with mine as if her breath had taken form. A warm, cool, and fog-like touch seemed to corrode my hand. What are you talking about? Hoo-hoo. On the other hand, Ja Soo-young's breathy sounds were like fingers. Every time she came close and whispered in my ear, her finger-like breath seemed to nibble gently on my ears. Mr. Gongja held out the first card you got and told this one to give you a reward. But, see this? It's written quite clearly on the card. Tuck, tuck. Ja Soo-young tapped her fingernails against the card in my hand. The golden card trembled as if it had been shocked by electricity every time the Tower Master's fingernail touched it. Plus, I want to become just like you. Rank S+. Effect. Activates automatically upon death. After being killed by an enemy, copy one of their skills and make it your own. Skills cannot be copied from targets who have killed you before. The copied skill is randomly selected. However, you die. Plus, look here, Mr. Gongja. The finger-like breath touched my eardrums. It's clearly written here, isn't it? Here. No, not there. Here. The last part. It clearly says, the copied skill is randomly selected. Ja Soo-young giggled. She looked like a girl who was playing a naughty prank. Mr. Gongja, you told me to show my skills in accordance with the rules of the tower. Perhaps this was the most purity that Ja Soo-young could show as a human. Will Mr. Gongja follow the rules too? Tuck. A clapping sound resounded. As soon as that happened, the golden cards suddenly scattered. There were like fireflies who had been fluttering around a flame being startled by the sound of a firecracker. Random. Ja Soo-young touched my arm and whispered, this one doesn't care if you take a piece of my flesh, but please, in accordance with the fair laws of the tower, the exact piece of flesh will be chosen randomly. I raised my head and looked up at the night sky. 9 golden fireflies circled constantly. After the constellation had been broken, each card had become meteors that cut across the night sky, with long comets' tails trailing behind them. Did you think you'd enjoy good times from now? That I'd meet Mr. Gongja and tell you what skills to choose from behind. Then Mr. Gongja would just need to wiggle your fingers as if you were picking ice cream. But in the end, it comes down to a game of luck. I looked at those purple eyes. Those purple eyes looked at me. There was probably no mirror as clear as her eyes. At best, all I could see was a curtain of purple pupils, within which was an endless series of reflections. A mirror reflected in a mirror, and the mirror was reflected back into the mirror, then the mirror reflected into the mirror. A purple mirror. Now it's all up to Mr. Gongja's luck. Without realizing it, my gaze became fixed. After looking into Ja Soo-young's eyes, it became impossible to turn my head anywhere else. Felt like I'd been caught in a clever trap. My eyes were reflected in those purple's eyes, and those purple's eyes were reflected in my eyes. Ah! I tried to pull myself together. Get a hold of yourself. If I stayed like this, I'd probably forget how to speak for hours, tens of hours, hundreds of hours, becoming a statue that could only stare into the eyes of Ja Soo-young. I let out a breath, understood, and nodded slowly. In this situation, I will make my choice according to what you said. Ah! However, let's set some rules. What are they? I will never look at the back of the cards. If you show me the front of the cards, I won't look at the back. Yeah, well, that's naturally a commendable story. Only, I looked at Ja Soo-young. Don't treat it like I've picked a card just because I touched it. What do you mean? I want you to give me time to look at the cards, touch them, and play around with them. I won't look at the back no matter what. If I flip a card over and see the description, it's fine if you remove that skill.
Whose? Ja Soo-young smiled mischievously.
I'm curious about what you're planning. Fine, Mr. Gongja. This one can wait as long as possible for Mr. Gongja to make your choice. If you want, I can also use Ice River Dragon's Breath, to stop the time of this world. I don't need that kind of consideration. All right, let's see you try. First, I collected the 9 cards. The golden cards swirled around like a certain golden ball from a very famous fantasy novel. But for me, who had trained aura, they were like fireflies. I took a deep breath. Then, very carefully, I drew one of the cards. And I looked at Ja Soo-young, who was sitting across from me. We exchanged gazes up close, with a pile of cards between us. Oh, no, this card wasn't the skill I wanted. Making my decision right away, I put down the first card. Ha! Ja Soo-young chuckled. Are you trying to guess the card by looking at this one's expression? It was a mixture of amusement and ridicule. Do you think you're playing poker, Mr. Gongja? This one's expression isn't something that can be read by anyone. The only thing you could achieve from reading this one's face is praise for my perfect beauty, astonishment at my noble elegance, and infinite joy at my existence. I looked at Ja Soo-young. Viscount. Yes. Am I not going to hear an end to your bullshit? This one was usually like this with my vassals. Is it really too much? There is no one who cared for, loved and comforted the vassals like this one. As Ja Soo-young babbled, I calmly and carefully skimmed over the card one by one. Not this card. Next. Not this card. Next. Next, next, next. Oh. When the 9 cards were reduced to 3, Ja Soo-young noticed the strange atmosphere. Mr. Gongja. You. Maybe I wasn't just guessing cards based on Ja Soo-young's expression. Maybe I had a clear way to carefully distinguish them. That was the suspicion that was beginning to surface in the Tower Master's head. What are you doing? How are you figuring out the cards? Well, I looked at Ja Soo-young. Maybe I'm using another skill. Mr. Gongja doesn't have any clairvoyance skills. Even if you had a clairvoyance skill, it's impossible for you to see through the skill cards. They are made with a special material made by magic. So what the hell? As Ja Soo-young narrowed her eyebrows, I put aside another card. The final 2. I looked at Ja Soo-young. There are some interesting cards left. I was still looking at the front of the cards. The front of each card was painted gold, and there was an unknown pattern engraved on them which was actually the subject of much controversy among the hunters. What the hell was this symbol? The pattern was like this. In the center was a polyhedron that kind of looked like a die, and 2 snakes were wrapped around the polyhedron. Finally, there were leaves and flowers of an unknown plant embroidered around the edges. The hunters had argued countless times. Why is this pattern engraved on the skill cards? The polyhedron represents the Holy Grail. The 2 snakes represent Satan. In other words, the tower is telling us that demons are surrounding the Holy Grail. Then what about this leaves and flowers? Does that mean demons are interested in environmental movements? When the bullshit starts coming in, it's a good deal to. However, no hunter could give a clear answer to this. There was speculation that there might be some hint if they managed to go up to the 100th floor. Even 11 years later. A chuckle suddenly escaped my mouth. Viscount Ja Soo-young tilted her head. What's so funny? Nothing. I was just thinking about our Tower Kids argument. About the pattern engraved on the card. The hunters used to talk about this thing as if it were real. But it's just this one's family crest. Ja Soo-young blinked. Yes, is that so? Puhaha. Here was the situation. In the kingdom, magic or wizards were symbolized by snakes. This was because they believed snakes inherited the blood of dragons, and magic was developed by dragons. Since they were considered as miracles bestowed by dragons, they were naturally portrayed as snakes. So either the progenitor of the family was a wizard or the progenitor of the family defeated a wizard. In both cases, a snake would be included into the family's crest. It was said that one of Viscount Ja Soo-young's distant ancestors had taken down a fairly famous wizard. The corpses of wizards were engraved on the crests of nobles. The place where the great wizard had been residing was a vast forest known as the Crystal Forest Star. That's why there were leaves and flowers decorating around the snakes. The wizard was killed in that forest. Asterisk. Suyong Forest. Viscount Jia Suyong's ancestors devoured the territory originally ruled by the Great Wizard. That's why the family name became Suyong, after the name of the forest. The unknown polyhedron in the middle of the crest was a crystal. In other words, the ancestors of this family tore the wizard who lived in the forest apart, and were given the title Suyong to commend their admirable deed. That was the meaning of pattern engraved on the front of the card. That was it. The end. Viscount really is a crazy person. Why did you slap your own family crest on the front of the card? I don't know why you're suddenly calling me crazy. The tower was naturally built by this one. This one is one of the kingdom's nobles. I simply put my signature on my own work. Do you have a complaint? Thinking it was God's will or God's forewarning, hundreds of priests in the outside world did everything they could. Since this one is God, isn't this one's will the will of God? Every person I met was crazy. Anyway, I looked at Jia Suyong. Not this card either. Eliminated. I discarded one of the 2 remaining cards. Jia Suyong furrowed her eyebrow. Do you know what card that is? Yes, it's an extremely good skill. Tell me what it is. Jia Suyong asked me for proof. I willingly met her request. The one loved by dice. No less than rank SSS. The effect is simple. The skill description was only 1 sentence. No, it was just 1 phrase. Plus, the one loved by the dice. Rank, SSS. Effect, heavenly luck, 10 yen. Plus, luck. To put it simply, it was a skill that makes you lucky. Compared Gold Dragon's eyes or whatever, this skill is the best. You're lucky? That's game over. No matter how difficult a quest is, no matter how convoluted a stage is, you are lucky. That's why I'd kept 2 cards in my hands for so long. I contemplated it for a long time. How? I wondered whether I should use this card or that card. Maybe Manager Jia Suyong. It's fine. Even if you hadn't provoked me, I would have unconditionally gone all in with the one loved by the dice. In fact, there was a proverb that was passed down in the tower for a long time. It is a game of skill and a game of luck. This was because a hunter's rank depended on their skills. And from a certain perspective, the one loved by the dice is the strongest skill. However, I'm not going to choose this skill. I looked at Jia Suyong. I'm going to choose something else. From start to finish. Throughout the entire process of sorting and selecting cards, I only looked at Jia Suyong. To be precise, I looked into her purple eyes. Aha! Belated. Indeed, indeed. Jia Suyong let out a laugh as she realized my trick. Mr. Gongja. Yes. You were looking into this one's eyes. That's right. You're right. It was simple. I looked at Jia Suyong. I could see the reflection in your purple eyes. Jia Suyong closed her lips. She was smiling happily. She just silently looked at me with a smile, without moving an inch. Did you see well? I nodded. 0. Yes. Your eyes are very clear. Even though purple is one of the hardest colors to reflect. Jia Suyong's eyes were like mirrors that reflected endlessly. Is it enough to read? I'd need to take a closer look. The distance between us was already close enough. I picked up the last card and looked into her eyes. Enhanced with aura, my vision was locked onto her eyes, trapped in a mirror maze. Read it.
Visconti a Suyong whispered.
A gap between sight and hearing. Breathing out into each other's senses, I read what was on the gold. Earthbone Dragon's Skull. Yes. Rank. SSS plus. Right. This one measured it. Effect. The ability to archive the memories of the living. Archived memories are placed in a box that can only be destroyed by the user. Keep going. Viscount Jia Suyong's voice was closer. Perhaps it was just an illusion, because with my abnormally enhanced vision, all I could see now was a circle of purple letters reflected in the mirror. Unless the box is destroyed, the user can recreate the body of a person who will inherit the same memories over and over. In short, if you put the original memory in the box, you can create a body which can contain the captured memories any number of times, hundreds of times, thousands of times, tens of thousands of times. But not simultaneously. There can only be one body per memory. And only when that body is destroyed can another one be created. What are you doing, Mr. King Gongja? Keep going. The body can travel around the world, create new memories, and update those experiences back to the box. Of course, if the user allows it. Think of that famous game with the Italian plumber uncles. TL. Lots of references in this chap. Viscount Ja Soo-young giggled. The sound of her laughter was closer than before. Even if they die in the game, they come back, right? Even if they die, they won't die. Lives are coins. The Earthbone Dragon's box that holds the memories is a save point, so to speak. If they lose their life and die, they'll just return to the save point. Although, of course, the dead life wasn't saved. In order to save the save point, you need to return alive. Because of this,
Viscount ja Soo-young site.
countless people died. The story behind that skill. How many people wish they could have a save point in their lives? It's as many as those who wish to regress. The Earthbone Dragon. People who somehow learned of her existence risked their lives to cross the desert, swam across the river, traverse monster-infested jungles, just to meet the Earthbone Dragon. A story that couldn't be described with the word skill. Many people died in the process. 178 people managed to successfully reach the Earthbone Dragon's nest. And those 178 humans received save points. They successfully turned their lives into coins without the fear of death or eternal end. The worst military group was created. The 178-member army traveled across the world. They wore flags to show where they were from all their lives. So, they were given the name flag-bearing soldiers. Soldiers flying flags that had already fallen. Bansiak Ysa, praised as the greatest archer 1,000 years ago. The 17th Na Sun Mun Lord, leader of the most powerful assassination unit, the Na Sun Mun. Dae-do, who turned the entire capital city into a sea of fire and fled leisurely. Dae-ha-jik, who had dozens of warships and occupied half of the kingdom's waterways. Yu Mangju, a wizard from 1,300 years ago, who was expected to become the #1 wizard in the kingdom. In the kingdom's long history, each of them were giants of their generation. Just like my teacher had conquered the last Miram era. The formed, the undying army. 178 warriors like that. When they saw that troop approaching from across the desert, with dozens of flags waving behind them, all humans collapsed in fear, all children cried, and all soldiers lost morale and defected. Like that, the flag-bearing soldiers were basically a man-made natural disaster. Still staring into that mirror maze, I opened my lips. What happened in the end? To those people. Viscount Ja Soo-young chuckled. They became this one's soldiers. It was abundantly understandable why the kingdom's nobles, who saw this one as a bastard, didn't dare to declare family war on this one. They didn't want to be hit. And selection complete. The skill card in my hand melted. Skill is being copied. At the same time, the mirror maze unraveled. The purple mirror no longer shined with the light of the cards. The mirror became an eye again, and I was looking at the eyes of Ja Soo-young again. That's when I realized I was face to face with Ja Soo-young. Death King. In front of me. What you have is just as powerful. You have suffered many deaths and acquired many scars. What does Mr. Gongja intend to do with that card? Within breathing distance. It was the best distance for a venomous snake to bite a person's neck. This one is curious. Really. No matter how amazing it is still the skill of a dragon emperor and its army that was defeated by this one and made into trophies. The noble whose ancestor killed a snake smiled. How are you going to defeat this one with that? I smiled too. Get ready to rack your brain, Tower Master. I had no doubt. I picked the strongest card. Chapter 230. 2. The sun had set in this world. I went out to the Sunset Street with Ja Soo-young. Babylon, as a city founded by displaced people who had no nationality, was a mixture of various kinds of flavors. There was the smell of Indian spices, and the smell of Chinese incense. Every person who passed us had a different skin color and body odor. "Where are we going?" Ja Suyong asked. "This one can send Mr. Gongja back to your original world at any time. You already received your reward. Are there still things you want to do in this world? Just follow me." "Humph." Ja Suyong snorted softly as she walked beside me. "Guide me wherever you wish." The smells of the street were beginning to fade. Do you know what Harlem smells like? The smell of poverty which seemed to linger wherever you went. The smell of water. The smell of moisture. There was stagnant water accumulated in the shade on the side of the road because there was nowhere for it to drain away. A plastic bottle was stuck head first in the muddy water. It was as if it was measuring the water level of this poor pond. We walked. The more muddy water we stepped in, the more the smells of the street lost their nationalities, and the more prominent the smell of water became. As the world's sunset grew darker. I entered a familiar alley. Ja Suyong noticed too, and her lips twitched. "Mr. Gongja, this place Shoo," I murmured. "Listen." Ja Suyong closed her mouth. Then, a small noise drifted from afar. Sir Flame Emperor. A familiar voice. "Why so suddenly? It would be pointless to call for help." A familiar sarcasm. "There's no one around here anyway. The tower's number 1 hunter, the Flame Emperor." As if he had swallowed the sunset, Yu Suha's voice was practically glowing. "I never would have thought the hiding which was so pretty. If I didn't know already, I'd have been in trouble." With? What are you talking about? Looking at you now, you're really good at acting. In the dark alley, Yu Suha stood with his head tilted, pressing the Saintess. For those who haven't realized it yet, the Saintess is the one Kim Gongja saw the Flame Emperor kill in the beginning. Unlike your oldie granddaddy. The moment those words came out, the Saintess' face hardened. "Huh? Your grandpa, the sword saint of whatever. You were going to get revenge for that old man." Did you think I didn't know? To be precise, he didn't know. However, Yu Suha had the Returner's Clockwork Watch, a skill that sent him back a day when he died. Thanks to that, Yu Suha knew the future where he was attacked by the Saintess. How did you? Of course, the Saintess didn't know about Yu Suha's skill, just like she hadn't known in my world. It was the same. I'm just that smart. I know everything. UHT. The Saintess moved her hand. There was a brief flash of white in her palm that was probably her aura. Ego. The granddaughter is so aggressive. However, the white aura disappeared before it could fully appear. The Flame Emperor grabbed the Saintess by the neck. "Cup? You got a knack for killing people. I wonder how your granddaddy would react if he saw his granddaughter's face right now. He probably wouldn't be able to forgive the murderer even if he is the same. Our idioms probably don't translate well, right?" Groaning, the Saintess struggled. Her shoes, which were floating in the air, swung back and forth in a vain search for purchase. "I mean, I like bastards like you. In the past. No matter how much you kill, it won't even leave a scratch on your heart. In the same place with the same characters. And it's annoying 'cause you act like nice people. Wow, damn. Is there anyone in the world who isn't trash? At that time, I couldn't do anything. It's not true. If you peel back your shell, it's all trash. However, it takes a lot of work to peel it back, doesn't it? It's really tiring. It's like peeling a mandarin orange and getting the threads stuck in your fingernails. Ugh. Cup. Up. But it's comfortable to make a brat like you. I'm not tired at all. It's as if the inside of my brain was washed with detergent. I feel alive because of you. Really. It's thanks to you. I had no choice but to watch. I was shocked, and did everything I could just to hold my breath without letting anything out. Thanks. However, not this time. Bye now. Saintess Isabel. Just as flames were about to erupt from the Flame Emperor's palm, my aura rushed to the back of the Flame Emperor's hand. Tot! The Flame Emperor reflexively let go of the Saintess' neck and stepped back. Whoosh! My aura cut through the air where the Flame Emperor's arm had once been. Hook! The Saintess sucked in a breath of air as she collapsed. What? The Flame Emperor looked towards me with a shocked expression. Until now. One breath. Salvation sword. Without letting out my breath, I ran forward. At my call, a skill that had already become one with me answered. The salvation of a torn goddess answers. It was a skill that had once belonged to a man known as the Constellation Killer. Just like 9 golden cards made the Tower Master, 2 skills made the Constellation Killer. One was the Puppeteer's Parade. With the help of that, the Constellation Killer was able to return to a new body even if his old body was destroyed. The other was Salvation of a Torn Goddess. With the help of that, the Constellation Killer could forget yesterday's memories to obtain today's victory. When I was killed by the Constellation Killer, I was given the choice to choose between those 2 skills. I chose Part-Timer. What did you dash dot? The coffee you order for our office doesn't taste good at all, guild leader. Please change the delivery. I rushed into the Flame Emperor's chest. The sound of my words was made by compressing my aura and sending it out as sound waves. At that moment, the astonished Flame Emperor's eyes widened even more. I don't want to remember the taste of the coffee I had today, I stated. So I'll throw it away, then clenched my fist. Invoked the salvation of a torn goddess. A single blow. Strengthen. My aura, as red as the Flame Emperor's aura, struck his abdomen. Kook! A sound leaked out of the Flame Emperor's mouth. Unable to withstand the force of my blow, the Flame Emperor flew toward the alley wall like a stick. Boom! The wall broke in half. Ah! Until now. 2 breaths. You Suha Guild? The Saintess seemed to regain some energy and looked up at me. She probably hadn't been hurt at all, and there was only a slight burn mark on her neck where she'd been grabbed by the Flame Emperor. She looked confused. I used to think the Saintess was purely a victim. I'm sorry, but please go to sleep. Now, I just considered her as a person. I pointed at the Saintess' forehead and sent my aura out. Ah! The Saintess collapsed with a groan. She'd fainted. This used to be an unimaginable exercise of force in the past. But now it was really simple. Until now. 3 breaths. Damn. The Flame Emperor rose up from the collapsed wall. Small pebbles fell from his long ponytail. This crazy bastard. Hey, what the hell are you doing? No, are you really the part-timer? That's right. Damn, you must belong to that witch. No, that's impossible. When that stupid terrorism happened, the Flame Emperor had trouble keeping up with the current situation. That was natural. After all, from his perspective, I was just a frail F-rank Hunter Guild member. Are you curious? Guild leader. The Saintess had no idea that the Flame Emperor had returned a day. Likewise, the Flame Emperor had no idea of what kind of being I was. If you want to know, you'll have to beat me. Ah! I need to know if I am stronger than you. I don't know what you're on about. The Flame Emperor's eyes were burning. I'm going to beat you up a little bit. Blood-colored aura overflowed from my hands. I'm only going to beat you till you can't move. And I jumped at him, by using everything I had. Bullshit. I am the number 1 hunter in the tower. My infernal heavens will make you wail your dying wishes. Infernal heavens demonic art. First form. Sword of starvation. I threw my fist at the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor tried to block my aura with a face that seemed to say I wouldn't let you hit me again. Right? I was basically a swordsman, not a fighter. Unlike the Flame Emperor, I wasn't in the best position right now. However, my master had cut through an entire snowy mountain without a sword. Therefore, even if I didn't have a sword, I would pierce through the stream of fire. Plus, Infernal Heavens Demonic Art. Rank, A+. Effect, the Demonic Cult. They hate the logic of the heavens. They curse it. And they did not stop at hating and cursing the heavens, but formed cults, eventually uniting under one doctrine. The infernal heavens demonic art is a martial art with the essence of that doctrine. Those who awaken the infernal heavens demonic art can tear up the heavens and crush the tall mountains. However, you must deeply understand the hatred and curses contained in the basic movements of this skill. The more you hate and curse the world, the more you overshadow the heavens. One who has mastered and reached the peak of the infernal heavens demonic art is the heavenly demon, the one who will overthrow the heavens. However, it becomes difficult to maintain your sense of self if you use this new skill. Plus, one blow. A piece of my aura pierced the flames. Today. Yasuha's head turned to the side as my fist hit his chin. Slowly, with my sense of time being infinitely prolonged by aura, the Flame Emperor couldn't hit me, and I was able to swing my arms a step ahead of him. I throw away the memories of the mud puddles I stepped in when walking in the alley. I roused my aura. Plus, Salvation of a Torn Goddess. Rank, A+. Effect. There was once a goddess who was devoted to a certain warrior. Although the goddess was torn apart by the warrior, she still wished to stand beside him. The goddess fell and was sealed in the skill card. The goddess replaces memories with abilities. You can strengthen your abilities and might by giving your memories to the goddess. The more important the memory is to you, the stronger the buff you receive. However, the strengthening effect does not last long. Plus, the wind howled. I swung my fist again, this time striking Yasuha's stomach. The Flame Emperor's breath hitched. Kook! A groan escaped his mouth. A few drops of gastric juice followed the groan, after which Yasuha collapsed to his knees. Cup, Fudash, Hook. Guild leader. I quietly looked down at the Flame Emperor. I know you're mad that the manager and I died, but guild leader killed her grandfather too. You what the? So you should apologize for killing her grandfather first. Until now. I took 5 breaths. I had no choice but to kill him. The Sword Saint tried to kill me without talking to me first.
Nevertheless, I'm sorry.
Tell the Saintess that. Until now. Took many days. You have to do it. Why are you killing blindly? The smell of the alley. The smell of poverty which was like water. No matter how strong the sun was in the world, its light never touched the shade. The puddles in the shade did not have the chance to fully evaporate, and when night fell or rain fell, it would rise as much as it evaporated once again. It was stagnant and rotten. Why? Took a lot of sun to evaporate my rotted muddy water. Why would you kill someone you don't know? Guild leader is strong. You are the strongest person in the tower. Unlike other people, you can even throw away your life if you want to. You have less to lose. So why do you kill people like that? I looked down at the man who burned my heart. He was so strong that at that time I had no way to defeat this man, so I just ran away back in time to the past to 4,000 days before. That's right. I ran away. I didn't know what to say to persuade this person. I didn't have the strength to convince this person. I didn't know how to attract this person. I had no confidence to face this person, so I ran away and killed him before he could become this person. I killed Yasuha, not the Flame Emperor. Don't live like that. You bastard. I was now stronger than him. Incomparably stronger. I could do a little more now. I didn't have to hold my breath while watching the Saintess die. I didn't need to try to run. I didn't have to be scared of dying. I didn't need to be afraid of being abandoned. I didn't have to worry about meaning nothing to others. I worked hard. The Flame Emperor spat up some more gastric juices. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he muttered, "What bullshit? Why can't I be a bit nicer? Why are you asking me something like that? Damn. Look around. Where did you grow up that you could spout such bullshit?" The Flame Emperor's eyes were bloodshot. Suyung is the same. You are the same too. Seriously. You two are not human. Whoever picked you up and raised you to be so good. Damn. How is that possible? The words he spat were also bloody. How can you be so kind? The blood thickened. How can you be so? How can people be so good? The Flame Emperor glared at me. Soft-hearted bastards. Get out of here. Ja Soo-young, and you two just go die. Just die. D. Get lost. Damn, really? Right. If that was his scream. Then the demonic cult's young master, the moon of the Ivansha Duchy, the ruler of the 100 ghosts, nodded. 0. The world isn't just made of bastards like you. And I won't let you become a bastard like you. I can do it, I will do it. I touched the Flame Emperor's forehead. Because I'm stronger than you. And reversed the flow of my aura. With a final curse, the Flame Emperor gently collapsed.
Bullshit.
Thud. The Flame Emperor fell to the ground. Silence descended upon the alley. The sound of small footsteps came from behind me. Turning around, I saw Ja Soo-young looking at me. Her purple eyes seemed to be asking, "What are you going to do now?" I nodded. 100 ghosts reincarnation. Under the night sky, my shadow spread across the dark alley. The shadow crawled like a slime, and a figure formed from it. Plus, 100 ghosts reincarnation. Rank, SSS. Effects. Summon those that you yourself killed. The dead cannot use their abilities from when they were living. But if you want, the dead will be able to keep their memories and their looks from when they were alive. If you don't want it, they'll just be summoned as monsters. However, you can only summon them once a week. Plus, wow, what the hell is that? The figure rising from the shadows was exactly the same as the man collapsed on the ground. Where is this place? Why did you call me to such a dog-like place? Yu Suha, who was dressed as a part-timer of the Planetarium Cafe, frowned. In this world, I was a part-timer, but in my world, he had become a part-timer. Feeling a strange cause and effect, I spoke to him. Yo Soa. Huh? What the hell? Who's that guy collapsed there? Don't worry about that. Yo Soa. What? Do you think I'm like a dog because I killed you? Yusuha looked at me as if he was wondering if I'd lost my mind. Did you eat some kind of medicine? Answer me honestly. Okay, like a dog. If you were me, wouldn't you think I'm like a dog? If you found a dog-like bastard wandering around a hunting ground by himself and tried to smash the back of his head, then, after he kills you, he would summon you whenever he's feeling bored and make you dance. Damn. Just talking about it pisses me off. You should just die. Damn. Crazy bastard. Right? I sighed. I'm also a bastard to some people. What was that? My wife was really not wrong. It was done. It was time to admit it. Sorry. Yusuha froze. Ha! I'm sorry I killed you, damn. TL. Best apology. Yusuha closed his mouth. It would be great if he was silent because he was moved by my apology, and maybe a bit praiseworthy. But naturally, this guy would never do anything good or praiseworthy, because he is a bastard. However, Yusuha just looked at me like an idiot. You're sorry for killing me? Right? Damn. I thought my ears broke, but it turns out that it's this bastard's head. Did you get shot? You wouldn't die even if you get shot, would you? Then you really mean that. Wow. I've never heard sorry for killing you before. Fowuk. I'm probably the first person in history who heard such an apology. When did you come up with that, damn? This dog-like man. If he didn't swear when he opened his mouth, you would believe he'd get pimples on his lips. Even when people apologized to him. I looked back at Ja Soo-young. Ja Soo-young was looking at me with a bright smile. Are you pleased? It's really interesting, Mr. Gongja. It's so much fun when everyone agrees and it's not just this one's opinion. Mr. Gongja, what kind of person would steal honey from all kinds of bees? The bees would buzz as they flocked over. Mr. Gongja, don't worry about this one. Continue talking to Mr. Yusuha. By the way, do they sell popcorn in Harlem? Mr. Gongja. This one's mouth is fervently demanding popcorn. This dog-like woman. Why is everyone around me crazy? In this world where God, devil, and man held hands, I held my head in my hands. Hey! What? I can't make up for making you like this. But, no, I can. I'm sorry for what I did to you, and I'll pay you back for it. I'll keep paying you back in the future. Is that okay? I'm scared because this isn't taking like a bastard. What are you talking about? Say it so that a human can understand. You're lucky that I'm such a strong person. I pull out the most recent piece of my life. Really, you should be glad I'm strong. A piece I stole from the Tower Master. Plus, the Earth Bone Dragon's skull. Rank, SSS+. Effect, the ability to archive the memories of the living. Archived memories are placed in a box that can only be destroyed by the user. Unless the box is destroyed, the user can recreate the body of a person who will inherit the same memories over and over. The body can travel around the world, create new memories, and update those experiences back to the box. Of course, if the user allows it. Even if the body is completely destroyed, the box will not suffer any damage. Grant the privilege of immortality to those around you. However, the memories of a destroyed body cannot be updated to the box. Plus,
Miss Yasoyong.
yes, Mr. Gongja. That, I said. I'll bring this child back to life. The Earth Bone Dragon's skull. With the strongest card I'd ever picked, a skill that preserves the other person's memory, and gave them a body, I declared. I'm gonna give this back. I saved one human being. Chapter 231. Silence fell upon the dark alley. You want to bring him back to life? Viscount Ja Suyung slowly looked around. How interesting. The entire alley was contained within the incredibly clear purple mirror. But this place doesn't match the theme of revival at all. Don't you think so, Mr. Gongja? After saying my name, Viscount Ja Suyung stepped on the muddy water. Rattle. Viscount Ja Suyung's foot hit a plastic bottle. Ja Suyung picked up the dirty garbage with her long white fingers. Like this drink bottle. It was imported from the outside world. It's just a trivial drink, but someone wanted to drink it so much that they imported it even if they had to pay premium. They savored it and drank it. Oh my, the last drop was gone. The Tower Master hummed happily. They drank their favorite drink, and it would have been a shame to just throw the bottle away after that. Perhaps they used it as a water bottle for a while? However, there are limits to that kind of affection. Tuck. Viscount Ja Suyung threw the bottle back into the muddy water. That was how the garbage was thrown in the place it was supposed to be. The plastic bottle, which was already dirty, slowly slid in the pool of muddy water before coming to a stop. Here. Without me realizing, Viscount Ja Suyung was standing right beside us. It wasn't just me. The Flame Emperor was also looking at Ja Suyung while remaining as quiet as possible, as if his instincts were telling him that he would be crushed if he attacked recklessly. A place where everything that was thrown away would be thrown away once again. Silence fell once again. In the dark alley, those who were thrown away by the outside world flocked to the tower and built Babylon. Those who were thrown away by Babylon crawled into a corner and created Harlem. And even in Harlem, there was a place where the bad people and bad things were thrown away, this place where an ominous silence covered the three of us. And in this place, Mr. Gongja said you would bring someone back to life. I nodded. That's right. Fine.
Viscount Yasoyong grinned.
Would it be okay for you to explain to me how exactly you're going to bring him back to life? Right. I looked at Ja Suyung. I had to prove my capability not just to Ja Suyung, but to all of the things that had been abandoned in this place. As you know, I have a skill that summons the dead. Pot. A golden card shined above my hand. Plus, 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. Rank, SSS. Effects. Summon those that you yourself killed. The dead cannot use their abilities from when they were living. But if you want, the dead will be able to keep their memories and their looks from when they were alive. If you don't want it, they'll just be summoned as monsters. However, you can only summon them once a week. Plus, and I pulled out another card in my hand. I also have a skill that can recreate the entire body of anyone that I have the memory of. Plus, the Earth Bone Dragon's skull. Rank, SSS+. Effect, the ability to archive the memories of the living. Archived memories are placed in a box that can only be destroyed by the user. Unless the box is destroyed, the user can recreate the body of a person who will inherit the same memories over and over. The body can travel around the world, create new memories, and update those experiences back to the box. Of course, if the user allows it. Even if the body is completely destroyed, the box will not suffer any damage. Grant the privilege of immortality to those around you. However, the memories of a destroyed body cannot be updated to the box. Plus, I took out the 2 cards and displayed them. MS.
Yasoyong.
Yes, Mr. Gongja. If I use both of these skills together, I can save Yu Suha. Yu Suha, who was silently being overwhelmed by the scene, shrunk his shoulders. Please let me save him. Humph. Ja Suyong narrowed her eyes. You are really interesting, extremely clever, and personally, I'd love to grant your request. Ja Suyong raised her finger and scratched my card. Look at the skill descriptions carefully. Start with 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. Plus, summon those that you yourself killed. The dead cannot use their abilities from when they were living. Plus, Ja Suyong had said, look, there is clearly the word dead in the 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. Just because you summon them through 100 Ghosts Reincarnation doesn't mean you bring them back to life. For example, Mr. Yu Suha standing there. Yu Suha shrunk back some more. It's not a life, it's a summoning. In other words, it is just a puppet that looks exactly like the person did before they died, and had their memories from before they died. On the other hand,
Yasoyong smiled.
Look at the next card. Plus, the ability to archive the memories of the living. Archived memories are placed in a box that can only be destroyed by the user. Unless the box is destroyed, the user can recreate the body of a person who will inherit the same memories over and over. Plus, it says here clearly that it stores the memories of the living. With a tuck, she flicked the card with her finger. It's not the memories of the dead. It's not even the memories of the summoned body or soul of the dead. Only the memories of the living can be placed in the box. Viscount Ja Suyong smiled and tilted her head. It's too bad. If Yu Suha was still alive, you could have stored his memories in the box without any problems. Skills are very strict, and they don't allow any exceptions, no matter how unfortunate it is.
Sorry. No.
I shook my head. You don't need to be sorry, Tower Master. Ja Suyong tilted her head. What do you mean? I don't need to collect the memories, whether it's from the living or the dead. From the moment I'd seen Earthbone Dragon Skull, I'd already drawn all of the pictures. Because 100 Ghosts Reincarnation is already storing the memories of the dead. Ja Suyong closed her mouth. The silence in the alley became heavier. I continued to look into those purple eyes as I spoke. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation is already a box in itself. I already have Yu Suha's memories. I have the Constellation Killer's memories. I have the Lady of Golden Silk's memories. I have Preda's memories. I have the memories of the demonic cult members who have the infernal heavens in their hearts. Beneath my feet, from the very shadow that had already formed Yu Suha, the 100 ghosts were summoned one after the other. The shadow grew larger and larger until it covered the plastic bottle at Viscount Ja Suyong's feet. Covered the puddle of muddy water. It covered the ruined alley. It covered Harlem, which had long since become the place for abandoned things. And finally it covered everything that had been thrown away twice by the world. Preda, the demonic cult members, the Lady of Golden Silk, the Constellation Killer. Those who appeared from my shadow raised their heads one by one. With my back to them, I looked at Ja Suyong. My 100 Ghosts Reincarnation is already a box that contains a lot of memories. I said this to the god of the tower, because I already have these kids' memories in the box. I don't need to look for a living kid and bring back their memories. Tower Master. For me, that process is unnecessary. Therefore, all I need are these kids' bodies. Bound by my summoning skill, answering immediately when I call, without any of the skills from when they were alive. Not just puppets that have the body and memories. Not just puppets that were chained to me. Kids with their own bodies. They could go wherever they wanted. They could do whatever they wanted, with bodies that were no different from a normal human's. I just want to give these kids bodies. Ja Soo-young closed her lips. The eyes of the 100 ghosts that rose up from my shadow looked at Ja Soo-young. The shadow was indistinguishable from the muddy pools, so it looked as if countless stars were looking up at her. In other words, Death King. Not just you, Suha Dash. Yes. I nodded. I hope that I can bring everyone to life in this place. 2. For a while, there was only silence. Ahaha. Then Viscount Ja Soo-young laughed. Ahem. That's right. I didn't know what was right. It just looked like she was having fun. I could tell from her expression that she was greatly satisfied by the way I wanted to use the skills she'd created. Everyone should be allowed to have a second life. Viscount Ja Soo-young tapped the muddy water with her toes. This caused the dirty water to splash up. Just before the muddy water could touch Viscount Ja Soo-young's socks and calves, the black droplets froze in the air. That is why this one built the tower. Time froze. Viscount Ja Soo-young playfully tapped the muddy water once again. The hem of her skirt fluttered. It was as if a circus tent was flapping in slow motion. Viscount Ja Soo-young smiled brightly and clapped her hands. Mr. Gongja is trying to build your own tower in the tower this one built. Clap. Viscount Ja Soo-young just clapped her hands. However, in the frozen world, her clap rang out like a bell in the night sky. 0. Without a doubt, regardless of whether time had stopped or not, all living beings would have heard Viscount Ja Soo-young's clap. Fine, everyone. Viscount Ja Soo-young smiled brightly. To this junior who dares to challenge this one. I had never seen her smile as brightly as she was now. Like a singer on stage, like a conductor before an orchestra. Ja Soo-young stood in the middle of Harlem, which was like a ruin, with both of her arms spread wide. This one will show the dignity of a senior.
Ja Soo-young exclaimed excitedly.
Everyone, please come here. At that moment the night was torn apart. There was no other way to express it. A long cut appeared in the sky as if a huge god had slashed it with a blade. It was split in two. It was as if there was a giant zipper in the sky and someone had pulled it down. The full moon was split. The galaxy spread apart. The moonlight ripped, the starlight split, and the entire sky opened up. There was nothing but suffocating pitch blackness. The apostle of the Lord of Mansang appears. Then, snow-white butterflies poured out from the pitch-black opening. The apostle of the Lord of Mansang appears. It was one at first. The apostle of the Lord of Mansang appears. Then 5. The apostle of the Lord of Mansang appears. But soon it was dozens. The apostle of the Lord of Mansang appears. The apostle of the Lord of Mansang appears. The apostle of the Lord of Mansang appears. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Countless small white butterflies poured down from the night sky. We stared blankly at the stars made of small white butterflies. Each of the countless butterflies was an apostle comparable to the Lady of Golden Silk. No, it was probably rude to compare them to the Lady of Golden Silk. Lord, who the hell is that person? Perhaps they were surprised by the number of apostles filling the night sky. Preta, whom I'd summoned, came to stand by my side to protect me, her shoulders trembling. It wasn't just Preta. Young master, what kind of psycho did you turn into your enemy this time? I'm not saying this because I'm worried, but there is a big difference in the number of heads on each side. Well, you were never the type to be worried about the head count anyway. That's just it. What in the world? The members of the demonic cult formed layers around me. They looked like they would throw themselves forward to protect me if they had to. Aha! When she saw the actions of the 100 ghosts, Ja Soo-young laughed happily. Death King. If Death King had been born in the same world as this one, and if you had been born a few years before this one, perhaps this one and Death King's positions would have been reversed. Ja Soo-young smiled as she raised her index finger. Then she gently pressed it against her lips. However, this one was a bit faster. Butterflies formed the galaxy in the night sky. Countless stars had appeared. Every star in the sky was one of Viscount Jia Suyung's apostles. Whether they were from ancient or modern times, any era, and any location, the lives saved by Viscount Jia Suyung shined in the sky as brightly as stars. As a latecomer, if you want to catch up to this one, you'll have to work really hard. That's good to hear. Even if I'm not sure about anything else, I at least have the confidence to try. I look forward to it.
Ya Soyung smiled brightly.
As a sign of my anticipation, I'll give you another small gift. Viscount Jia Suyung raised her hand. Dozens of butterflies flapped their wings and flew towards Jia Suyung. And the moment each butterfly touched the back of Jia Suyung's hand, a small light burst out. In an instant, the light grew and eventually became the size of a small child. God! A small child wrapped their arms around Jia Suyung's waist. It's real. It's God. God. Please call me more often. It feels like it's been over 30 years since you last called me. The children made a fuss as they clung to Jia Suyung. Wasn't this like fans meeting in uni that they respected? The little children chattered without ceasing and Jia Suyung smiled as she stroked each of their heads. Ah! Suddenly, one of them made eye contact with me. Uncle! My heart fluttered. It's Uncle. Uncle? Which uncle? The uncle that means half of the world to us. It's the uncle that played with us. Faces that I had only seen carved into dolls. Where? How? In the mansion where we were trapped. When are you talking about? That uncle came and played with us. That wasn't us. Isn't that the memory we entrusted to God? That's right. God said she would decorate the tower with our memories. I remember. Was it 600 years ago? It was so much fun back then. I opened my mouth slowly. You all, the children from the burning mansion. I spoke to the children who were chattering with real faces, not dolls. You all are not dead?
No.
It was Jia Suyung that answered. She gently stroked a child's head. They are dead. These kids are like the Yu Suha in this world. If only this one existed. In one of those hypothetical worlds, the children managed to escape the mansion with this one's help, survived, and became this one's apostles. In other words, just like you decided to bring people back to life with 100 Ghosts Reincarnation and Earthbone Dragon Skull, this one embraced the kids with Mansang Asterisk. TL. Can't remember if Thursday or I had explained Mansang before. But in this context, it basically means endless lives. Like what you did with Yu Suha. Yes, this one tries to give a second life to everyone who dies in the world. This one was also going to collect Yu Suha in this world. Jia Suyung chuckled. But I'll leave that to you. Ms. Preta, the members of the demonic cult, the Lady of Golden Silk, the Constellation Killer. They might only be a handful when compared to the countless stars, but, Death King, I will leave that handful to you. I hope that one day, those drops of water gather to form a river. The countless stars in the night sky. Below that, the Lord of Mansing gathered her hands together. The person who is similar to this one but walks a different path. As if praying to something. I wish you luck. Then, trauma reenactment complete. Confirming that the subject's psyche is maintained. The penalty is ending. There was light. Chapter 232. 3. What was the most magnificent thing one could see after opening their eyes? Some might say the antique sky and others might say an unknown ceiling, but I for one could give a clear answer to this question.
Gongya.
That is Raviel. Did you regain consciousness? Raviel lifted her soft little finger and touched my forehead. Her index and middle fingers tapped my forehead, leaving a rhythmic sensation. Raviel. It was so exhausting. I felt like I was about to burst into tears. The place I was now was the Spire world. To be precise, the side story. This is where Kim Yul and Jia Suyung lived while attending the same middle school and high school. Our party had decided to stay in Jia Suyung's house for the time being. It was just supposed to be a dream about God, the Tower Master. That person is just a crazy being whose entire life is a trauma. Aberka and Jia Suyung. from this world, were staring at me. But I couldn't stop clinging to Raviel. The current me needed the soft scent of blue lilies to soothe my heart. Huh. The entire life is a trauma? How is that possible? That person is always watching other people die in her head. She even replaces them. If I was on that battlefield, I would have been the one pierced by that spear. Stuff like that. Aren't they just delusions? It would be great if they were just delusions. That crazy woman Asterisk really made it happen. She has a skill that allows her to traverse time. She remembers everything she experienced, and she has a grasp of all the causality in the world. And with that, Asterisk, aka Crazy B asterisk C, Raviel patted me on the back. She was smiling bitterly. My wife must have seen some terrible things. It's rare for you to act like this. It's all right. We're safe here, nothing happened. You can rest on me a bit more. Raviel. No, you can take a long vacation. Didn't the lady who walks through the mirage say it? The time in this city is completely isolated from the outside world. Rest for a week, a month, as long as you want to. I'm glad this is my turn to comfort you, Gongja. Tears finally came out at that. How is my wife so strong? I've never seen Daddy cry before. Ugher. Is that so? Yugo. I was wondering why I'd never seen it before, but if I see it twice, I don't think I'd be able to call him Daddy. In that sense, I think I've endured it pretty well until now. So I'll go to sleep first. I'll spread the bedding for you, Mr. Aberka. Thanks, house owner. With a bang-bang boom, Aberka left the living room with Ja Soo-young from this world, their footsteps revealing their difference in mass. Now only Raviel and I were left in the living room. Raviel. Say it, Gongja. As there were less people around and it was quieter, Raviel hugged me more comfortably. Gently, after kissing my forehead, Raviel patted her knees. If it pushed my Gongja to the point of weeping, then it must have been terrible. But I can't get a clear impression with just those words. Tell me a little more about it. Yes. Pook. I laid my head on Raviel's lap. Just in case my head might be heavy, I reduced the weight on Raviel by applying aura to my neck. This was natural. After all, when I go to get a haircut at the barber shop, the barbers always tell me to apply aura to my neck to make my head less heavy. Cuckoo. Above my head, Raviel snickered.
Gongya.
Yeah. Your concern is cute, but I don't appreciate it. How heavy could your skinny head be? I want to take all of your weight. Honey, relax your neck. Ha! Good job, good job. It's only when you relax your neck that you will truly relax. Summer. A shadow covered the sky, and the living room became shaded. The feeling of the wind cooled twice by the clouds and the roof wasn't bad. It was refreshing. I pressed my head into Raviel's lap as if I was trying to hide from the world. This feels so good. Raviel laughed silently. My lover went on a trip and came back safely. That's a really good thing. I realized it from the start. Since the day I met you, good things keep happening in my life. What made you so sad?
Yasoyum.
The Tower Master intends to comfort all of the people abandoned by this world. The cool summer evening air blew through the shade. Here and there in the Hannock's shabby yard, grass bugs cried. If there was a child who was burned to death, she'd show them a new world. If the Tower Master was with the child, after creating that world, she would live happily with that child. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. It sounds like a very divine thing to do. What's the problem? There are people who want revenge, not happiness. The summer wind blew. People whose worlds are just hell. They can't change all of the pain they suffered in that hell, nor can they solve it. So the only solution is, I will inflict more pain on the people who made me like this. Yeah. I leaned more into Raviel's body. The Tower Master watches that person suffer in hell from start to finish, with her skills. And she doesn't help when she can. She doesn't stop them when she can. She just keeps watching. Raviel's hand paused. However, it was only for a moment. Indeed, Raviel gently stroked the back of my head as if she understood everything. So the cause of your distress is none other than the Tower Master. That's what you're saying. Yes. The resentment of the victims is naturally directed towards the Tower Master. Even if the Tower Master is God, no, because the Tower Master is God, they drag her down, lash out at her, tear her apart, trample her, just to relieve their own resentment. Is that it? Yes. I didn't nod. I just left the weight of my head on Raviel blankly, without expression, and moved my lips. That's what they do. That's what she hopes for all the people who were made victims by the kingdom to come to the Tower Master and return the exact same wounds and pain that they suffered in their life. What's worse is that the Tower Master can see the lives of everyone who injures her, so she knows what is a lie and what isn't. That isn't normal compassion. She really knows and embraces the pain of others. Cicadas cried in the grass. Her head is filled with scenes of people being stabbed to death, burned alive, or trampled to death. Always, constantly, those memories replay in her mind all day. She puts herself in that situation and actually gets stabbed, burned, and trampled. Screams, Raviel. In the Tower Master's mind, all she can hear are screams. Right? That is our God. Raviel let out a long sigh. Happiness desiring happiness. Pain desiring pain. The proposition is simple. The more the weight of humanity is erased, the more the Tower Master intends to shoulder the burden of mortals. Yes, it's a terrible thing. Raviel ruffled the hair at the side of my head. Her red eyes stared directly at me. In the end, the solution is also simple, Gongja. Right? One must find happiness within, not without. The Tower Master doesn't need to be that person. One should overcome their suffering on their own, not with outside help. They also don't need the Tower Master. That's right. Everyone has the right to bear their own misfortune. It's a natural fact there are only a few people who can do it. How many people live a natural life in this world? Doing what's natural, saying what's natural, achieving what's natural, and naturally having their dreams come through. It was a difficult task. Looking up at the evening sky, Raviel muttered. Perhaps she was thinking of her own difficult points in life. Did the Tower Master say anything like, "No one did anything wrong, Gongja?" Yes, the Tower Master said. No one is wrong for being born. It's a sad story. Raviel skillfully opened a can of soda and placed it to her lips. After quenching her thirst with a sip, she said, "In other words, that is this one's fault. I apologize. Sorry." She was saying that in this world, only her birth is wrong.
Gongya.
Yes. Is the Tower Master strong? I recalled the galaxy I'd seen from the ruins of Harlem. The countless butterflies flapping their wings. The stars made of butterflies. Yes, really strong. Can you win? I can win. Raviel looked directly into my eyes. I'll have to ask my man for a more definitive answer than that. I didn't love the person I might. Yes, Raviel. I nodded. I will win. Win. Raviel held my cheek in her palm. The reason I chose you to be my lifelong companion is because you will win. Because you won't fall. Because you will not forget your happiness. While the Tower Master uses misery to triumph, you, Gongja, will use happiness. Raviel's face drew closer. Make all those around you happy. Share your happiness with those you are with. Be disciplined and train so that you can be happy, so that those around you can be happy. And so this tower can be filled with happy people. I know it'll be difficult, but I smiled. Let's do this slowly. That's the man I fell in love with. However, Raviel smiled. Make me the happiest first. We kissed. Aberka and the house owner might overhear. The house owner doesn't seem to care. I already checked. What about Aberka? He's a child who thinks of me as his real father. Indeed, if he hears his daddy grunting and moaning in an unsightly manner, it might damage that child's innocent heart. Raviel snickered. Honey, try not to moan. Raviel? What is it? My love. What are you doing with that towel? I'm trying to be considerate so that you don't let out your moans subconsciously. Is this really out of consideration for a burqa? Huh? Doesn't Raviel just want to have fun? Shoo! Raviel covered my mouth playfully, her red eyes twinkling like rubies. The child is sleeping. Be quiet. What could I do in this situation? I had no choice but to follow my wife's lead. I love you, Raviel. I love you, forever. For the next morning. Hua, am. As I came out of the living room, I ran into a burqa. Yawning, I waved at him. Good morning, son. By the way, why does your face look like a snail who ate rock salt? Was your bed uncomfortable? You probably slept on the floor. I guess it can't be helped. Wait. A burqa trembled. Dash. Daddy? Daddy, you shameless lozier. The constellation, the muscle head who dreams of sinning against heaven despairs. With a lion's roar, a burqa ran to the yard. Thud, 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 thud. I was worried that the old Hannock would be ruined by his violent footsteps. I checked the safety of the Hannock before clicking my tongue. What's wrong with him? He's not a child. Was he going through puberty? Raising a child was hard too. Chapter 233. 5. After waking from Mansang, I was indebted to Ms. Jia Suyong. Not the noble who held the title of Viscount in the kingdom. Not the god who wielded the power Mansang, but Jia Suyong, a student who lived in the side story and attended the Shinseo Middle School. Ms. Jia Suyong is such a good cook. Yes, thanks to the recipe, I was able to make it exactly. Jia Suyong, a student of the Shinseo Middle School, slowly set a tray down. A burqa helped her serve the side dishes for dinner. Jia Suyong looked down at the table as she spoke. Did you accomplish what you wanted, Mr. Gongja? I stiffened for a moment. Huh? What Mr. Gongja wanted? Jia Suyong's voice was like the sound of a lone dandelion leaf falling to the ground. If one wasn't paying attention, her voice would often be caught in a summer breeze and disappear. I'm a bit worried about how Mr. Gongja feels. Worried about me? Yes, I was worried, as the house owner, from the position of you being my guests. However, in addition to that, I feel genuinely curious about Mr. Kim Gongja. Let me help you move the dishes. We arranged the table. One by one, soup bowls and grilled fish were carefully arranged on the table. The stew bowl was placed in the center, bean sprouts and cucumbers on the left, and steamed eggs at the back. As the food that would soon disappear into our stomachs was arranged, my arm brushed against Jia Suyong's arm, several times. What Mr. Gongja wanted, Jia Suyong wanted. You said that you met another me, not the me here. That person is my origin. They're probably God. That's what you told me, Mr. Gongja. Yes. Did you achieve what you wanted, Gongja? That was the first question Ms. Jia Suyong asked me earlier. But this time, the question was torn down and reached a new low. I was silent for a moment. Yes. Then I opened my mouth. My first goal was to meet the tower master that I might not be able to meet at the top of the tower, a human-to-human meeting. In that sense, I achieved my goal exceedingly well. I was able to learn a lot about the human called the tower master. I see. The student, who was smiling faintly in front of me, was not the noble with diverse expressions from the kingdom. But I knew that the faint smile on this girl was her happiest smile. Well done. Really well done, Mr. Gongja. Jia Suyong suddenly held my hands. So, as I felt Jia Suyong's body heat on my hands, I realized that my heart had no choice but to feel heavy. So this is your essence. A being that worried. A person who praised you for doing well and felt sad with you when you didn't. A person who was born to take that to the extreme. I wish you luck. For this person, every human being in the world was a child. She worried needlessly whenever a child went outside, worried that they would cross a dangerous road. She would say, "Watch out for cars. Watch out for motorcycles." Her heart would pound while the child was still out. However, the moment the child returned, simply because they returned safely, she would wrap her arms around them and say, "Well done, really well done. I wish you luck. Come back safely. I wish you luck. Watch out for motorcycles on your way back. I wish you luck. Be careful not to collect bad luck while climbing stairs. I wish you luck. Please come back safely." The God who wanted to be everyone's protector. With God's avatar in front of me, I smiled. "Should I show you what I got from meeting the Tower Master?" Ja Soo-young nodded. "Mr. Gongja should do what you want to do, right?" Translated, those words meant, do whatever you want to do. I seemed to have gained the skill of a priest capable of roughly interpreting the word of God. "Now then, please wait a moment. I'll show you." "Ah, I'm sorry, but before that," Ja Soo-young pointed towards the table. "Let's eat first. If you don't eat on time, your health will suffer, Mr. Gongja." Indeed. Translated, that would be eat your food. Smiling bitterly, I obeyed God's orders. 6. The place I went to was the backyard of the Hanok, the so-called warehouse where the ghosts slept. I carefully opened the door of the warehouse one step at a time. I never thought I'd come back to this ghost den. While staying by the door, swish, swish, I checked the inside of the warehouse. Fortunately, I didn't see anything strange like a festival of ghosts, or a scene that would make the viewer's SAN asterisk drop suddenly. Asterisk. Sanity value / stat. The warehouse was quiet. There was just a bunch of clutter that was peacefully collecting dust. Not here. At that moment, meow. Something clung to the back of my foot. Heek? It's just meow. You were so surprised, Mr. Gongja. As if she was used to it, Ja Soo-young lowered her head and picked up the doll that was stuck to my leg. While moving, the puppy doll reminded me of his existential crisis by crying meow, meow, over and over again. Cough. I tried not to get too close to the puppy doll as best as I could. Is this child dead? For example, is it a dead spirit that entered the doll? No, Mr. Gongja. Meow is just a child who wonders, who am I? Forever. They're just a child. As she held the puppy doll in her hands, Ja Soo-young spoke quietly. Meow's contemplation never stops. I don't think it's possible for their contemplation to stop. Why? The puppy doll began making a fuss. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Ja Soo-young nodded. Meow said, if it stops contemplating, the world will perish. Indeed. No, I don't even know what part 1 meant by indeed. In any case, so you're saying that puppy doll is alive? Of course it is. Meow is alive, they will continue to live, and if they did die, the world would perish when they die. In front of the most dangerous puppy on the planet, cat. Puppy doll that makes cat noises. Whatever, I took out a skill card in front of Meow. Card summon. Pot. Plus. The Earth Bone Dragon's Skull. Rank. SSS Plus. Effect. The ability to archive the memories of the living. Archived memories are placed in a box that can only be destroyed by the user. Unless the box is destroyed, the user can recreate the body of a person who will inherit the same memories over and over. The body can travel around the world, create new memories, and update those experiences back to the box. Of course, if the user allows it. Even if the body is completely destroyed, the box will not suffer any damage. Grant the privilege of immortality to those around you. However, the memories of a destroyed body cannot be updated to the box. A skill copied from the Lord of Mansing. Plus. MS. Soo-young. Yes. Ja Soo-young tilted her head to the side. At the same time, the puppy doll flopped over and let out a loud meow, as if it was yawning. Why was an item that could literally end the world so cute? I can give this puppy doll a body. Ja Soo-young froze. By body? I can give these children living bodies. How about it, Ms. Soo-young? Will you trust me once and allow me to use my skill on these children? Ja Soo-young pondered for a while. Ja Soo-young, not the kingdom's noble, not the Sun King's concubine, not the Tower Master, but a third-year student from Shinseo Middle School who was born solely because of God's mercy, slowly opened her mouth. Thank you very, very much for your offer. She bowed her head. However, I think that's something these children should decide on their own. As expected, I would be happy if these children could get living bodies and be able to live a bit more freely than they are now. But these children might think differently. If the shells known as the Kingdom's Noble, Hero, and Tower Master were peeled off one after the other, after peeling them off, the remainder would be the being in front of my eyes. As a being, Ja Soo-young was only a handful. If possible, I'd like these children to make their own decisions. I nodded. Yes, I think that's right too. So I asked every single one of the strange creatures gathered in the ghost warehouse, whether they were really living creatures or not. In any case, I asked them one by one. For example, I asked the mirror. It was a mirror that made it feel like a ghost was grasping you by your neck when you looked at it. Cook. As I looked at the mirror from afar, I felt long fingers press on my neck from every direction. This wasn't an illusion. Cook. With each word, the pressing of the fingers became more vivid. I tried to remove it with my aura, but even that didn't work. In front of this mirror, I held out my skill card. As long as you want it, I can give you a body. Cook. Of course, there are some conditions. Firstly, your memories will be stored in the box, and the box will become my property. If you die and you want to create a new body, you'd need to get my permission to use the box. Cook.
No.
However, I'm not going to abuse it. I'm serious. After I save you, I'll just create a ghost army to conquer the world. Cook. Ms. Soo-young. Help. This guy can't understand a joke. Save me. Mr. Gongja is being killed by a ghost. You're really good at communicating, Mr. Gongja. Ja Soo-young admired expressionlessly. You're the first person other than me that was able to communicate with the mirror like that. You're doing great. No, don't just praise me from afar. Rather, it's getting worse. So please help. Ja Soo-young approached the mirror and stroked its surface. Mr. Mirror. Mr. Gongja is a very nice person. As Ja Soo-young spoke, with a whoosh, the mysterious hand that gripped my neck suddenly let go. Isn't he just a Ponzi from the outside? He's not. He's a very straight-laced person, and he's strong enough to not become not straight-laced star. Huh? Does he feel bad because he's actually old but only looks young? Well, I guess it's possible. Asterisk. Double negative. Was this really an inorganic being that wasn't possessed by the spirit of a living being? However, he's not the type of person to use Mr. Mirror. Mr. Mirror's body will be yours. It's also entirely up to Mr. Mirror whether you want to be revived or not. You can trust Mr. Gongja with this much. The mirror trembled. Huh? If I'm particularly fond of Mr. Gongja? No, I care about everyone. There is no feeling of favoritism. The mirror shimmered. Yes. Ja Soo-young looked at me and I said politely, if you accept your resurrection, in the future, you could find a personal mirror cleaning butler, who is a black-haired young man with Victorian-style one-eyed glasses. And if possible, he might have a strong British accent while speaking English. Also, if it's really possible, he might even have an interesting background. For example, he could be the second son of a marquis family that had been wiped out. Indeed. Right, this time it really was indeed. Did you know if you go up the tower, there are two part-timers whose looks everyone who eats there enjoys? One has silver hair and the other one has black hair. Even if it might be impossible to get someone to cosplay as a butler, how about a cafe part-timer? You're home. I'll let you have a space in the cafe. Hold on. Why am I desperately trying to convince a mirror that can only hold people's necks? There was only one reason. To reduce the Tower Master's burden. That's right. One by one, I would reduce the lives the Tower Master had to carry. Firstly, I would start with the mysterious creatures one of her incarnations, Ja Soo-young, was carrying in her ghost warehouse. Because that's the only way to beat the Tower Master. As I reflected on my resolve, Ja Soo-young, who was in charge of interpreting between human and monster, nodded. He says he will generously accept Mr. Gongja's offer. Afterward, I collected the strange objects one by one into Earthbone Dragon Skull. The box in which his memories were stored was small. A small black cube. As soon as I saw it, I gained a mental image of what to do next, and with the image guiding me, I opened my mouth and swallowed the box. Gulp. The box melted in my mouth and flowed down my esophagus to my stomach as if it had no shape. My heart became a little darker. Earthbone Dragon Skull. A bright light flashed in front of me. Skill activated. When the light faded, a mirror that looked identical to the one before was standing in front of me. That's right. Standing. Standing on legs. It has legs. It has legs. Ja Soo-young responded indifferently. Perhaps this is the body that Mr. Mirror originally had. The four-legged mirror excitedly wandered around the warehouse. Even if I used Mansang to bring the poet with the greatest literary ability back to life, he would only have one word to use at this scene. Cockroach. The cockroach with the body of a mirror crawled vigorously. No matter what, that's... Thanks, Mr. Gongja.
Ja Soo-young spoke seriously.
You really are a good person, Mr. Gongja. I gave bodies to the others one by one. As a result, within the warehouse was a seemingly flawless poodle, but every time he opened his mouth, a cat's meow would come out. A portrait of a painter painting a portrait. A red dragon that was, fortunately, only 15 centimeters, although it was just as majestic as in the myths. What the hell is this? In the end, even Bei Hurayong, who hadn't opened his mouth in so long, couldn't keep his silence. It's a complete mess. If you think about it, it's kinda like the specters and 100 ghosts. If curry tastes like shit, is it still curry? No matter what you call it, it's shit. This is shit. I don't know how my life got so messed up, but I think I know where it started. Sword Emperor. Ever since I met you. Because of you, I attracted all of the crazy people, ghosts and strange, mysterious creatures. Do you understand? Don't be ridiculous. Hey, if you followed my instructions instead of doing your own thing, wouldn't you have already reached the 100th floor? Over 10,000 people would have watched your journey and cheered. What was he talking about? I shook my head. 100 ghosts reincarnation. I started doing what I had to do. Skill activated. Now that I had cleared away the lives the Tower Master's incarnation had been carrying, it was time to finish my job. You called for me, my lord. Faded blonde. Preta appeared with one side of her face covered by a bone mask. My vassal, once revered by the name Estel, once feared as the Demon King, fell to her knees. Preta. Yes. Live. Preta raised her head and looked at me. I looked into her eyes. This body killed many people. I know. I am a sinner. That's right. Can someone like me still live? I nodded. Live. Carry on with your life. I will be with you. When you carry yourself, if you feel like you will fall, I will carry you. Silence passed. Preta, slowly, very slowly, opened her lips. Yes, with a wet voice. I will live. That was only the beginning. Chapter 234. 1. I put my hand on Preta's shoulder. Chwak! A black whirlpool engulfed Preta. The whirlpool was fierce at first, but it gradually died down. From the size of Preta's body to the size of Preta's head, to the size of her eye. After growing smaller for a while, at some point the whirlpool compressed into a small bead. This little bead was the Earthbone Dragon's box. Preta's memories were stored here. In this little box, an unnamed doppelganger that was a small village girl became a saintess, fell to a witch, cultivated a paradise, then disappeared without a trace. All of those things were contained in this little box. Soul. That was probably the most accurate word to describe it. I looked down at Preta's soul in my palm. Preta, can you hear me? Very slightly, the bead in the palm of my hand moved. From now on, I'm going to eat your memories. I don't understand the principles behind it, but the box isn't stored in my body. Instead, it becomes black water that my heart is submerged in. The sound of rain could be heard in the distance, in this neighborhood, or in the next neighborhood over. The dark clouds that were passing overhead would soon reach this old hammock. Prieta. The pitch-black bead glimmered. A little while ago, Ms. Ja Soo-young said something important. The bead wasn't moving. If I use my skill to give someone else a body, it should be that person's decision. Within the black bead, there was still a spinning whirlpool. No one in this world chose to be born. No one can choose their parents. It's not just the people who are usually unhappy. Even the most extraordinary geniuses, the rarest beauties, and the greatest saints have no say in their birth. 7 billion people all have the disadvantage of being born when they didn't want to and couldn't want to. The bead. That's why I think this moment, where you can decide if you want to receive a living form or not, is extremely, extremely special. I raised the swirling whirlpool to my face. Prieta. Would you be my daughter? Silence. Without me realizing, the summer rain had passed through the next neighborhood and reached Hannock Street. The drainage system on Hannock Street was no different from the one built during the period of Japanese occupation, and the people here had no choice but to pray it didn't flood when it rained. The rain poured down the old street. Rain fell on my palm too. Tuck, 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 doo-doo. The raindrops splashed off of my palms into the air before settling on the old wooden floor. Although most of them were deserters like that, there was a bit of rainwater that stayed in my palm, causing the small bead to be half submerged. Prieta. To this submerged being, I said with a begging expression, "Be my daughter." The bead shook as if it wanted to swim forward. Communicating beyond that was impossible. However, I could see that the bead had nodded. Right? I lifted my left hand and slowly held the submerged bead in my right hand, and just as slowly, put Preta's soul into my mouth. I closed my mouth, cook and swallowed. The bead became black liquid that flowed over my tongue. As it flowed, the black liquid seemed to spread into tens and hundreds of branches that pierced my internal organs. It was a shadow. As if finding its target, the shadow, which had been procrastinating and eroding my internal organs, began to flow to one specific spot in my body. It was rushing towards my heart. Tens of hundreds of branches wrapped around my heart. My heart was covered, trapped. There were no problems with the functions of my heart, however. There were now shadows, and each shadow corresponded to someone's memory. Earth-bone dragon's skull. Skill activated. Chwak. In an instant, the shadows wrapped around my heart released. Then from my esophagus to my mouth to my tongue before finally escaping my body, flowed hundreds of black remnants. When it came out, it was just a small bead again. Tong, tong, tong. The bead rolled across the rainy wooden floor, and with every bounce, tong, 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 the bead became exponentially larger. Finally, the bead became so large that it took up the entire floor. And just as the giant bead broke, meow, meow howled, meow, meow, meow. The cat with a dog's body let out a long cry as the outside of the bead melted in the rain and became a shadow. And she was standing on the shadow. Still, in a comfortable dress that a country girl would wear. She looked like she would wander round a farm all day with a small basket in her hand, picking any vegetables she wanted to use. A girl who looked like she should have been in the middle of a rice field was born after the shadow egg broke. Ah! As Preta looked around dazedly, I remembered a scene I'd seen before. I see. Those who enter the tower do so with nothing. Money, identification, even clothes and socks. Just as if they'd been born, they entered the tower with just their naked body. They would go through a long tunnel before arriving at the square known as Babylon, and get a new title, a new name. All of this was just a metaphor, a device to say, "You have been born anew," as if to say, all of you are now this one's new children. The Tower Master's words. Prieta. Just like, what name would you like to have? Like I was doing now. For a while, the Devil King of Fall Rain didn't respond. However, it wasn't because she had no answer to give. She had already prepared an answer. She simply didn't know if she should say it. She didn't know if such a luxury, such a miracle, was something someone like her should be allowed to have. So she couldn't open her mouth. "Estelle," she cried. "Estelle. My name, Estelle. Please let it be Estelle." I nodded. I could guess why she used the name of the first human she killed to be her new name. She intended to live a life to replace that person. That was what she'd decided. Right? Guessing her thoughts, I gave her the name. Estelle. Yes. Yes, my lord. I'm no longer your lord. I'm your father. In front of the avatar of a certain goddess who wanted to be the mother of everyone, I spoke to the life I'd created. There will be a lot of work ahead. Always treat the people in front of you with respect. You have returned to the days when you had the power of a constellation. So there is little that you cannot accomplish with your sword. But there is still a lot for you to see. Yes, Hook. Yes. For the time being, you will be working part-time at the Planetarium Cafe. Meet people, serve guests, calculate change, get tips, talk to coworkers, have talking fights, then take responsibility for fighting. Learn what it means to be a person there. Yes. As she cried, I called out her name. Estelle. I said, learn a lot. 2. It was a rainy day when it opened its eyes. It didn't have a name. It didn't have a form. Could only be called a shadow. On a rainy day, the shadow opened its eyes, and as soon as it opened its eyes, it saw the first creature that appeared in front of it. Frog. It didn't know what the creature was. There were a lot of things it didn't know, except the sound of rain. A roaring sound that came from every direction. The rain also had a sweet scent. Like now. When it went from an unnamed monster to Estelle, it was allowed to live a normal human life. When Estelle was called a saintess, she seemed to have an honorable and sacred future shining ahead of her. When the saintess fell to become a witch, she became the Devil King and destroyed a world. However, there was never a time when she felt, I was born. It was just a life she'd been given, and she lived as it was given. She became a saintess not because she was holy, but because she had replaced a dead child. When they saw that, people around her called her an angel or saintess. She wasn't. She was just living. She just wanted to live. Estelle. It wasn't until this moment. Learn a lot. That Estelle was born. Estelle was holding a gigantic pitch-black sword. The sword had appeared from the same bead she was born from. It was the red sword that had made her the strongest and undefeated when she had been called the Devil King. Estelle held that red sword star. Compared to her small body, the sword was far too big. But for Estelle this sword was nothing short of her soul. Asterisk. Not sure if it's black or red anymore. It was incredibly easy to attract the soul, and Estelle simply held the sword high. Pitiful life. Estelle's face darkened. It was as if she was reciting a prayer for herself. This is all I can do to prove myself in this place. The red sword moved slowly. Today, I look up to the sky and let out my Vegeta star. Asterisk. The first cry of a newborn baby. Then, the swung sword let out a wail. A red beam of light from the sword split the world. All at once, the raindrops split, the dark clouds scattered, and the sunset that was hidden behind them was torn apart. Hoo-doo-doo-doo, the split raindrops fell, reflecting the brilliant colors of sunset. As if every drop was filled with gold, the old Hanok was suddenly covered in gold. The Devil King of Fall Rain has manifested. Ja Suyung looked at the golden shower in the middle of the backyard. Raviel and Aberka, who were sitting on the floor, quietly watched this mysterious rain. Beautiful.
Smiling. Yasoyung turnet torstai Kim Gongya.
TL. Sudden third-person switch. Mr. Gongja. You have so many beautiful things. Kim Gongja nodded. Yes. Kim Gongja said. This is the day Estelle was born. 3. And it wasn't just Estelle that was born that day. In the yard of the old Hanok, countless members of the demonic cult prostrated themselves. There were so many people that some of them had to prostrate themselves from the shoulders of their fellow members. 499 people. With the exception of one, the demonic cult did not lose their mind after losing their old master. Blood demon, Xuemo, I called the name of the strongest among them. Yes, young master. You obeyed the heavenly demon and took care of all the small tasks. If there were evil people to deal with, you dealt with them, and if you had to build a house for a cult member, you built it. Not only did you punish evil, you also served the people. You are worthy of being called the assistant among assistants, and the worker among workers. Thank you, young master. I nodded. Ghost flame demon, Gui Hun Yan Mo. Yes. You utilized your strategic prowess and resourcefulness to achieve whatever the heavenly demon willed. Even if the entire world was buried in snow, and your strategies and resourcefulness were frozen beneath the snow, you remained devoted to accomplishing the heavenly demon's wishes. I nodded. Moon Shadow Demon Lord. First rank, Commander of the Shadow Corps, Moon Shadow Demon Lord, responds to the young master's call. You planted spies in the world and knew the snow would arrive before anyone else. You worked hard to guide the elites of the Murim and summon the demonic cult's last warriors. Without you, it would have been impossible for any of the leaders to differentiate among themselves. I nodded. Sword Demon. Tell me, young master, you are strong. In the final battle, you won against the Murim. If you weren't strong, it wouldn't have mattered how beautiful the battle was, or how good of a story it would be to tell. You remained focused and won. Kuhahaha. My young master's words are so right it makes me want to hug you to my chest. You all. I turned and looked at the 499 gathered there. It is thanks to you all that we were able to win. No, it is thanks to us that my master was able to win. A quiet fire burned in the eyes of the cult members. Did master just defeat the Murim? No. The cult members answered together. Did master just win over Namgong-un, the leader of the Murim? No. The cult members screaming at the top of their lungs. Then what did our great leader triumph over? Beneath the evening sky that had been cut by Estelle, the people of the destroyed snow cried. The world. That's right. The heavenly demon conquered the world. I nodded. Even if the snow fell eternally and covered the world, even if everyone died in the snow, Master didn't give up or doubt the sword even once. That was why Master could cut the snowfield. For the demonic cult. For the common man. But there are still many worlds for us to challenge. I raised my finger and pointed towards the sky. There was just a split sunset there, but my finger was pointing to the tower beyond it, and everyone here knew it. The world that Master couldn't cut is still overflowing with blood. The bloodthirst of the demonic cult members reached the peak. We will follow the teachings of the demonic cult. Bariah. Even if there are many worlds to cut, we are determined to fulfill our task. Bariah. Then live. Aga Bariah. Our hearts are flames. We will burn the world. So I melted 499 boxes into my heart. The resurrected demonic cult members were still reveling in the feeling of being alive. But they didn't just speak about living. For the demonic cult. At my murmur, 499 members of the demonic cult drew their swords at once. For the common man. Their blades were marked by their dark experience. We will conquer the tower. The 100 ghosts tied to the 100 ghosts reincarnation were released. They were reborn in my heart and regained the power of their glory days. The strongest army had been born. Chapter 235. 3. The 100 Ghost Penal Colony. 1. The criminals who had dyed the empire with blood. Criminals who had failed to obey the orders of their ruler till the end. They had been chained in the penal colony known as the 100 Ghosts Reincarnation. The price of those chains was horrendous. Plus, the dead cannot use their abilities from when they were living. Plus, the dead couldn't return to their prime. They could only remember it. The great Devil King, who had destroyed the empire, shrank down to the hungry ghost, Preda, and the demonic sect, which once ruled the world, was reduced to a group of ruffians. However, it was different now. Kuhahaha. It's been such a long time since I used the Infernal Heaven's demonic art. The swords held by the cult members swirled with martial arts. The bodies they had once lost had been returned to them, and the martial arts that had once been thrown away were given back. The prime. As the Infernal Heavens was returned to the days of its prime when it had ruled the Murim, the cult members overflowed with excitement. Shit! That this day would actually come. One-on-one matches. Let's set up one-on-one matches. The young master saving my already dead life was enough to drive me to tears. Now that the young master has even returned our martial arts, I'm crying so much it's shameful. Long live the young master. Long live. Long live asterisk. Asterisk. Well, not exactly. Should we make today the demonic cult's official holiday? I want to start the one-on-one matches right away, but this yard is a bit small. Young master, where is this? I wanted to ask when we were first summoned, but the young master had a very serious expression on your face, so I'm asking now. I smiled bitterly. When the serfs, deserters, slaves, and beggars who fled from all over the world started talking together, it sounded like a fish market. The others are still waiting, so make room first. While you received your Earthbone Dragon's box, the 500 other troops were quietly waiting in the shadows. Whether you climb the wall or go into the house, make room. Yes, young master. The cult members responded in unison. Then, with great skill, they climbed the wall, climbed the shoulders of their comrades who climbed the wall, hid their bodies in a corner of the wall, or crept under the wooden flooring like rabbits. In less than 30 seconds, the Hanok house's yard was empty. How skillful! Ja Suyong marveled at that scene. Sitting on the floor in the main hall, Aberka silently looked at the yard. The cult members' bloodthirst, spirit, and above all, their martial arts, comparing their skills to his. As a warrior, he must have been getting excited, as even though he kept his mouth shut, his arm muscles wriggled and flexed. Prepare yourself. You can stick to them soon enough. I tapped Aberka's arm. And they're not the only ones who will appear before you. Looking back at the yard, I said, next. Skill in progress. I summoned the 100 ghosts waiting for their turn. The total number of cult members was 1,000. Earlier, I'd summoned and given bodies to 499 people, and this time I was going to put the memories of 500 people into the black beads and put it into my heart. As a result, the immortal asterisk demonic cult army was completed. Asterisk or undying. Which do you prefer? Next. The next summoned person could be considered pretty lowly when compared to the Devil King of Fall Rain or the demonic cult that had ruled the world. Golden Silk. Standing in the yard, the maid's shoulders shook. As someone born into a noble family, her blonde hair was always groomed and neat. Once called the flower of high society, the heroine of the empire. Evenale Barony's young Miss Sylvia Evenale. I greet the sun and moon of Ivantia. Gubbock. Golden Silk bowed politely towards the main hall where Raviel and I sat side by side, her fingertips gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. Now that I think about it, I open my mouth. I never really talk to you much. You star. I am just your wife's servant. I can't bear it if you were to speak so politely. Asterisk. KGJ addressed her in a polite manner. Right? We haven't spoken much. I spoke comfortably. Raviel didn't say anything, however. She raised her right arm and placed her hand on my far shoulder. Then, something strange happened. Until now, this place had been an old Hanok in a shabby village. A house with a large yard. However, the moment Raviel held my shoulder, the wooden floor we sat upon became the Duke's throne that proved our titles, and the yard where Golden Silk kneeled became a solemn audience chamber. There's something I need to talk to you about. Golden Silk let out a shallow breath. There were no dazzling family flags or knights in shining armor here. However, the Ivantia Duchy didn't need silk curtains or marble stairs. As long as Raviel and Kim Gongja were there, that place was the Ivantia Duchy. Chirp, 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 chirp. Insects from a foreign country in a foreign world cried. Before their cries stopped, Golden Silk bowed her head as politely as she could. Please speak. You were a regressor. Yes. I know that you regressed with the help of a constellation's power. I also know that you tried to get the position of Empress that was originally supposed to be given to Raviel. But why? Why did you aim to be Empress? Why did you want to seize the greatest power in the Empire? Why would you risk your entire new life to take Raviel's place? The Maid of Golden Silk, no, Sylvia Evenale, kept her lips closed. I was the sovereign of the 100 ghosts, so if I ordered her to speak, Sylvia wouldn't be able to remain silent. However, I didn't give the order. I don't know. And even though she was no longer the barony's young Miss, Sylvia Evenale, who was once a noble of the Empire, spoke of her own volition. You don't know? Yeah, well, it's lost in the past. Sylvia raised lips slightly. The Crown Prince's lover, the future's Empress, the family's ascension, the countless invitation letters placed below my feet, and the gossips who rushed to flatter me. Isn't that all in the past? What should I do after losing them all? Why did I scramble for them like that? I really don't know. Do you not want to know? Ah, that sounds like a great argument. As expected of the moon of the Ivantia Duchy. Can you pierce through human psychology as you please? There's nothing here for you to see through. However, if you want to show off to your wife, then I, Sylvia Evenale, will do my best. Because your butler died.
No.
Technically, he disappeared. The tale of Somerwin Academy's butler. After Raviel was ruined, and Sylvia was corrupted, he couldn't bear it, and prayed with all his might. His wish had reached a certain corner librarian. Oh God, help us. Hamustra willingly accepted the butler's wish. Time was rewound to before the Lady of Golden Silk became Empress, before Raviel was ruined. In this restored timeline, Raviel's heart was plated with a blade. In return, the butler ceased to exist. Everything was lost. With her head bowed, Sylvia grit her teeth. I wanted to get closer with young Lady Ivantia, because she was beautiful, and competent, and smart. For such a person to be in this world, I wondered if a relationship between us would be okay. With a Raviel rested her head on my shoulder and furrowed her eyebrows. That was our first meeting. Yes, it was our first meeting in the first reverse time. I was nervous because my childhood friends and I were debutantes. At that time, I saw the Lady of Silver Lily from a distance. Sylvia spoke. Like someone who had already rewatched the videotape countless times, Sylvia accurately recited the scene of the past. In my eyes, the Lady of Silver Lily was, well, a real angel. Silver hair, not to mention her red eyes. Even if the most beautiful rubies were to be unearthed, those who had seen the young Miss Eyes would scoff and call them garbage. So I understood. You admired her, just like I admired a certain hunter. After a brief silence, Sylvia clenched her fists. Yes, that's right. Sylvia grabbed the maid headdress and threw it to the ground. I fell in love with you. Are you satisfied? Sylvia glared at the silent Raviel. The manners and politeness that she'd shown before were all thrown to the dogs, and she stood there like a ruffian. Ja Soo-young, our expressionless landlady, chose this moment to bring a tray. It's cool barley tea. Would you like some? Yes. I don't know who you are, but thank you. Hup. Gulp. Gulp. What is this? It's so good. Damn. Sylvia stared at the barley tea for a moment before her shoulders slumped. She looked as if her life was in vain. Well, I wasn't the only one who admired her. We even created our own social club called Silver Bells. It had a membership system, and only the young misses recommended by members could join. The screening process was really strict, so it wasn't a social club that just anyone could enter. Silver Bells? Bells for the Lady of Silver Lily. It means we rang. Can you not understand that either? Are you stupid? Silence fell for a moment. It was Bae Hurayong and Shiny that broke the silence. Zombie. You didn't make fire bells asterisk or anything like that when you were on your own before. Did you? Asterisk or fireballs. I believe my lord at that time didn't have the social skills required to put such a thing together. Ah, sorry, zombie. I touched a sore spot without intending to. I quietly listened to Golden Silk's story. I did it. I was a founding member as well, so I was very passionate about it. Lifting her head, Raviel held her chin. Then why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? The iron rule of our social club was absolute secrecy. Just looking, don't touch. Just looking at the Lady of Silver Lily from afar before returning to our secret hideout to chat. Write poems or publish novels was the great purpose of our silver bells. I feel like I had the position of a platypus. Raviel pouted her lips. She certainly looked like a newborn platypus. Well, usually it was just gossip. Then I, just to kill time, would write the Lady of Silver Lily's real name on paper. I wrote Raviel Ivantia. Then I wrote my name underneath. Ah, I'd have to show you to explain. Sylvia shook her head. Then, I spotted a broomstick used to sweep the yard that was nearby, and trudged over to get it. Hey, look at this. Holding the broom upside down, Sylvia scribbled on the ground. Plus, Raviel Ivantia, Sylvia Evenale. Plus, I roughly wrote the letters out on paper like this. As a child. Zombie. When you were on your own before. Even Shiny believes that the Lord did not go through such a stormy period. That's true, right? I looked at Sylvia without paying any attention to them. As she turned the broom back over, Sylvia said, At first, I just doodled because I had nothing to do. But then a thought popped into my mind. If the Lady of Silver Lily and I had a baby, TL. The theater-loving goblins would freak out. Raviel threw away the teacup she was holding. Sylvia pointed the broom at Raviel like an angry hedgehog. Ah, you have to understand. I was going through puberty. Anyways, we couldn't get married, so if the two of us had a child, it would be illegitimate. We couldn't give them our family names, but we also couldn't give them a name that was completely unrelated. So I secretly combined Raviel Ivantia and Sylvia Evenale, and it was almost inevitable after having that thought that I realized. Do you understand this outstand idea? Miss Sylvia. Ja Suyung politely raised her hand. Thank you for teaching me. Damn it. Ha, brushing her bangs back, Sylvia Evenale sighed. So, this? Anyways, that's what happened. By the way, would this work with this world's language? It's the same in the kingdom language. Ah, I don't know. Let's try anyway. I still looked at Sylvia, too. Sylvia diligently wrote the letters on the ground. Plus, Ravielivansia. Sylviaevanail. Plus, look closely, everyone. Is this the tricky part? When I was young, I just thought about combining my name with the Lady of Silver Lily, combining the names of two people to make a new name, but then I suddenly realized something amazing. Sylvia, who was dressed as a maid, began to move the broom again. We have now separated words into letters, right? But what if we separate them further into consonants and vowels dash dot? Plus, RVLVNSAIEIAIA. SLVVNLYIAEAAI. Plus, at this point, Sylvia jumped up and raised her head. Her face was red with excitement. Do you see it? You see it. This is fate, isn't it? Miss Sylvia. Ja Suyung politely raised her hand. In this case, destiny would be a better choice than fate. Thanks, but please shut the hell up. Damn it. Ah. Look closely, everyone. As Ja Suyung lowered her head sullenly, Sylvia's broomstick practically darted across the ground. Plus, RLVVNSAAAIIE. LLVVNSAAAYIIE. Asterisk. It's at this point that we learn that Sylvia's name should be Sylvia Evenare, or Raviel should be Laviel Ivantia. But I'll leave them as is for continuity and comedy's sake. Plus, when it was written like that, it was easy to understand. I looked at the letters written on the ground. The letters that make up your names are the same? Yes. Clatter. Sylvia threw the broom to the ground and spread her arms. With the Lady of Silver Lily. I share the same name. As she said that, the girlish innocence, which had long rusted and crumbled to nothing, shined brightly on her face. Chapter 236. For the next moment. Hoo. Sylvia chuckled softly. The moisture in her smile didn't interfere with the girlish innocence. Instead, they blended rather well. As soon as I realized this, I was so startled I hid the note. The fact that the Lady of Silver Lily and I were bound to the same destiny from birth, or maybe even before birth. I hid the note where that scary fact was confessed, as if she didn't want anyone to find out. That's natural, isn't it? This was a really alluring secret. At our social club, the young misses always laughed as they said things like, "I heard this secret from my friend. Ah, I overheard the secret from my parents," as they digested their tea. This secret note was different. Yes, it was completely different. Still, there were many young misses of the same age in the Silver Bells social club. How would she be able to take this secret note away without being noticed by them? How could she get the Lady of Silver Lily to learn of this amazing, mysterious coincidence? Young Miss Sylvia was very nervous. I was different from the other members of the Silver Bells. Yes, very different. Those children were just fascinated by how beautiful the Lady of Silver Lily was today, who she met and danced with, and things like that. I secretly looked for some kind of mysterious connection between the Lady of Silver Lily and I. Horoscopes, fortune, birthstone. However, that was all useless now. Our names. Because our names proved the unbreakable bond between the Lady of Silver Lily and I. An exciting performance was unfolding in the old yard. The setting sun slowly crested the mountaintop like an old man who was tired after walking for a long time. As the day progressed, the sun seemed to age. Like the old sunset falling to the earth, no matter how she shouted, the maid's passionate performance on the ground would only sound like a faded tone of the past. I didn't care about the imperial law or anything like that. Ethics? Morals? Screw them. I was convinced. The Lady of Silver Lily didn't know about it yet, but I had to show this note to her. I skipped over the courtyard of Daughters where the social clubs were, passed through the maze-like yard, and finally reached the hall where the Lady of Silver Lily was dancing with the gentlemen. I walked into the hall and waited until the stupid men, who were waiting in line to hold the hand with the Lady of Silver Lily even once, had decreased. TL. Dialogue blocks like this make my eyes hurt. I easily imagined that scene. Finally, at long last, I could tell the young miss about the secret I'd discovered. At that time, Sylvia, or in other words, the Lady of Golden Silk, would probably look quite dirty. She would have run frantically all the way from the courtyard to the hall. So no matter how pretty she was, she would not have matched up with the elegant dignity expected of nobles. Even if they tried to secretly drive her out, she would have brushed them all aside, saying, "There is something I need to show to the Lady of Silver Lily." Then, finally, it was my turn. The two faced each other. One of them was the crown princess appointed the title the Flower of High Society. The other was a girl who yearned for the flower and was excited. What's going on? I am the daughter of the Evenale Barony. May the moon of Ivantia have endless glory. Right? What did you want to see me for, young miss? The Lady of Silver Lily was exhausted. She'd been dealing with high society since dawn. Her mother had long since disappeared, so it was the young miss herself who was tasked with playing the role of host for the Ivantia Duke family. Because of this, not only did she have no choice but to plan, design, manage, and supervise every ball, she also had to grant the honor of reaching out to the influential children who asked to dance because of the title Flower of High Society which was given to her by His Majesty the Emperor. While dancing in the hall, she had to be careful not to step on the other party's feet, and at the same time she had to ensure in real time that the ball was going well, whether there were any issues with the orchestra's song selections, and whether there was enough food and alcohol for the guests. In other words, despite her young age, Raviel Ivantia was already dealing with an axis of the empire. Pretty well too. The servants of the Duke family spread throughout the hall reported the rumors and secrets circulating to the host lady. Classifying and interpreting this information was also the duty of the Lady of Silver Lily. I was so nervous. I reached out to the Lady of Silver Lily. On the other hand, here was a young miss who didn't know the Empire and didn't need to know the Empire yet. She had just discovered a sparkling treasure. A treasure called coincidence. The secret note was in a shabby state because it had been squeezed and crumpled in her hand so that others wouldn't notice it. It was embarrassing to place such garbage into the hands of the Lady of Silver Lily. However, you'll realize what young Sylvia probably believed. Because it's really amazing. I'm sure we're going to be friends. And the Lady of Silver Lily opened the secret note and looked at it for a while. Well, now that I think about it, she probably thought it was a secret order from an enemy country or something like that, but I couldn't tell at all. The Lady of Silver Lily looked up at me expressionlessly. What is this? That was when I made eye contact with the Lady of Silver Lily for the first time. Do you understand? Our eyes met for the first time. Well, her face was expressionless, so it was a bit cold, but I was certain that her expression would melt like ice when she heard my explanation. So, while calming my pounding heart, I told her, my name. Your name? Yes, my name is Sylvia Evenale, and the young miss name is Raviel Ivantia. If you split up our two names and write the letter separately, the dash, they're the same. I dash. Isn't it interesting? Amazing. It's really amazing. Such a coincidence. The more I talked, the more I could feel the atmosphere become heavy. I smiled awkwardly as I looked at the young miss face. With an Sylvia Evenale, who was dressed like a maid, lamented. I realized as soon as I saw those eyes. Well, it wasn't even disappointment. It wasn't an expression of disinterest. How should I say it? The Lady of Silver Lily's eyes looked down at me, and in those 2 seconds, I felt like everything grew cold. A feeling as if your existence was being cut off from the fingertips. I was just trash to her. The Lady of Silver Lily didn't say anything to the young lady. Without an insult, mockery, or farewell, she simply turned her back and went back to the ball. All that was left in the place where she was standing was the crumpled note. Sylvia Evenale smiled. It was something I did a lot when I was younger. Yes. She bent down and picked up the broom. Then she began to brush away the letters written on the ground. I'm not particularly greedy. I chimed in when the young misses around me said that the crown prince was handsome, but I wasn't really interested in dating or marriage. Then, I happened to catch a glimpse of the Lady of Silver Lily, and she was really beautiful. Shook. The consonants and vowels drawn on the ground were engulfed in the dust and disappeared. I just wanted to get to know you. But how could you insult someone like that? Sylvia shook her head. A completely different smile from before blossomed on Sylvia's face. Poisoned flower. Sylvia's broad smile gave off a ferocious stench. Was the Empire that important? Was it so important to collect and classify information? Were the needs to organize your family affairs, pacify the subjects, and be engaged to the crown prince so important that I didn't matter? That, then I'll prove it to you, was a curse. The crown prince you considered so important. I bewitched him. It was simple. I had a pretty face, pretty whisper, and pretty gestures, so he fell for it right away. The family that you thought were important? I asked the crown prince to kill a few of the knights under the imperial family. His Highness the Crown Prince was so considerate to his lover. I was so touched. The Lady of Golden Silk smiled softly. You despised me every time I did something like that. Isn't that right, Moon of Ivantia? I never thought about the future of the Empire. Yes, right. I never thought about the Empire. However, I was curious. Something like. Shook. All the letters were erased from the ground. Stepping on the swept ground, Sylvia bowed her head politely. I wondered if I could ruin that disinterested face. Was it for the Empire? For the people of the Empire? For your loyalty to the royal family, your love for your family? Just that. After I broke the Empire apart, plunged the people into misery, tore the royal family apart, and then dropped your family into the abyss, would you still love the empire and your family? Or would you hate me even more? I was curious about that. Sylvia chuckled. I waited for the day when your hatred would grow deeper and stronger than your love for the empire and your family. It was regrettable that an unseemly servant came in and ruined everything. Sylvia glanced at me. Behind her smile, poisonous hatred glittered in her eyes. Raviel was silent. The incident Sylvia was talking about was what happened in her first life. Raviel didn't remember and couldn't remember. My wife, the wisest person in the world, cupped her chin, deep in thought. I know, so I answered instead. What are you talking about? I know how you feel, and how painful it must have been. Sylvia froze. The poisonous hatred in her eyes poured out at me. You dare. The lady of golden silk said. You dare say that. The lady of golden silk gripped her sleeve. The crumpled sleeve created wave-like wrinkles on her clothes. She shouted out, fiercely and hotly. How could you know? Do you know my wounds? Do you know how much it hurt? How much that day hurt? How painful it was? How painful it is for someone you look up to ignore you? What bullshit are you saying? How the hell could you know? I know, I continued. I know it very well. I didn't say that I didn't devote my entire life to revenge after that. I didn't say that I at least didn't drive my entire world to destruction because of that. Being ignored. Being treated as if you were nothing. Being treated like you weren't human was a poison strong enough to kill a person more than 4,000 times. The lady of golden silk clenched her teeth. Her teeth clenched in her closed mouth. Then, she opened her lips again. If you know, then why did you interfere? Your butler. Silence fell. I don't know much about your butler. He may have loved you secretly, or perhaps even my wife. However, what I do know is that the life you used to sharpen your knife of revenge would never have been happy. The butler wished that someone would help, and Hamustra snatched up that wish. I was just dispatched as his agent. In the end, you were the one that caused that situation. Why was it because of me? Because you didn't make your butler happy. There was someone who cared for you and loved you, but you ignored them. You were too focused on your own revenge. Then, at the very least, you should have been the happy one, but you couldn't even achieve that. As a result of that, in reality, your butler became not human. I spoke. If Raviel was a bastard to you, then you were a bastard to your butler who was helping you from your side. Ah, Sylvia Evenale lowered her head. What are you? That. The story of the butler. In the silence, sparse words flowed. It's cowardly to talk about him. The silence deepened. The sunset over Siosan was now dim. The streetlights in the alley came on with a whirring sound. But in the poor village, the streetlights had to try with all their might. Ja Suyung's old hanok, which couldn't be reached by the streetlights, remained dark. Sorry. It was Raviel's voice. I'm sorry, Sylvia Evenale. And I am sorry. Sylvia slowly raised her head. In the darkness of night, the people's shadows seemed to merge together to form outlines. A voice came from the shadows. What are you talking about? Even if I can't remember, that is probably what would have happened. I would have ignored you. I wouldn't have even remembered you. Because at that time, all that mattered to me were the peace of the empire and the glory of my family. Sorry. I was a human who didn't have any wounds yet. Raviel got to her feet. As she stood up, the wooden floor beneath her creaked. Like a broken cassette. You took away the future promised to me. You usurped the title of crown princess, and monopolized the heart of the crown prince. The moon of Ivantia, the flower of high society, the one who would guide the empire in the future. All of those appointments were torn down because of you. So what? It made my heart bleed for the first time. Thump. Raviel walked over to Sylvia. It hurt. It really hurt. It hurt so much that I wanted to stab a knife into my chest while looking into the mirror. It was only then that I realized how many people I'd hurt. Then I met my love. Raviel turned to me. Even in the shroud of darkness, I could recognize the heat of her breath, the timing of the sound of her breathing, the eye-catching scent star. She didn't speak. Without a word, she was ordering me to come closer. Asterisk. Nose catching? I went to her. My love was suffering from the same wounds as me. A regressor, never-endingly repeating the wounds of life. I didn't think there was someone who could share that with me. I was grateful to have the curse of eternal repetition. That's right. Thanks to it, I was able to meet Gongja. I was also grateful for regressing in life. I was grateful. That was very painful. As my master had said, every day was pain. But if it weren't for those wounds, I wouldn't have recognized that my love was the same. Thanks to that, I was able to fall in love with Raviel at first sight. The only reason I got hurt was to meet someone who was bleeding just like me. Gongja, I knew it as soon as I saw you. Sylvia, I only found him because of you. Thank you, Sylvia Evenale. Slowly, Raviel knelt down on one knee on the dusty ground and lowered her head to her maid. Thanks. As expected. As expected of Raviel, my lover. Raviel's feelings for Sylvia were probably as intense as my feelings for Yusuha. And yet, Raviel knelt before Sylvia. The present moment made me so immensely happy. I became thankful for everything that had happened in the past that made this moment possible. Ugh! Sylvia grit her teeth. Shit! Damn it! This is why I hate you. Why do you alone get to be happy? Stay miserable. Keep being in pain. Keep weeping and crying bitterly, pathetically lamenting your misfortune. Right, damn. Be unhappy. This is why. That was what Sylvia said. This is why I feel like an idiot for wasting my life because of my emotions. Sylvia covered her face with both hands. That's not right. That can't be right. My wounds are deeper, more special, more difficult to understand. So I can't forgive you, so. Like a tap that was turned off, Sylvia's voice cut away. Silence fell. After a moment of silence, Raviel got to her feet again as Sylvia shivered and held her breath. Right? Raviel went back to the chair and sat down. She rested her elbows on the table and placed her lovely chin back in her hands. Then let's figure out how we'll deal with this, she said. Chapter 237. 1. Sylvia clenched her fists. What do you mean, how we'll deal with this? I will summarize the details that are currently in question. My lover continued calmly. I hurt you. Although I apologized in order to heal those wounds, it will be difficult to heal it with just words. In fact, I doubt that those wounds have fully healed yet. Well, if you put it like that, it makes me look petty, but if that's the case then there are 3 options. Raviel spread 3 of her fingers before folding one of them. The first is for me to experience my downfall asterisk until you are satisfied. Asterisk, or ruin, or destruction. When I heard this, I clenched my fists. Raviel glanced at me out of the corner of her eye before looking towards the young miss once more. However, I cannot do that. For the past me and the current me, there are too many things that rely on me that will be affected by my downfall. In the past, it was the safety of the empire, and now it is the happiness of my lover, which is why I am unable to fulfill that request. Moreover, that wouldn't make you happy. Your butler has already sacrificed himself to prove that. Sylvia lowered her head. The story of the butler would forever be a debt that she could never repay. Raviel folded another finger. The second would be to physically eliminate you and erase you from existence. Flinching, Sylvia raised her head. The silver tyrant looked down at Sylvia with blazing red eyes. Normally, this is the method I would choose without hesitation. My lover told me that God once said, "Murder is the ultimate incompetence." I completely agree with that. Murder is by no means proof of competence. It's simply the option that is chosen because there is no other way. However, Raviel had made a quote. However, I am not an omnipotent God. I am not an omniscient transcendent. I am a person with limitations, Nothing more than a slightly more intelligent beast who lives on the ground and cannot survive without bread and water. I have things that I must protect in the midst of my limitations. That is why I have no choice but to physically eliminate anything that is a threat or has the potential to become a threat. TL. This is a scary justification, a voice that carried the willing affirmation of the speaker's limitations and the human dignity that was expressed through it. So, Sylvia clenched her teeth. Are you going to get rid of me? Or are you saying that you cannot allow someone like me to have a body, so you will leave me in the restraints of the 100 ghosts? Both are possible, but I don't intend to choose either of them. As she said this, Raviel folded the last finger. The third is to accept your heart. Oh. In other words, I will accept you as my concubine. Silence fell. Slurp. Miss Ja Soo-young took a sip of her barley tea. The sound of her sip was quite clear. Other than that, there wasn't a single sound as even the cult members hiding in the shadows of the walls held their breath. Wow. What finally entered my ears was the exclamation of admiration from Bae Hurayong. This legend among legends who had conquered up to the 99th floor of the tower was staring at the courtyard asterisk with a truly profound expression. Asterisk. Calling it courtyard now apparently. Zombie, get me some popcorn. Not just any popcorn, you gotta get caramel popcorn. In my opinion, popcorn is especially delicious when it is moderately coated in brown. How should I say it? It's more special since every bite feels like tooth decay. Anyway, right? Compared to his expression, his dialogue was anything but profound. To be honest, I wanted to tell him to shut up for a second. Eventually, after a long while, a person's voice flowed through the courtyard. It was the main character, Sylvia Evenale, the lady of golden silk. Sylvia's lips trembled. What nonsense are you saying? I couldn't see it clearly in the dark, but I was certain that her eyes were trembling as much as her lips. Concubine? D-dash. Did you just say concubine? How dare you say that to me, Sylvia Evenale? Me, who His Highness the Crown Prince promised to make his crown princess be a concubine. Did you just tell me to become your concubine? That's right. Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. What kind of bullshit is that? That doesn't make sense. What in the world, what are you thinking? It certainly is bullshit. Raviel affirmed. My heart, which had fallen for her, clambered up my spine with a whimper. There are two reasons why this is bullshit, Raviel said as she spread her fingers once more. 1. This is not something I can decide on my own. Face star, status, gaze. All of those conditions can be sorted after, but first, Gongja and I must come to an agreement. The fact that the agreement didn't come before the proposal is one of the reasons why I think this is bullshit. Asterisk. The face that can be gained/lost rather than the physical face. I let out a breath of relief, as my heart that was trying to crawl up my spine settled back into place. Sylvia shouted. No, that's not it. What about listening to my opinion? That should have been a prerequisite condit. 2. Raviel folded her fingers. Did you even really love me? The shouting Sylvia closed her mouth. Was it love? Or was it a longing for the one you idolized? Isn't it just a desire to possess something you didn't have, and that you believed you couldn't have? Silence passed for a long while. Tuck. Raviel put her teacup down, and Ja Soo-young collected the teacup into a tray before disappearing into the house. I love Kim Gongja. I love everything about Kim Gongja. I never believed it was possible to love anything this much, and it is something that is impossible for many people who lived and died. But it is a miracle that was granted to me, meeting him. Raviel. She spoke calmly as if simply explaining the truth. Everything about him is perfect. The sound of his breathing, his empty place on the bed when he leaves in the morning, his warmth, every trace of my love for him makes me happy. I understand him and he understands me. We are living at the same time. That is why. Raviel turned back to Sylvia. I cannot accept anything that isn't this kind of love as love. Did you love me that much? Sylvia lowered her head. It was a gesture as if to say she couldn't not answer, and just wanted to avoid everything now. You should know by now. You didn't love me. That's why I cannot love you. That's right. That was it. How much coincidence and blood had it taken for me to love Raviel, for Raviel to love me? The reason we were able to love so strongly was because our love hadn't come easily. Our love was difficult, but it was a love that Raviel and I had earned. If that is the case then, when Sylvia said, if that was the case then, her head hung so low that her flowing bangs covered her face. Then what do you intend to do? After all that? Despite being clenched, her teeth trembled and became red as blood began to drip from her gums. You won't destroy me, you won't eliminate me, you won't love me. Then what? After throwing out an incomplete apology. What then? What will happen? That, I would like to leave that up to you. Then Raviel turned to me again.
Gongya.
Yes, Raviel. If you were to give Sylvia a body using the Earthbone Dragon's box, would Sylvia be freer than when she was 100 ghost? Understanding the intent behind the question, I nodded. Yes, she'd be free. Is that freedom equivalent to when she was alive? Yes, that's right. Enough to pursue what she wants? Enough to pursue whatever it is she wants. Nodding, Raviel turned to Sylvia. Then chase after your dreams, Sylvia Evenale. Do you want to destroy me? You almost succeeded before already. You can try again. However, in order to do so, you would need to become stronger than my lover and you would also have to ignore the heart of the butler who sacrificed himself for you. The lady of golden silk's breath stopped for a moment. Raviel's words continued. Do you want me to die and disappear? Or do you want to personally kill me? Go ahead and try, but I have no intention of going easy on you. I will resist every threat made towards me with everything I have and I will win. You will have to be better, just like you should have when you wanted to destroy me before. Or do you want to be loved by me? Or receive my worship and adoration like I did from you in the past? That too will depend on your own efforts. As long as you work hard enough. Perhaps you will achieve it, Raviel murmured. Throughout this stretch of dialogue, her gaze had been locked on to golden silk. Either way, Sylvia Evenale. One person's eyes met the other person's eyes. I will accept you as my rival, as someone who can stand opposite to me, as a human being I can recognize as my equal. From the very beginning, that was all the world needed. So I'd like to ask, Sylvia Evenale. Raviel Ivansha asked quietly. Do you recognize me as an equal human being? Then silence fell. 2. Sylvia stared blankly at Raviel. Beyond the dark sky, the white moon floated. Raviel's face, which was backlit by the moonlight, was very firm. After an unknown period of time. Golden Silk opened her mouth. There was so much steam accumulated in her chest that even after she opened her mouth, no words came out. All that came out was a hot breath filled with malice, anger, shame, remorse, resentment, and enmity. She said. Sylvia was truly spewing herself. It's hard. You all. She clenched her teeth so hard they bled. And she was staring so hard it hurt. You don't respect or belittle asterisk. You accept people for who they are. You do unto others even if they wouldn't do the same unto you. Asterisk. Look up to or look down on. More than anything else, her voice was hoarse. Even now, you apologize to me, but in the end I can't apologize to you. I can't forgive you, Sylvia covered her face with her hands. I know how shameless those words are. I know I've done so much worse to you. I know that, regardless of strength, authority, or status, the one who forgives is stronger than the one who was forgiven simply by that fact alone. As she couldn't forgive Raviel, Sylvia wasn't as strong. That's why first, trembling, Sylvia took a deep, shaky breath as if she was chewing it before letting it out. First, I want to try to do that, Sylvia vowed. You all, I will forgive you. I don't know how long it will take for me to accept you as human beings, or if it is possible to get it into my narrow mind, but I will try to do it from now on. Because that. Sylvia swallowed her words. She could have swallowed them then digested them, but after lowering her head, she let them come out. I don't want to be that kind of person. That guy. That's what my butler must have wanted. Tears filled her eyes as she muttered the end. Then, after sniffling a bit, she sobbed. For once, I want to be a person that guy wouldn't be ashamed of. That was called the will to live. Good. As someone who had the power to give life, I answered gladly. If that is the way you want to live, Lady of Golden Silk, Sylvia Evenale, to achieve your wish, to prove what you want to prove. Live. A golden card shined in my hand. I will accompany you. I put her will into the Earthbone Dragon's box. Skill activated. Chapter 238. 3. Swoosh. Black water raged around the Lady of Golden Silk. Perhaps it wasn't water, but shadows. Whether it was the water that first touched her at birth, or the shadows that accompanied her until death, they were the best suited to announcing her new birth. The Earthbone Dragon's box has been activated. The water shadows completely enveloped the Lady of Golden Silk. The sound of the water shadows whirling continued to be heard from the cocoon. Then it started to shrink. The cocoon surrounding the Lady of Golden Silk became smaller and smaller until it finally became the size of a child's toy bell. In my palm sat a dark bead that was mushy like water and pitch black like a shadow. This small thing was the existence of Sylvia Evenale. Holding the bead in one hand, I slowly, politely opened my mouth, tuck, and dropped it in, like putting the cherry from atop a cake into my mouth. Everyone in the yard looked at me nervously. In their eyes, I was no longer just the companion of Ivantia, or the young master of the demonic cult. I was someone with the power of a demigod. As they watched the demigod's miracle unfold, I just chewed. Softly, I chewed the bead. Naturally, the taste of the bead was different from cherries. Cherries were sweet, sometimes with a sour aftertaste. However, this bead, the existence of Sylvia Evenale, the more I chewed it, the more I bit, the more it tasted like sad rainwater. Young Miss Sylvia. Keep in mind, you are also a bastard to someone. Butler. What are you doing? Where are you going? Fragmented memories. Every time I chewed, bursts of memories popped out like popcorn. With a gulp, I swallowed the memories of the Lady of Golden Silk that I had broken into small pieces. Then, with a gulp, I swallowed again. The lifetime of a human was too big or too muddy to swallow in one go. The Earthbone Dragon's box has been completed. Then, who? I slowly exhaled. The breath I exhaled had mass. It had weight. It even had color, being black as if it was poisonous smoke. The apostle of the ox that harvests ruins has manifested. The tower called her Two Eyes by their old name. However, it echoed too loosely to cover her now. Sylvia Evenale. The one who had regained a form that could breathe. It was too exaggerated to call it reincarnation, and too grand to be called a transformation, so to speak. It was a metamorphosis. The one who once died had changed and was now kneeling before me. Is there a new name you'd like to have? There isn't. I want to live as I lived and be called as I was called. More than that, how should I address you? The Lady of Golden Silk's face was filled with reverence. That was natural. From her perspective, I'd brought her back from the dead. Taking the memories of the 100 ghosts stored in the 100 Ghosts reincarnation, I compressed those memories into the box like Earthbone Dragon's box asterisk. Before transferring them into my body, I could now revive the Lady of Golden Silk whenever I want. Asterisk. Think this should be Skull XD. Regardless of if it was someone who frolicked among magic or gods, this was clearly the realm of miracles. Resurrection is true proof of divinity. I don't think it is right to just call you the wife of Ivantia like before. Family head. You can call me family head going forward. At least in public. In private, I don't mind if you call me Kim Gongja, Mr. Gongja, Sir Gongja, or whatever you want. However, If there is a war or battle, call me family head. I slowly got up. It was simply straightening my bent waist, but I felt like a beast stretching itself after a long hibernation. If I felt that way, the people watching me probably felt the same. Listen. I infused aura into my voice as I murmured. Family asterisk has two meanings. The first is family clan asterisk, and the second is family star. Raviel and I have a unique family clan, making every being that I bring to this world my family. That is my ideal. Asterisk. Kinda hard to translate/explain. In the end, they're all family in English. I tried to explain at the end of the chapter. If I could love someone else like I loved Raviel. If there was a chance to make the impossible possible. Estelle. Ah, yes, my lord. Father. Hearing my call, Estelle immediately ran over and got down on one knee. Seeing this, I smiled slightly and stroked her head. This is what I mean. Ha! Just because she calls me father, and I call her daughter, that doesn't magically make us family from now on. Look, Estelle. Why would a daughter kneel to her father? Ah! Estelle was confused. That, even if it's between parent and child, if the parent has the position of king, their children need to carry out the duties not just of their children but also their subjects. That's why I have no choice but to. It's fine. I smiled. It's because we haven't gotten close enough to each other yet. Father. I'm inexperienced at being a father. Estelle has also never been a daughter, so you don't know what it's like. That's why we haven't yet reached the stage of being a family. We don't know what kind of father and what kind of daughter we'll become. The night breeze blew. More than a decade ago, a similar breeze had blown in front of an orphanage outside the tower. It blew. There is still a lot we don't know. The kind of existence we would be to each other was not known. We aren't family yet. We were barely at the starting line. If we were to ignore it and think, we are family or we are close like family, then one day that thought would become shackles that hold us back. Even though we're family, we don't know anything about each other. If we're family, why can't we do this much? Such anguish will definitely follow. It was beautiful when the heart went forward. However, the heart was more beautiful when it supported actions from behind. The director had said those words in front of us orphans. I recited what he'd said with a tired expression on his face. Let's understand each other, understand as much as we want to understand, and understand the reason why we don't understand what we don't understand. What we desire, what our habits are, what the one thing we would want to say to the world as we breathed our last is. Why we love the sunset. I slowly recited the signs of love. Until we all know that, until we get to know each other, we are not family yet. One by one, I looked at the Devil King who tried to destroy the world, the cult members from the Eternal Winter, and the noble young miss who cursed people. We are people who will try to be each other's family. The director. Family is not completed or ends just at being family. Family is a relationship. It is the limit of relationships. It's an oath to work hard for each other. It's hard to care for another, and even harder to work hard for them. But how could a family be so easy to make, right? It'll take a lot of hard work, a lot of fighting. We can do it. Until then, when we can cover for each other's flaws as family, let's be a family clan. At my declaration, Estelle, whose head I was stroking, reacted. Her ears twitched. Iya. What do you mean by family clan? Everyone will have their own position in the family clan. The Grand Chamberlain will be responsible for the family clan's hygiene and welfare, and they will cook for the family clan members when they are hungry. Just like the director gave us our roles. In the end, people could only do what they learned, and they could try to improve. Looking at Estelle, I spoke seriously. Usually, the eldest daughter is the heir. They receive training to become the heir, and when the family head is unable to serve guests, it is the duty of the eldest daughter to take charge of balls and other social gatherings. Estelle, you are the eldest daughter of our family clan, and you will be in charge of many things in the future. On the other hand, it is the duty of the warriors to protect the safety of the family clan members. They will protect the family clan members from being kidnapped by wicked people. And if any force dares try to destroy our family clan, they will go out and fight. The night sky, the cult members, who were dear to me, blended into the darkness of night. Warriors sitting on the wall, below the wall, in the courtyard, and in the main hall were all looking at me. I will try to become your family. Not one of them was related by blood. Until that day comes, let's be a family clan. We would be able to take care of each other better than anyone else. Those who had been hurt more than anyone else, who hated humans more than anyone else, who had been betrayed by the world, and who had witnessed its destruction, and yet had somehow arrived here, had met me. I opened my mouth. For demon lords. Yes. In the dark corners of the residence, one of them in each direction, the most elite members of the demonic cult rose to their feet. The most senior among them, the blood demon, opened his mouth. Please speak, young Ma. The blood demon's handsome forehead became wrinkled. To put it simply, he was a man of principles. To put it bluntly, he was inflexible, a bodyguard who protected my master from the nearest place and ensured the discipline of the cult members. Although he was a tall, handsome man, he was old-fashioned. Family head. You can just use us as tools. The young master. No, the family head is kind-hearted. Even if you were to use us as tools, we wouldn't feel ashamed or regretful even for a single day. We will be your sharp blade. It would be enough even if you were to give us your admiration. Master was like a mother to me. To you, Master must have been even more than a mother. Blood demon. Leaning over, I covered the blood demon's cupped fists with my hands. We lost the person who was like a mother to all of us. Isn't that so? Yes, that's right. So we are brothers, I said. People aren't molded by what they have, but what they lost. That is the doctrine of our cult of the infernal heaven. So we are clearly a sad few who lost their master. We should talk more, understand each other more, learn each other's boundaries, and get on each other's nerves, so that, more than now, much more than now, we will be much more beautiful and happy. Until that day comes, I will be the head of the family clan. The blood demon opened his dry lips. Yes, family head. I will leave the family clan's military matters to the blood demon. Your post will be deputy warrior commander. Soon, I will appoint someone else as the warrior commander. So please assist the warrior commander as their deputy. Yes, family head. I turned my head. Aburka. Thud. When Aburka got up and stepped out of the main hall, the courtyard shook. All this while, Aburka had been using his aura to control his sheer weight. Now that I'd called him, Aburka released the momentum he'd been hiding until now. You called. Daddy. Gasps of fear came from all over. The demonic cult members. Those who had become the warriors of my family clan had measured the level Aburka had reached. Aburka was a monster. A martial artist who had been able to reach the stage of body and mind as one at a young age, and the rejuvenating body stage in his old age. The greatest martial art talent in the history of the goblin race. If he was given the chance, after a while, he might even get a glimpse of the level Master had been on. Noticing this, the warriors of my family clan became nervous. While all the warriors were on their toes, I smiled. You are my son. Ugger. That's right. It seems like these days your brain has turned to mush, since you seem to fall in love with everyone you see and try to confess. You seem to have forgotten my constellation name, Daddy. Do you want to get beat up? The constellation, the muscle head, who dreams of sinning against heaven, threatens you. Ahaha. I let out a chuckle. It's fine. Even in puberty, my son is cool. Dad has only been in love once. But didn't I marry the best thing in existence in one go? In terms of effectiveness, I can be called the king of dating. You can always come talk to Daddy. Daddy's case is special, dirtily special, so I don't think it can be used as a reference at all. You go. If I have anything to talk about, I'll tell you. Right? You are my eldest son. I nodded. The strongest warrior I know. Aburka looked at me. How many times have I challenged Daddy and lost? I lost to Estelle hundreds of times before winning once. The number of defeats are nothing more than a decoration that enhances the victory. Will I also defeat Daddy someday? I believe in your talent, your effort, and your indomitable spirit. You are the most perfect warrior in this world. Become my family clan's warrior commander. I placed my palm on the back of Aberka's large hand. When we have to fight, lead us from the very front. You have learned the infernal heaven's demonic art. Not only did you learn it, you comprehended it. The level of your demonic art is second only to me, and the warriors of the family clan will willingly obey your command. The sound of the warriors' breathing became a bit quieter. This was probably less because of fear and more because of anticipation. I created the infernal heavens formation by modifying the infernal heavens demonic art so that it would not just be the blade of one person, but the songs and dances of hundreds. Learn it. Learn it well. Learn it and teach the warriors. Teach them well. My undeserved son. Tup. Aberka raised his hand and covered the back of my hand, who, despite being a giant, still looked young, nodded. I will be Daddy's warrior commander. Then he vowed, I will not forgive anyone who dares to try to destroy our family clan. I will protect Daddy and those who are precious to Daddy, and I will try my best to make them precious to me as well. As long as Daddy loves me, I will also love the world. I smiled. Thanks. Despite me being born an orphan and you being born an albino, I was now surrounded by people I love, and you no longer knew why you hated the sun. In the distant future, we would become something different. We would prove something to this world. I then remembered the name of 100 ghosts who hadn't yet been summoned. That person's scent, hair, eyes. I remembered the existence of a hint wandering in that person's scent, the traces of wounds hidden beneath their strands of hair, and the past buried in their expressionless deep blue eyes. Come out. I called the one floating in my mind. Skill activated. The shadows pulsated. From the bubbling shadows, hands stretched out, soon followed by hair, a face, and a body. The 100 ghosts took a small breath. Hugh, a being with the scent, hair, and eyes that I just imagined. As Raviel's distant ancestor, he looked like Raviel, and it was very easy to think of someone who looked like Raviel. You called. I nodded. Then I called that person's name. Kim Yul. You would also mean a bit more to me. Chapter 239. For Kim Yul. With that echo in my head, I faced the man. Good looking. The man had long hair. As the night breeze blew, his silver hair danced gently as if it was weightless. If it was cut from the roots, his hair would probably go flying to a faraway place. I felt like it would fly into some unknown desert. That's right. His silver hair seemed to long for a sandy desert. A place it had left, a place it could leave at any time, a place it would leave. The countless drifting hairs seemed to be longing to roam a sandy desert. Mr. Kim Yul. You called me, but what is this magical land? There are so many powerful beings here. Even if I was in my prime, I wouldn't be able to guarantee my victory. His sharp blue eyes scanned the courtyard. There were the elites of the demonic cult, now the warriors of my family clan. The Blood Guard met Kim Yul's gaze with vicious energy. Incredibly powerful. The cafe part-timer, who reigned as an absolute powerhouse on the tower's 50th floor, evaluated them with a sincere expression. In fact, Kim Yul always had a sincere expression on his face. Exactly how powerful is incredibly powerful? Even if they went up to the 50th floor like this, those rabble wouldn't dare get close. Even those witches who live in those spider web-covered magic towers will only be able to determine who is truly the lords of the 50th floor after fighting them. Then, tuck, I tapped Aberka's arm. What if we add this child? Kim Yul carefully examined Aberka's body, from his lumpy pectoral muscles to his protruding thighs. Raising an eyebrow, Kim Yul tapped the muscles around Aberka's airway with a tuck, tuck. Amazing. Is he a monster? Kim Yul was expressionless. But from his eyes, it was clear that he was expressing genuine admiration. There was probably no one apart from the librarian and I who was this skilled at reading Kim Yul's expression. The epitome of the heavenly warrior body. There are martial artists who, at best, can only cut humans when they swing their blades, so they are called human warriors. There are great warriors who can split the land with a swing of their blades, so they are called earthly warriors. However, heavenly warriors are different. When they swing their blades and split the sky, they don't care how many people die, or how many countries are thrown into disarray. Colossal. With just the power gathered here in this residence, it wouldn't be difficult to invade and destroy the floor of any constellation. He's my son. For the first time since he was summoned, Kim Yul fell silent. In his blue eyes, there was a mixture of shock and confusion. I was a being that could confuse Kim Yul. Wasn't that amazing? If he's your son? Kim Yul turned his head and took in Aberka's size. Then he looked at my size, then Raviel's. It looked as if an incredibly complicated equation was being processed in his head. Surprisingly, beads of sweat began to form on Kim Yul's forehead. How? That's impossible. It should be physically and racially impossible. Is it the tower's curse? The influence of a skill? No, but his growth rate. He's my adoptive son. Do you want to die, Death King? Suddenly, Kim Yul grabbed me by the throat. He was 100 ghost that had lost the strength he had in his prime, so it didn't hurt, but being stared at by those deep blue eyes scared me. Why dash, your expression of emotion has become quite diverse. Although your face is still expressionless, you clearly showed your admiration for Aberka and your rage towards me. I'm also a person. It can't be helped. Letting go of my throat, Kim Yul sighed. I lost the skill which allowed me to gain power by sacrificing my memory. In this notebook, I wrote all the things I threw away. In other words, half my life. Kim Yul took a notebook from his pocket and looked down at it. His eyes were filled with emotion as it scanned over the old leather cover of the notebook. I already threw away everything I could throw away, so it's impossible to throw away any more, which means there is nothing more to gain. Death King, as you promised. I am living. The things I didn't feel before, and the things I felt but threw away quickly are slowly accumulating in my mind now. The more things accumulate, the more my slumbering heart will gradually overflow. When that time comes, I too will be able to laugh, cry, get angry and love just like everyone else. Kim Yul looked at me. If you hadn't brought the class president back and reunited us, I would still be nothing more than a machine with an empty heart. Death King, everything is thanks to you. I smiled. That's awesome. Kim Yul is a cool person. But aren't you sad? Kim Yul tilted his head to the side.
Sad?
What are you talking about, Death King? Mr. Kim Yul seems to have found a precious person. Mr. Kim Yul's class president. Even though he's a bit unreliable, Hamustra also likes Mr. Kim Yul. Even if you regain the skill to throw away memories, you wouldn't throw them away so easily, would you? Kim Yul thought expressionlessly. That's right. After a while he nodded. I cannot throw them away. There is a person who lived their life because of my death. There is someone who is fascinated by my life and loves me. The luxuries that humans lavished in from birth to death should all be enjoyed. I can't miss all the good fortune. Kim Yul looked up at the night sky. I see. Then he slowly looked back at my face. I am happy now, Death King. You made me happy. In Kim Yul's eyes, there was embarrassment, surprise, gratitude, but that wasn't all. There were many emotions floating in those eyes which were reminiscent of the deep blue sea. Is that your wish? Mixed there was also unknown anxiety. Do you intend to make everyone you encounter happy? Speaking for myself, it was definitely not easy to make me this way. Wah, it was really different. I lost my memories. You created the trauma world to recover the fragments of those lost memories. I was unhappy. But to prove I wasn't just unhappy, you brought the class president. It wasn't profitable. It's hard to apply ointment to a single wound. Death King. What the hell are you dreaming? Letting out a laugh, I scratched the back of my head. It's nice to see. What? It's nice to see everyone smile. When we became unhappy, there was a God who bore our misfortune. It was a difficult task. If I had been born earlier, it might have been to see even more smiles. It was difficult, but I thought it was worth it. Mr. Kim Yul. Say it. You now have things to protect. The director, Hamustra, and the planetarium cafe that he liked. However, you don't have the strength to protect them. As you are now, you can peacefully enjoy the smell of books and coffee at the cafe that was built in the Great Library. Hunters can't go and make a mess in that place. Myself, the Black Dragon, 10,000 Temple, Chun Mumun, Merchant Union, and Civil Militia can guarantee its safety because we all invested jointly. But, in other words, Mr. Kim Yul's current happiness is entirely dependent on others. I grabbed Kim Yul's shoulder. There was a time in my life when I had lost my life without even being able to touch his body. But now it was really easy. Kim Yul couldn't shake my hand off or run from me. Kim Yul knew this too. That was why there was a tremor in his beautiful eyes. Seeing the tremor, I smiled. Aren't you scared? The director is weak. He's old. If some crazy hunter decided to rush towards him, he would definitely be brutally avenged by us. But the director would still be dead. The tremors spread to Kim Yul's shoulder, which my hand still held. Hamustra is no longer a constellation. Now he's just a small brat, a weak little boy who likes to read. That child lost his power. So if a crazy bastard charges at him, he would die too. What? Kim Yul opened his mouth. What do you want me to do? If you ask me to protect them, I will, I said. I will order the members of my warriors that are quick-witted and sharp-eyed to infiltrate the library and guard them 24/7. Not only that, even if something happens and they die, I have the ability to reverse time by a day. So you can leave everything to me. Even if it was like this, it was fine. I wouldn't blame him. As for the sins he'd committed, that much I could take it and cover it up. However, if you don't want that, if he wanted to choose something other than safety and comfort, I will give Mr. Kim Yul a chance to live again. Slowly, Kim Yul raised his head to look into my eyes. To live? I'm a little stronger than before. The abilities you had to give up after becoming 100 ghost. The skills. I can give them all back. Kim Yul froze. He looked at the warriors whose eyes glittered all over the courtyard. Not so long ago, they were just as helpless as Kim Yul. Although they all had their knowledge of fighting and tremendous tenacity, it was impossible for them to use their internal energy or perform martial arts. Indeed. Finally, Kim Yul's gaze reached Estelle. What he could feel from Estelle's silent figure was the power of a constellation, the very one who had single-handedly destroyed the Ejim Empire. When Kim Yul saw the Devil King responsible for destroying the empire he'd founded, he realized the truth in my words. You continue to grow stronger by the day. Well, this world doesn't allow me to be weak. The definition of strong varies from person to person. However, if the person who supports their family saves time every day to swing a pickaxe, if they keep swinging their arms incessantly because they're wasting seconds and minutes, then that person is strong. They're not wasting time. They're buying time. That can be considered a measure of strength. Kim Yul looked at me. You always buy time. Even if you can turn it back, even if you can return a day or a year, even if the value of time might be less for you than others, you live every day as if you can never go back. The expressionless Kim Yul talked about me. That's why I think you're strong. Then Kim Yul said, I want to be strong like you too. I will work hard. Death King. I was silent for a while. Everyone is working hard. I wanted to spend some time savoring that fact. Still, a child who was once a doppelganger and wanted to become human. That was Estelle's wish. So she would work hard to become a human, and she would work hard to build a father-daughter relationship with me. Sylvia, an immature noble young miss who wanted to have Raviel. That was Sylvia's wish. So she would work hard to have Raviel, and she would work hard to fulfill Raviel's conditions. Kim Yul, a man who once grew stronger by throwing away his memories, now had things he couldn't throw away. He didn't want to throw things away anymore. That was Kim Yul's wish, so he would work hard to not throw himself away. Good. The others as well.
No, they.
Good. Since everyone had something, I was sure they would definitely work hard. As long as they have a small opportunity. And I could be that opportunity for them. I will give you a body, Mr. Kim Yul. I became strong to become an opportunity for others. The Earthbone Dragon's box activated. The Earthbone Dragon's box has been completed. Just like Estelle, the 4 demon lords, the cult members, and Sylvia Evenale, the existence of Kim Yul also became a black bead that stained my heart. Feeling a bit sad that it wasn't white, I breathed out. My breath was as black as my heart, and as it escaped my lips, it sank to the ground like a thick mist. From it, a body gradually began to take shape. The Constellation Killer, the man who had been freed from being a ghost and returned to being a human, slowly opened his right hand and closed it. He repeated this action several times. Then he murmured, "I liked the passages I read in the book today. They were beautiful." Kim Yul looked up at the night sky. However, much more beautiful things are awaiting me. At that moment, the Constellation Killer waved his hand, and from it stretched an aura that cut through the night air. It cut the moonlit clouds in half. With the full moon hanging between them, the dim clouds silently drifted apart in different directions. The white moon shone through the scattered clouds. Kim Yul looked at the moonlight pouring down on him. Now, I can't remember that passage. Death King, how should I address you? I walked towards Kim Yul. For now, call me Family Head. Family Head. Yes, someday we will be each other's family. However, I'm worried about hastily talking about family from the beginning. We don't know much about each other yet, and we're not familiar with each other. We will definitely get closer. I took something out of my pocket. It had been a week since I'd met God. In that time, I'd wandered around the city and prepared this and that. While passing an old road, I stumbled upon a stationery store. After passing an elementary school student who had skipped school and was playing with a game machine in front of the store, I entered the store and found it. It wasn't that expensive. Shook. I untied the yellow rubber band that held the Constellation Killer's hair together behind his head. The rubber band was strong, and the silver hair was tied tightly. It's a gift I got while picturing that this day would come. After a while, it's my first time tying it, so it's not really working. Ah, it seems it's been a while. Is this okay? Well, anyway, I think it's okay. The Constellation Killer's hair was tied with an ordinary hair tie. I took the yellow rubber band. You don't need this anymore, and burned it away with my aura. It had probably been a long time, hundreds of years. While throwing away the thoughts of Kim Yul, Lafanta Ejim probably thought. Even if I erase my memories, I won't forget that I was abandoned by the world. The students of Shinseo High School probably bullied Kim Yul into wearing the yellow rubber band. It hurt to tie your hair with a rubber band. It was simple yet effective bullying. Everyone could see Kim Yul wearing the rubber band, so everyone knew he was poor, and everyone could see that he was being bullied. It was a brand. Lafanta Ejim didn't hesitate to throw away Kim Yul's memories. He didn't have any good memories anyway, so he was happy to be able to throw them away. But this was proof. He wanted to leave proof that the world had abandoned him. He wanted to prove the type of person he was, how he was born, and how his life was branded. Only then could he curse the world as he pleased. The proof of the past, which had bound the Constellation Killer for a long time, had now been burned. Without any expression on his face, Kim Yul reached back and groped the back of his head. Kim Yul's fingers touched the 101 hair tie that was sold at any stationery store. I want you to serve as a leader in our family clan. Mr. Kim Yul, please become our family clan's Shadow Xinghal Jiaying. Be the shadow of our family clan who will monitor the movements of our enemies and gather information. Asterisk. Should be family shadow, but I'll leave it as shadow. You mean espionage? Yes. I pointed towards the warriors hiding in the shadows. Among the 4 demon lords, there is one called Ghost Flame Demon. He was the cult member in charge of spying for the demonic cult, and the memorial squadron led by him is a unit that specializes in spying on the various powers. Mr. Kim Yul led them. Is that really the right position for me? You are good at recording and analyzing information. I tapped the notebook that Kim Yul was still holding. The old notebook shook. From now on, don't write about who you killed, who you should kill, and what you should throw away. Please write on for us, for the family clan. That notebook will become our diary. Kim Yul, please make proof for us with your pen and your writing. Then I will also be happy. Kim Yul was silent. Time passed and the scattered clouds dissipated. Under the faint moonlight, in a hammock in the corner of his hometown city where he was born and died, Kim Yul knelt on the ground. Understood. He lowered his head to me. I will offer my life for your dreams. And Kim Yul vowed. My family head. Chapter 241. Dawn broke. The color of dawn seemed to permeate into Kim Yul's silver hair. As Kim Yul was kneeling before me, I had the luxury of looking into the dawn instead of looking up. That's right. Dawn was at my feet. Your existence has become clearer. It was at that time that I heard the tower's voice. The Death King's level develops. At the same time as the dawn shined brilliantly in the sky, the tower once more verified my qualification. Of course, this was natural. I returned Estelle's body, returned the bodies of the members of the demonic cult, allowed Sylvia Evenale to have a life, and finally embraced the life of Kim Yul. As I carried their greed, desire, wishes, and hope, became clearer, became heavy, broader. Skill slots have increased. Your hunter rank is now a class. May luck be with you. Yes, God. God, who wanted to be the mother of everyone born into the world.
Yasoyun.
Even if those you considered your sons and daughters were to raise their claws and dig into you, you would only feel sad and slowly accept it, accepting it as your fault as well. I thought that was sad. If it was up to me, you wouldn't have to. Adjust the hilt of my sword. I looked up at the sky. In the past, I was worried if the tower could hear the voice of a guy like me. However, I wasn't now. Every word I said, every word I would say, would reach the ears of Tower of Ja Suyong. Because I was now that kind of existence. Please wait for me to get there. Whatever golden rule, Huangjin Lear. Whatever kingdom, I will go clean them all up. You will be happier, with people to share that happiness. And I will show you that you were wrong. My declaration definitely reached the tower, because an answer came down. May luck be with you. This day, I declared war on the tower. 2. From now on, we are a family clan. I sat on the living room floor. Only Raviel and I were sitting on the floor, so it was clear who had the right to sit on the throne. The name of our family clan will be the Death King family, Thuangjia. Hundreds of people were kneeling in the courtyard. They were all my vassals. Jiachun. The vassals could be seen prostrating themselves to me. If the courtyard was full, they went on the wall. If the wall was full, they even climbed to the top of a big old tree. In a surprisingly short time, there was sufficient troops to form a single family clan. I am the family head of this family clan. My husband, Raviel Ivancia. I am also the family head of a great family clan. Tuck. Raviel tapped the floor with the head of her fan. The head of the Death King family is the wife of the Ivancia family clan. It would also make sense for the husband of the Ivancia family clan to be the wife of the Death King family clan. All of the vassals here are lives harvested by Gongjia. It wouldn't be cool for me to interfere just because I am Gongjia's husband. Raviel smiled confidently. Translated into the language of this world, the meaning of Ivancia is Silver Heart, Yinshin. So my family clan will aptly be called the Silver Heart family, Yinshinjia. One day, the Death King family and the Silver Heart family will be completely united. And when that day comes, we will become the Death Heart family through Xinjia and conquer the tower. That's right. When that time comes, Raviel and I would be joint family heads and lead our family clan. Sylvia Evenale. When I called this name, the shoulders of one of the vassals kneeling in the courtyard shook. She was a blonde-haired, noble young miss, and a powerful apostle of a constellation. Yes, family head. You will be the Grand Chamberlain of the Death King family. You will take care of what the family clan's members eat, where they sleep, and what they wear. From time to time you can call the members of the 4 units of the Death King army who are free to be chamberlains. I will leave the housekeeping needs of the family clan to you. Sylvia Evenale sweated profusely. Did you say all sorts of chores and odd jobs? I haven't forgotten what you yourself said. Sylvia's expression hardened. A chamberlain is someone who follows the family head more closely than anyone else. If you want to be like me, if you want to be someone who can accept others, stay by my side and observe me. This is the opportunity that I am giving to you. You can always quit if it's too hard. I said this sincerely. However, the only thing that can prove your heart is your heart and life. Think about it. Choose your fight. And if you fight, win. That should be what your butler wanted. Damn it. And so, a Grand Chamberlain who always muttered words like, damn it, shit and bitch, was born in our family clan. Compared to her bright blonde hair, her face was always dark. Every time her lips opened, curses would leak out, and from now, that would be Grand Chamberlain Sylvia Evenale's routine. Estelle. Yes, family head. When I called her, Estelle stood straight. Unlike Sylvia's indecent display, Estelle's expression was indifferent and her momentum was orderly. In the breaths she let out, there was the afterimage of the Devil King who once destroyed a continent with an army of hundreds of thousands of monsters. Please give your orders. You are my eldest daughter, the successor who will lead the family in my stead, in the event of an emergency. A faint crack appeared on Estelle's mask at those words. Emergency is a disrespectful word. The family head will never die. I, of course, have a secret. Losing my life 1 or 2 times won't be enough to cause a crisis for our family clan. However, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't prepare for emergency situations. What would happen if I'm sealed if a very firm and wife vault, cursed so that I'm unable to use aura, and bound so tightly I couldn't even move my teeth, let alone my arms and legs? Of course, even in that state I can use 100 Ghosts reincarnation. But what if someone puts me in a vegetative state? Father, I am not invincible, Estelle. The higher we climb in the tower, the stronger the enemies will be. It is necessary to always expect the worst, and if that truly happens, I'd like you to lead the family clan. Estelle closed her eyes. She quietly sucked in a breath before exhaling a bit more strongly. The scent of potent ruin flowed from her mouth. Yes. Estelle reopened her eyes reverently. She grabbed her blade with both hands, then pressed her forehead to the crossguard. I, Estelle, will be the successor of the Death King family. I nodded. Good. We might still be inexperienced as parent and child. However, if it was a relationship as family head and successor, we could do that well. There's no need to be impatient. This was a start. Normal people became parent and child first, then head of the household and successor. But that was only for those who had normal luck. After being broken into pieces, we had been scattered across the world, and only met each other by accident in reverse. We had no choice but to become a family backwards. That was enough. You will be treated as the successor, but normally you will serve as advisor and assist me. By asking me to be your advisor, I mean the one I seek for advice. Estelle, you once led a great army in the past and brought down the kingdom, and the Holy Land led the continent. I cannot compare to you when it comes to strategic sense and military knowledge. As I climbed the tower, I slowly began to feel it. The number of stages where individual hunters could act on their own was gradually decreasing. On each stage, the size of the forces that appeared as enemies was getting larger and larger. I had managed to clear the burning mansion by myself somehow. But things had already become quite difficult from the tragedy of the Ejim Empire. Wasn't that stage originally a scenario where the high-ranking hunters played the roles of Grand General, Knight Commander, or Chancellor to try and raise the dying empire together? I just dug into the blind spots of that stage. Single play was not normally allowed. That action that I was referring to was no different from a cheat. Even the great library's books of apocalypse forced team play. After entering the race war, it reached the point where we had to guide an entire race. What did the flow of this series mean? The tower is ordering us to create forces. I narrowed my eyes. The list of stages in the tower is never without meaning. No, Ja Soo-young never did anything without meaning. This was a recommendation, a warning. It was a warning that if you didn't build a force in advance, the difficulty beyond the 50th floor would become incredibly severe. Our tower now, I am the only one aware of this warning, because I was the only one who had come face to face with Ja Soo-young. Only I knew what kind of person the owner of the tower was, what she thought and what she wanted. And this would without a doubt serve as a huge advantage when attacking the tower in the future. I have to raise a force. Fortunately, I had people around me. A lot of people. People who would mean more to each other than just being a large gathering of people. This is my luck. Thanks. I was deeply grateful and thankful. We are strong. I looked around the courtyard. The demonic cult warriors, prostrating themselves to me. The 4 demon lords who led the warriors. The warrior commander Aberka who commanded the 4 demon lords. The Grand Chamberlain Sylvia Evenail who supported them from the back. The family shadow Kim Yul who would organize an intelligence unit and act behind the scenes. The advisor Estelle who would advise me from my side. They looked at each other's faces one by one, made eye contact and exchanged wills. The people who exchanged or shared death with me, and who had vowed to live together. We are strong, and we will become stronger. I opened my mouth to Estelle. This dad is good at rescuing and uniting people. I can boast that I am quite competent in that regard. Dad can tell what kind of scars a person has by looking at them, and what I can't tell from looking at them I can tell when I die. That's why Father shares scars with people. Divided into a single family clan. If we try harder, we might become a family. However, this father is still inexperienced and lacking about how to make the ones I rescue and unite into a force. Very much so. I smiled. So I'll need your help, Estelle. The history of you becoming the Devil King and destroying the continent was lost because of me. But it wasn't a pointless trauma. Precisely. You can do it. I gestured to Estelle. Estelle approached me with cautious steps. I took Estelle's hand, sat her down on the living room floor, and made her look in the same direction I was. Look, I made her share my perspective. The scars you received while experiencing the trauma of your life are not just scars, and now you will protect the family clan. My family clan, your family clan, our family clan. No one will burn our family clan. I spoke to the child who had become my daughter today, and at the same time, I conveyed what I wanted to say to this child. This time, with the things you gained from destroying your world, protect the world. Dawn broke. As the dim glass color dyed the world, the color of the sky stayed on Estelle's face for a moment. Estelle gave a small nod. Yes, then nodded once more. Yes, I will protect it. Estelle raised her left hand. Then, she grabbed the skull mask which always covered half of her face, took it off, and threw it lightly towards the ground of the courtyard. As soon as the old bone touched the ground, it crumbled into dust. I will protect our world. Estelle turned her face to look at me. Since becoming 100 Ghost, this was my first time seeing Estelle's entire face. Family head. The dew from the long night covered her face. It was dawn now, so it wasn't strange to see dew form on things that were born into the world like blades of grass. I will be your advisor. So it also wasn't strange for Estelle to smile brightly. Nodding silently, I finally got to my feet. I looked up at the sky where the glass color was turning blue and shouted, "We're done now." The sky was quiet. The vacation has ended. Thanks to your consideration, I was able to see many things and experience many things. Nevertheless, instead of making me weaker, the things I saw made me stronger. And instead of burning me, the things I experienced were burned by me. The sky distorted. Now! A beam of light fell from the sky. Please send us to the next stage. Then, a voice rang out from the sky. The constellation, the lady who walks through the mirage, is manifesting.